Body. Okay, so let's kick off. Rebecca's vacated the chair for the morning, so I will be here, and we're going to stick to time, hopefully, and we'll have minimal questions. And we'll listen to lots of presentations. So I think Natasha is online. So you've got 5 minutes, Natasha.
Thanks. Can you put my slides up, please? Kia ora tātou, ko kaukau te monga, ko kaiwhorawhara te awa, no te whanganui a tara ahau, ko Robinson toku whānau, ko Natasha toku ingoa. Thanks so much for allowing me to present today. I'm a first timer, and thank you for the lovely staff that replied so well to all my emails. So I'd like to present on Kandala Pool, which is a taonga, a place for all, and in particular for physical and mental well-being. Next slide, please. Physical and mental well-being statistics are not great at the minute. 1 in 3 adults and 1 in 8 children are obese. Under half of adults meet physical activity guidelines, and only 40% of our children use active transport to get to school. We are currently threatened by rising childhood obesity, rising teenage mental health issues, and declining physical activity. And our future threats are poor health and well-being as a result of the above, and of course the looming climate change. Next slide, please. Your decisions at Wellington City Council impact our health and well-being. Your decisions on the environment, economy, transport, recreation, and impact on our individual health and the health of our family, whānau, and community. Next slide, please. What does success look like? How do we have a healthy future? We have a healthy future by being active in our whānau, having fun together, enjoying life in our beautiful city, and having access to places where fun and physical activity can take place. And Kandala Pool is a great example of that. Next slide, please. We know that Kandala Pool is easily accessible by train, loads of bus routes crisscross the city to get to there, and it's an easy chartered bus ride for schools from all over the Wellington region. Next slide. In my next slide, I talk about cost, and I give an example of a birthday party. Now think about these birthday parties. These are difficult to organise, 2 adults and 10 children, but if you take them to Kandala Pool, a really big treat, a big day out, entry is going to cost under $25. Buy food or make your own, and you could be having a party, a big party, a special treat for under $75. That's quite difficult to do these days. If you compare that to taking the kids to the movie and no physical activity and no food, you'd be nearing $200. And if you want to add in the trampoline party and pizza, you'll be nearing $300 for a party. So Kandala Pool has a big advantage and really accessible cost-wise too. Next slide. Schools come from across the Wellington region for their annual school picnics. This is a massive treat in the calendar of any school child, primary school. And schools come to Kandala Park because there is a pool. It's a safe, low-cost, enclosed environment, but the pool is a major draw card. And there are only a handful of other parks with similar offerings in our region. Next slide, please. It's a destination park. It's got loads, pool, playground, walks, views, cafe, and even wartime bunkers. There is an untapped potential for Kandala Park to become a significant tourist draw card. And being in the suburbs is not as a disadvantage, as we know with Zealandia. There's also an unrealised potential, I think, from around the region for people to come to Kandala Park as a destination. Next slide, please. And we know with climate change, we're going to need more cold water swimming options. And the Western residents are the furthest or among the furthest away from alternative cold water swimming coastal options. And we're going to need more outdoor amenities, not less. And look at that lovely shade that is covering the pool. And in the future, we will be looking at that and saying, what a great spot for climate change. Next slide, please. And the event that you guys organise at Wellington City Council is magnificent, Dogs and Togs. It's an end of summer event that attracts dogs from all over Wellington, not just the local area. These are the memories. These are what people love about living in Wellington. Next slide. I'd like you to look at the water here and just imagine diving into the cool, clear water of Kandala Pool. Summer pools have a special magic. They are places to have fun and do the physical activity, but you don't realise you're doing it. You're diving in, take a break from the technology, create memories and enjoy life. This is the sort of thing you remember when you grow up, of the summers, diving into the pools, the outdoor pools, the cold water of our city. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Natasha. We're unfortunately out of time, but I'm sure we have the slides available for everybody.
Yep, and it is a pool for everyone across the life course, adults and children. So please work with the community and go for a third option to save Kandala Pool. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Natasha. Our next participant is Lynn. You've got 10 minutes, Lynn.
Yes, I'm speaking on behalf of the Wellington Catchments Collective, Te Honganonga. It's a collective that covers the whole Wellington region with over 45 groups. It's a very straightforward, short and simple submission. The main thing I want to talk about is Three Waters. We think that you need to give Wellington Water every cent that it asks for. It's just unacceptable to have the impact on the waterways and the coast, to have the endless wastewater leaks, the poor management of the stormwater system and the drinking water leaks. Drinking water leaks don't affect the catchments as much, but putting in reservoirs certainly will. So we're asking you to spend every cent that give Wellington Water every cent they ask for. I'll give you one little example of a catchment with a problem. Tyre Stream starts on Mount Kōkau, runs down Naranga Gorge. In December, a section of the pipe was wiped out, the wastewater pipe, so we had raw sewage heading down the stream and into the sea. They did manage with difficulty to fix it, but that particular wastewater pipe is very vulnerable. It's classified as high risk, but it hasn't even been looked at to what to do about that whole wastewater pipe. Like, it's not on your 10-year plan, it's not in the system even. We had to nag Wellington Water to get an engineer to even look at it last year. So they need a ton more money and a ton more resource so that, and I'm sure Tyre Stream isn't the only stream or wastewater pipe in this situation, but if there's not even a plan to how to deal with this pipe, and it's relatively new, it's 1975, so in the overall scheme of things it's relatively new, but because of poor stormwater management in part, infill housing, it's being undermined, the pipe. Because of rainfall events and other issues, there are slips coming above it. The topography is very steep. My prediction is this winter, if we have any sort of rainstorm event, not even a big one, another section's going to break out because there's nothing supporting it, and stuff's like rocks as big as cars are coming down, so it only has to hit it and it'll be gone. So it's an example of why we're saying please give Wellington Water every cent that it asks for, so it's got a bit more resource. There's a few other bits in the submission, but that's the key one. And I'm happy to answer questions about the group or anything in the submission.
That's good, because we've got 4 questions currently. I'll start with Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora, Lynn. I was just wondering, when you were going through the consultation document, were you aware at all that the amount that we're planning to fund in replacement in the first 3 years is less than Porirua or Hutt City are planning to spend?
No, I wasn't, but I am aware it was less than what Wellington Water asked for, which you'll see in our submission. I think what you need to be giving them is what they ask for, because they know they know they're basically a business. They know what they can manage. They know what resource they can use and need, and that's what you should be giving them.
Thank you.
Councillor Pennant.
Thanks. So what they were asking for CapEx was 1.8 billion compared to 1.2 billion, which we're allocating. So you want the 600 million?
We want the 1.8 billion CapEx and the 700 OPEX.
Okay. So you're saying that you would like to free up some of that CapEx, you'd like other things to go?
Yes.
Okay, and just the other question was, do you think Wellington Water has the capability to look after streams and waterways?
To get capability, they need money. And to get capability, they also need, sorry, I can't see you, they also need they need to know the money that's coming in the next 10 years with a certain amount of certainty. Like, you can't hire staff if the money keeps jumping around. You need a bit of certainty, or else you've just contractor and short-term contracts, and you need financial certainty to be able to manage these big projects. And you need to retain staff, because you need people that that know the systems.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Lynn. Has Wellington Water done a analysis of the issue up there?
The tire stream issue, no. They've done a little report that was about 4 pages last year. So they had a look, and they identified several issues, some of which they fixed, and they said it was high risk, and they also said that if there was a break below, there's a waterfall in the middle of the difficult section, if there was a break below the waterfall, they would have to start by putting in safe access. Now, when we dealt with the December leak, the people that were going up to fix it, that was a nightmare, because we went up to do some weeding in the reserve, realised that the stream was full of sewage, called it in. It was 27th of December. I had a key to the private property to get access, so I had, and the company who it was wouldn't let Wellington Water have a key. They didn't trust them. They didn't trust anybody. They didn't know going through their yards. So I had to let the people in, and then they said, "Look, we're trying to work on the edge of a cliff to try and fix this leak." I wouldn't have been able to get up there with the equipment they were trying to carry. Like, we go up through there all the time, but if you're trying to carry, they had these probes and all this stuff. So they said the first thing they have to do is put safe access in to do a repair. Now, they did a brilliant job with this repair, but it's very steep, and there's more stuff sitting at the top of the gorge, really it is, and there's nothing supporting this section. It's across a section of a slab. So, no, they haven't done a decent look at it. But it's just an example of, I'm sure there are other ones that are in a similar situation. And that's what I'm saying. Give them, give Wellington Water what they've asked for. You've got to trust that they have done the planning, they've done the financial, they know the resources, they know what they can achieve. And if you don't give them money, how can you expect them to actually do the work?
Thanks, Lynn.
Councillor Randall.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Sorry, the pipe you're talking about was installed in 1975.
Ray, you finished your question.
Okay, so
Councillor Randall.
Yep.
You've got 2 minutes 26.
Thank you, Lynn. Given that we've got, if we can't give them everything, is there any particular part of the investment we need to focus on more that's more important than other parts, in your opinion, from a catchment group point of view?
Probably 2 things. Making sure that new developments and infill doesn't exacerbate the problems, because it has been in the past. So if you can stop it getting worse because of those 2 things, and it doesn't mean you can't have the development, you just have to make sure the stormwater and the 3 waters are managed. And then probably my priority would be wastewater.
Councillor Rogers, you made it.
That's okay, my question's already been answered.
Okay. Councillor Chung, do you want to have a follow-up one? Oh, sorry.
Yes.
I'll do you later.
You mentioned the pipe up there was installed in 1975. So does Wellington Water think that that's in danger of collapsing, or is it that the ground will come down and cover it or damage it?
They've called it high risk because it's being undermined by a tire stream and slips are coming down on top of it, partly because it's being undermined and because it's just an unstable, it's just rotten rock. So the pipe in itself was put in on a bench, so it was supported. Now that bench isn't there in places. So it's, like I said, it's being undermined and there's stuff coming down. So if it's being just undermined, it just sort of sits there sort of all right. But if something comes on top of it and there's nothing supporting it, then it breaks. And it's concrete.
Councillor Free.
Just very quickly, some of the problem with the sewage overflows is due to cross connections or stormwater getting. How much priority do you think we should give to trying to fix that?
The problem with that is it's quite slow, that work. You know, you've got to look at, in one system there could be several hundred cross-contaminations and you need to, as I understand it, do various dye tests to see what's going where. So it's slow. I think it is very important, but it is slow. And I notice my time's up.
Great, thank you, Lynn.
Thank you.
Carl.
Okay, for Wellington to be able to thrive, people firstly have to be able to survive, and financially that's getting more and more difficult for all of us. We're currently in a cost of living crisis, as we all know. It's being amplified by insurance costs in Wellington, which you guys can't do anything about, but also it's massively impacted by the rate rises that you guys certainly can do something about. We're becoming unaffordable for the average person to live in Wellington and for businesses to continue to operate here. One of the major issues with the draft long-term plans is it fails to address the drivers that necessitate the painfully large rate increases you're proposing. That's expenditure on projects that are not necessary. We're seeing a reduction in council services, moving from preventative maintenance to reactive maintenance, adding fees and charges for things that were previously free, depreciating assets at a lower rate than previously, which leaves no money in the coffers to actually repair the stuff when it's actually end of life. These are all a form of shrinkflation, making the real rate of rate rise increases significantly higher than what was being advertised. In contrast to your proposed 18% rate increase this year and double-digit increases over the next few years, we're looking at Auckland proposing a 7% increase in single-digit increases for the next few years. You know, businesses are migrating away from Wellington. People are migrating away from Wellington because we're becoming unaffordable to live in. Okay, the starting point for rate rises should always be inflation. Anything above that should only be being spent on critical infrastructure or critical projects that really, really enhance the city. Our real concern is that some councillors have no understanding of the burden of debt and the impact it has on the city's cash flow and the damage it does not only on our current ratepayers but also the future generations that we supposedly are trying to look after. You appear to be treating our debt ceiling as a target rather than something that we should be staying away from as much as possible. Our debt levels have exploded over the last 9 years, and along with that, the interest repayment requirements, which is putting a hell of a lot of pressure on the ratepayer in pushing up rates at a phenomenal rate. You know, you're also not leaving any money left to actually look after the stuff that makes our city a really vibrant, viable city to live in, and that's things like events and arts. You know, we don't have the money to spend on that because we're spending it on other projects. Okay, the projects I'm talking about, Golden Mile, organic composting, soak-away projects, to me they're the biggest ones because they're also the biggest spends. One of the things that we should be focusing on, and if you speak to the businesses in the city, which unfortunately I don't think we do enough of, is the CCTV coverage. We should be blanketing the whole of the inner city with CCTV camera coverage, and it should be monitored. People's safety in our city should be a priority of this council. You guys are talking about taking away CCTV monitoring for the saving of a miserable $350,000. Graffiti removal. I don't know if any of you walked through Cuba Street recently. Graffiti has exploded around the Cuba area. I don't know if you guys have already taken away the funding from the graffiti removal, but whatever it is, we're signalling with the suggestion of removing the graffiti removal that it's okay for our city to look like crap. The Golden Mile project. I'm a massive opponent to the Golden Mile project. So in the last week, I've wandered around the businesses along the Golden Mile, spoken to everyone. There are 3 businesses that I've come across that are passionately for the Golden Mile project, prioritise people over cars. There's one that basically is not against it because their business is really, really struggling and they want something done, and we've done nothing for many, many years. There's 44 that have signed a petition, which I'm happy to show anyone here, that they want it stopped immediately. 44 businesses out of the, it's 90% of people that I spoke to. And I've not approached them with the approach of, oh, this Golden Mile project, it's terrible. I've just said to them simply, how do you feel about the Golden Mile project? I did the same in Cuba Street because we're talking about removing car parks on Cuba Street. 54 of the 60 businesses I spoke to have signed a petition saying, do not take away our car parks, you will kill our business. Yet we're still doing it. Every time you take away a car park, you also take away car park revenue. That has to be replaced with something. I know that Councillors Abdurrahim and McNulty are massively against suburban fees for paid parking in the suburbs. 100% correct, because it kills businesses and it disadvantages your residents. Imagine taking away those car parks entirely and what that does to businesses. It kills them. In my store, I put a petition up, and I can show you the petition. It's very, very neutral. We disagree with the removal of these car parks. Please sign. I've just got it sitting on my coffee grinder. I have over 1,000 signatures from customers who go, we're not even talking to them about it. They just read the sign and they go, hell yeah, stop. At the moment, the council is representing maybe 10% of the public with what they're doing. Cycleways need to be stopped. The money is killing us financially. We're becoming unaffordable. Sorry, I'm running out of time for questions. I could speak for another hour. Doesn't matter. I'm happy to hang around to the break. I'm happy to show anyone the petitions I've done, the legitimacy of them. I'm happy to get a group of 2, 5, 10, 20, 30, 40 business owners together for you to speak to at any point in time. You guys have the ability to make change. You've done it with the Reading. Thank you very much. There's 7 people who want to stop the Golden Mile. You too can make a difference. Stand up, be counted. The city has hope if you guys start making positive decisions for the city.
Cheers.
Thank you.
All right, we've got Sandamal online, and I think we've got Gerald in person from the Property Council. Between you, you've got 10 minutes.
Thank you and good morning, councillors. Appreciate you having us today. So my name's Gerard Earle. I'm the chairperson for the Wellington Regional Committee of Property Council, and I'm joined online by Sandra Marling. On behalf of Property Council, I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. Sandra Marley is a part of our advocacy team, and she helped with the preparation of the submission. So property is the 4th largest industry in Wellington and provides direct and contribution 10% to GDP and employment of over 20,000 residents in Wellington. We connect property professionals and represent the interests of 134 Wellington-based member companies across the private, public and charitable sectors, and Wellington City Council themselves are a member of Property Council, if that gives you an indication of the membership of the Property Council. We're here today to share Property Council's concerns regarding the long-term plan, given there are some proposals that will negatively impact businesses and property owners in Wellington if implemented. We're extremely concerned about the impact of the rates increase on businesses and on households. The Council must look harder at areas in which it can look to immediately save costs, and this will mean some exceptionally tough decisions, the same ones that are being faced by many government agencies at present and by Wellington businesses and businesses across the country. It's an important question the Council must ask itself when it's performing on how it's performing, both for its customers and as a business itself. If you refer to the 2022-2023 reports from Council, the Council performed only 61% against its own KPIs. It had a $47 million overspend, which represents a 6.5% overspend, and a $74 million deficit. Now, if Council were a service provider to another organisation, Council will be on performance management with those sorts of results. I would expect that I would be on performance management with those sorts of results in my day-to-day job. I think Council needs to look very, very carefully at how it's performing in those areas and consider that for the future of what it does with its long-term plan. Businesses in Wellington, according to the long-term plan, will not only face a 16.4% rates increase, but also a 19.8% increase proposed by Greater Wellington Regional Council. This is already having and will continue to have a devastating effect for the city and for its people. Increased costs will result in shortage of capital for residential and commercial building owners, businesses meaning that ensuring Wellington has a building stock which is resilient and good for Wellington's well-being, but will be less of a priority. Tough decisions in household and businesses will need to be made to save costs. Budgets will need to be trimmed or slashed in some cases, and assets may need to be sold to ensure the future viability of our households, of our businesses, but also of Wellington City. These are the decisions we are all needing to face with our businesses at the minute and with the current economic headwinds. It is important that councillors and council officers fully understand that when costs such as rates and insurance increases on commercial buildings, this is not a cost fully borne by property owners, but passed on, at least in part, to the occupants of those buildings through rental levels, while business owners will have no choice but to recover these costs by, again, either cutting their own costs or by passing them on to end users, further exacerbating the cost of living challenges that we have. Simply put, we do not see that the proposed long-term plan will see Wellington's built environment flourish. It will not assist in the creation of a city that is more resilient to the impacts of climate change or seismic activity. It will not see building owners have the available capital to decarbonise their buildings, and it will not see reinvestment in our building stock to ensure a more livable nor enjoyable city. Turning to the proposal to maintain the general rates differential for commercial, industrial and business rate players. We are disappointed to see that Council have made an in-principle decision to maintain the differential, despite originally proposing to decrease it in last year's rates review. Property Council has long opposed business rating differentials as a tool, given that rating differentials do not explicitly account for or demonstrate the services consumed by the businesses or the direct benefit to businesses of the increased rates burden. We have not seen any evidence to suggest Wellington City Council has investigated the rating differential split and what specific benefits the sector receives. In terms of solutions, we've been saying for the same thing for many years. Funding tools that are transparent and based on a user-pays systems means that everyone pays the services they benefit from. Examples of these models include targeted rates and special purpose vehicles. We therefore recommend that Council reduce the use of commercial rating differentials and move towards a fairer, equitable percentage that aligns with benefits received. Turning to the vacant site differential. It's disappointing to see that the rates review last year, the proposed vacant site differential has increased from 4.11 to 5.11. If adopted, this will be the highest vacant land differential across all councils in New Zealand. While our members understand the need to ensure vacant sites do not have a negative impact on amenity of the city, we do not believe that the best way to achieve this is by imposing additional financial pressures on property owners, who ultimately are those who will create the built environment for the future Wellington, with a greater level of amenity and density, which is desired by the council. For our members, there are a multitude of reasons why sites may be vacant or appear vacant. The development process varies, meaning that a one-size-fits-all approach cannot be applied. There could be an inability to secure an anchor tenant or a situation where there are development plans for a vacant site, but the site remains vacant due to a timing sequence within a portfolio, which may include the availability of capital or the timing of a development to ensure investors receive an adequate rate of return for the risk they are taking to develop. Wellington is also faced with a number of vacant buildings due to high insurance costs, general costs to do business and seismic issues. Seismic issues specifically have seen property owners unable to afford to strengthen or they must choose to sell at a loss, a process which may take several years. As part of our recommendations in the rates review, we asked Council to talk to the affected property owners to gain understanding of what their plans are for sites and what stage of development cycle they are in. We would like to know whether Council has approached these property owners and what the outcomes have been of those approaches. Further, we are disappointed to see that Council has proposed to close the Arapaki Service Centre and Temporary Library in 18 months earlier than planned. Part of the Council's vision for the future of Wellington is about creating a dynamic, sustainable and vibrant city. We are concerned that the closure will not help to achieve this, given it will reduce foot traffic in the area of the city and create another vacant space. Finally, our members would like to better understand Council's thinking around the earthquake-prone buildings remission. While we do support the remission, we would like to request more information around the selection of these two specific building types, particularly given there are many earthquake-prone buildings across the city in many different categories. Any reasoning behind this that the Council could provide would be useful for our members. In conclusion, we believe there are a number of changes Council need to make to the LTP before it is finalised to ensure that decisions will not result in unintended consequences of increasing the cost of development and therefore driving away future investment within the city. I'd like to thank you for your time and encourage any questions.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you, Jared, for your very constructive submission and the point about Arapaki. Look, I'm just wondering really though how you see spending, because every year organisations like you come in and say keep the rates down, but we have to invest in water, obviously. So I just wonder where you see the balances with investing versus cutting.
Yeah. I think that, all businesses, thank you, Councillor Pennant, for the question as well. I think all businesses at the moment, and if the council looks at itself in that similar respect, it has a budget to manage, it has employees, it has capital costs it needs to invest in. All businesses need to look very, very carefully across the board at where they're at. And I think, the earlier points I made around the deficit, earlier points I made around the over expenditure, those are things that need to be very carefully addressed and very keen focus on that. Really about optimisation of the council. What are those opportunities within council for the officers to look at about how they optimise? Businesses are making cuts. The central government is making cuts, and I think you need to look carefully across the board at how you achieve those things. If you've got to invest in the future, you have to also look at the now and figure out how to very carefully and keenly do that, and that's for the council to ultimately look to.
Councillor Free.
Very quickly, because we're almost out of time. You mentioned the 19.8% increase from GWRC, which we're not have any influence on more than you do. Have you considered submitting to them on that?
Yeah,
Good.
we absolutely would be submitting to them on that, and I appreciate that's not your control, but I think it's important.
I will be submitting to them personally, but yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
We had another question from council.
I think we're out of time with 10 seconds. But thank you for your submission.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Now we've got Johnny Osborne.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Ko Johnny Osborne, tōku ingoa, and thank you for hearing my submission. To begin with water, which is probably our biggest challenge, I'm very pleased to see the significant increase in funding for the drinking water network. As you will obviously be aware, the state of this network is simply not up to the standard that it should be and needs to be to meet our future demands. Investing to improve it must be a priority for the city. For the health of the water bodies that we source our drinking water from, we simply cannot continue to lose the amount of water through leaks that we currently do. For private pipes, I would ask you to consider the recommendation of Te Whaitoa or Te Whanganui Atara, which Wellington City was an active and involved participant in. The recommendation proposes that city and district councils implement a plumbing warrant of fitness scheme. Such a scheme, if implemented properly, would result not only in less water being lost through leaks on our private properties, but would also identify the leaks in the wastewater network and illegal cross-connections that are having a devastating effect on our urban catchments. I believe that if we use council-backed loans to fund a plumbing warrant of fitness scheme, we can improve the state of our privately owned pipes in the next decade or two. Moving on to transport, I acknowledge the reduction of central government support for projects that encourage low-carbon ways of moving around our city. But as transport is our #1 source of climate emissions, we must do all we can to keep up the momentum we are currently seeing in increased bus use and take up of active transport options such as cycling. We must take heed of the lessons learned through our underinvestment in water infrastructure and make sure that we do not make the same mistake with our transport network. I ask you to continue to invest in new bus priority lanes across the city and pāniki pōneki so that our transport network meets the needs of a city in the 21st century. I welcome the emphasis placed on the natural world and our urban environment in this draft LTP, and I support plans to plant more trees in the CBD, which will have benefits for our people, our birds, and our water. I ask that you identify other parts of the city that, like the CBD, have limited green coverage and plant more trees there too. Finally, I would like to propose that the Council begins looking into opportunities to take advantage of the great predator-free work we've got underway across the city. In particular, I think there's a great opportunity at the northern end of Te Motu Kairangi to establish a reserve where our birds and other native wildlife can flourish. I understand Taranaki whānui support this idea in principle, and I feel confident it would, like Zealandia, get widespread support from residents and visitors alike. That's all I wanted to say, so thanks for hearing my submission. Happy to take any questions.
Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, thanks, Johnny. I take your point about focusing on leaks. Do you think, though, we're better off to focus on actually replacement of the water assets themselves rather, we can't do everything to the full extent. So if we have to put more of a focus as, should we be looking more towards the capital side than, reactive?
To be honest, I think you got to do both. I mean, I don't really know the exact split you need, but, we've got 800 leaks in our backlog right now. We kind of got to get onto it. And leaks on the private, you've got to make the distinction between the private and the public network, right? And I think we need to address those ones on the private property as well. I'm a bit personally concerned that metering, while I think we'll address those leaks, is likely to increase inequality. And I think there's other options on the private network.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for coming in. Regarding the leaks, you were talking about the number of leaks that we have on private properties, but did you know that the bulk of the water, the largest quantity of water, is actually leaking from the network? And so how do we actually address those?
I don't think we know that, right? I mean, we know that half the pipes are owned privately and half the pipes are owned publicly, and we don't really know how much water is leaking out of the private pipes. We know how much water is leaking out of the pub. Well, we've got a vague idea about how much water is leaking out of the public pipes, but I don't think we can say that it's mostly coming from the public ones.
Well, we have water meters in all the pumping stations, and we find that most of the water is actually leaking between the pumping stations, so that's actually in the network rather than private property. And so, do you think we should be putting money into putting water meters in?
Councillor Abdurrahman, final question, 16 seconds.
Oh, cool. You also opposed the airport sale. Can you just say a bit on that?
I
8
just
seconds.
think the airport's a strategic asset and it should remain in Wellington hands. Cool.
Thanks.
Thanks,
All right.
guys.
Cheers, Johnny. Anne. From the Touristic Park Group. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you so much for inviting me to come and speak to the Touristic Park Group submission. Those of you who have never ventured down into Touristic Park, it's the park that is the bottom part of the Ngaio Gorge, right through the Ngaio Gorge down to Kaiwharawhara. So it shares the waterway with Zealandia at the top, Ōtari Wilton's Bush in the middle, and then we're the lower part of the Kaiwharawhara catchment. So that helps put it into perspective for you. Our group is a group of volunteers that have regenerated the bush in that park. We were the first group to start trapping and do predator control back last century. So we're very proud of our history in regenerating that part of the city's landscape. What we want is to thank you for investing in the sewer network, especially at the end of Ōtari Wilton's Bush, where there has been a long-term leak. And we're really pleased to see that you're setting aside some millions to continue with that work. So thank you for that. But that does raise the issue of the sewer line itself, which goes all the way through Touristic Park from Ōtari Wilton's Bush, and which is always leaking. For those of you who do walk through the park, you might be exercising your dog off leash. You will notice often that the smell of sewage is quite overwhelming down the side of the river. So we're recommending that you do invest in improving the sewer network, especially that sewer that goes down through the Kaiwharawhara catchment. Secondly, we really have always been and will continue to be concerned about development around the Kaiwharawhara catchment that happens without mitigation or with good planning to slow down stormwater, because the stormwater can become incredibly ferocious as it comes down the very steep banks through the wastewater system and into the Kaiwhara, which then becomes a drain for the Ngaio, Kandala, Crofton Downs and Wadestown, Wilton areas. So anything at all that you can invest in terms of engineering solutions to slow down the water. And I'm not an engineer, but I do know that overseas there are all sorts of systems, electronic systems that monitor wastewater and actually react to stormwater volumes and spread that or hold it back. So that is the other side of our submission. What I did highlight in the submission is the fact that when we're working down in the park over summer, we often see groups of kids coming down and swimming in the stream, especially on really hot summer's days. You see groups of teenagers coming down in their bikinis and little shorts, and it's a fantastic place to swim. It used to be an amazing swimming place, but it's horrifying to think that they're swimming in that water. It's severely compromised. So again, thank you for listening, and I'm very happy to take any questions.
And Geordie.
I was wondering, and sort of, if you had any dealings with Wellington Water, how sort of you feel they are equipped to deal with the issues specifically within the park, and especially, the sort of interaction between both the natural and the built environment that they're working with there to take into consideration the specifics of the park.
They are reasonably reactive when things happen, if something urgent happens. So just over the last couple of weeks, there's been a very big leak of water from one of the city pipes above the park that's been causing a flood down in the lower part of the park. And I think it probably took 2 weeks, but they eventually got it done. So yes, they do react to urgent requests like that.
Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, Anne. Have you heard from Council or Wellington Water where the pipe, either renewal, replacement, may be on the long-term infrastructure plan? Have they given you any indication?
No, but you know where the pipe is.
Yeah.
I suspect it would cost billions. It's a huge piece of infrastructure that, no, I haven't.
Okay, no, just wondering, but we'll follow through on that. Thank you.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for coming in, and as you know, I'm a frequent user of Trellisca Park. Are there things, what can the City Council actually do to help you with, apart from the big water issues, what can we actually do to help you with paths or anything else that you actually could do with, whether it's planting or anything?
That's a good question, thanks Ray. At the moment, the Trellisca Park Group works in partnership with the paid employees of the council. So we work really closely with the pest control people, the Berrimpore nursery, with the tracks people, the people that maintain the tracks. And so far, actually, they do an amazing job. And if you're trying to save money, that would be an area that you shouldn't cut from, but the relationship means that it works quite well. Question?
Ray, have you got any follow-up questions?
Yes, regarding the fixing of the tracks, are the tracks, I know we have a lower track and the upper track, are there any other tracks that you would actually like to develop up there? Because I find that the park is actually, it's a huge park, and there are things that may be able to be done to actually make it more interesting.
No, we're not planning any new tracks. Because your staff are so stretched, every time you build a new track, you really should employ some more staff to look after them. So no, we're not planning any new tracks.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Ian.
Thank you.
Finished well. Dominic's not here, so Ian Patterson, would you like to have 5 minutes now?
Hi, my name is Ian Patterson. I live in Brooklyn, and my primary concern is the provision of a healthy and safe, comprehensive cycling network for Wellington. The cycling network is positive climate action and promotes emission reduction. I'd like to refer you to page 8 of your 10-year plan document. And what do you see? A cycleway, yay, great. A parent transporting 2 children on a bike. What kind of bike is it? It's a cargo bike. But perhaps it should be called a car-no bike because it's not a car. But this bike is the new SUV. Sustainable urban vehicle. There it is. And it's thanks to the cycleway development that we have an increasing number of cargo bikes in Wellington, and we need more, and we need to complete the comprehensive cycling network. In Brooklyn, we have a cycleway, but it's not finished. We've got a transitional approach, and we need a transformational approach. And when you go up Victoria Street and you go up Brooklyn Hill, it's not connected. When you get past Kōrau Drive, there's no connection. It's not there. You have to fight for yourself, really. And then once you've made it all the way up to the top of the Brooklyn Hill and you're going to head down into Brooklyn, there's no connection there either. So there are gaps and there are scope for improvement, and we really need to make sure we complete the healthy and safe, comprehensive cycling network. And as part of this, we need to promote more cycling, get more people on bikes. We've got an awesome track around Kōrau Park, and we've got another one around Vogelbaum Park, and they are great opportunities to introduce cycling to young and old if necessary. And I think a little campaign to promote cycling and make more use of those tracks would increase the cycling participation in Wellington and be a great start to get new people, young and old, onto bikes. And that's my main comments about the cycling network. I have one or two other comments to make in terms of consideration of the 10-year plan. I think the sports field maintenance could be improved so that sports fields are prepared for their sporting engagement, or either the winter sport or the summer sport. At the moment, there's gaps on the field and they throw sand on it. I just don't think it's really taken seriously. And whatever happened to Guy Fawkes Day? If you can bring back Guy Fawkes Day, that'd be great, but the other fireworks are very much appreciated. Parking, I think parking should be free for electric vehicles. and maybe half price for hybrids and full price for ICEs. I think there's changes afoot to put road charges on electric vehicles, so surely you can make some parking changes as well. And please, don't put parking charges on motorcycles. I don't think it's a great idea. Motorcycles are an awesome form of transport and it shouldn't be discouraged by leaving them with parking. And the libraries. We had a nervous spot a little while ago when someone was thought they were going to start playing with the scope of the libraries. The libraries are awesome, the staff are awesome, and it's a really important community facility, and it should be encouraged and operated to the full. In conclusion, I say, we are really enjoying our cycling. So please no piking on the biking network.
Thank you, Ian. Nice little rhyme team with that. We don't have any more speakers, so I'm going to let Councillor Chung have a bonus question.
Thanks very much, Ian. Regarding Kōrau Park, it's a park that I go to fairly frequently, and I get feedback from a lot of residents that parents take their children in strollers and things around there, but there's a conflict between them and the cyclists. Do you actually see this at all?
That's potentially, yes. Yeah, it could be. But I don't think the strollers go all the way around the whole park, so perhaps the biking starts here. Kind of might be an option.
So do you think we should separate the two in the park?
Possibly you could sectionalise it off, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ian. And we will now break for morning tea, back at 12:45. 10:45, sorry. Right. Anna. You've got 5 minutes.
Kia ora koutou, ko ana aho. I've got Sean Blackwell and Erika Hislop are going to be here supporting what I'm saying. I did respond on quite a few questions, but the main focus of what I want, seeing as it's such a short time, is just to talk about the council support for arts and culture, which is hugely important. I know, you know, there's a lot of grief around about some of the physical aspects of the city, but the arts and culture are what make a place where you want to be. And in my end of my submission, the comments I made there, I support keeping the budget the same, but some changes. Arts and cultural activities are hugely important to the well-being of the people of Wellington and its identity as the creative capital. It's vital that Wellington City Council supports events like Newtown Festival. For those that don't know, I'm one of the organisers of Newtown Festival, and these two guys are both working on it with us. But it's particularly challenging times, and other funding avenues are really drying up. So the support from the City Council for that whole sector is hugely important for it to be able to thrive. And having that thrive is crucial to the how young people see Wellington. So in the priorities for the long-term plan, the public consistently ranked in their feedback very highly more funding for the arts and cultural sectors and making our cultural diversity more visible. Now, a huge free event like Newtown Festival, it's hard to quantify what it's providing to the city because it's not ticketed, but it's an enormous benefit in so many ways. And it completely ticks all the boxes of the Ahutini strategy that is at the core of the council's arts policies. The Newtown Festival absolutely exemplifies these priorities and contributes enormously to the cultural, creative and economic well-being of an enormous number of Wellingtonians while raising the profile of the city as a place where people from all walks of life want to live, work and play. So Sean and Eddie are both going to say a few words about how they see it.
Kia ora koutou katoa, ko Sean Blackwell tōku ingoa, ko Tiatiawa Rawa, ko Ngāti Mutunga ngā iwi. To start with a quote from Christchurch councillor Andre Moore, the arts and creative sector contributes 4.3% to New Zealand's GDP. For perspective, agriculture makes up 3.6% of GDP. If agriculture is the backbone of Aotearoa, what does that make arts and culture? I think this highlights just how important arts funding is to New Zealand and especially New Zealand's creative capital. With creatives continually moving overseas in droves in search of greater opportunities and more support, it feels more important than ever to be investing in our creative future, especially when Wellington's name is marketed on just how creative and diverse it is. Having been one of these opportunity seekers myself, I can speak to the importance of creative support and just how valued arts and culture were in the City of London. A clear reason for why so many creative Kiwis are heading there. But, of course, there's a reason I came back to Wellington. I love this city and its vibrancy, and I don't need to tell any of you how diverse and vibrant a city we have here. And we can't afford to undervalue or lose that. Thank you.
Yeah, just to again highlight, we think that's quite important. There needs to be, more funds for new events, just because, new upcoming stuff is really important to just keep people engaged in Wellington. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Are there any questions?
Not at this time. Oh, yes, there is.
Yeah, kia ora Anna and tēnā korua. Thank you for coming today, but what I did want to know is what percentage of funding does Newtown Arts Festival get from Wellington City Council?
So we are funded less than, so what, in our last round, and this isn't meant to be specifically about Newtown Festival, but that we will be coming up for our next funding application in a while, 200,000 altogether for an event that's worth close to $1 million if you quantify every aspect of the funding that's, what's spent on performers and the infrastructure that we support and so on. So that amount of funding from the City Council, and then a whole lot more funding we have to have masses of stalls, and then grants and a little bit of support from other places. But we're really worried that those other places are shrinking. That's the problem.
Yeah. Great. Thanks, Anna. That helps.
Yep, thanks, Anna. Next, we have Grant and Thomas from Kōrau Regional Council who are online.
Kia ora, everyone. So, yeah, let's just see if Grant's there. Yes, so you probably have a submission, just a brief note on buses. So really, the purpose of this submission is to say thank you to Wellington City Council from us as the Regional Council and the Public Transport Authority for the work that you are doing and we are doing together to support buses and people who use buses through the city. I won't go through the submission, but basically the 3 points were that we really support the joint approach to investment in the kind of rapid transit corridors for buses through the city, and the immediate work on this around the Golden Mile and the additional public transport spine or second spine parallel to the Golden Mile. Second point is just flagging the concept of resilient infrastructure for roads as we get EVs. We're about a third of our fleet of buses in Wellington, slightly less than a third is EVs, and they are heavier, as you probably all know. So thinking about resilience, that's going to be a collective problem for us to manage. And thirdly, related to that is just thinking that maybe we could work together with the Transport Agency to work on how we could get some additional funding mechanisms to cater to that as EVs become more. Well, ideally, we'll have a full fleet of EVs, and that will certainly, we expect create more, require more funding for the roads to be maintained as a result of those heavier vehicles. So, just a brief one to say thanks for the work and to flag those points. Thanks.
Grant, do you want to add anything else?
No, I think that, thank you very much. And I don't think we need to add anything. Just simply that this is in support of the joint work from both councils, acknowledging where we have got to since the ending of the Let's Get Wellington Moving. And we have a really good program which has been worked up between the officers of both councillors. And we're really looking forward to working with Wellington City to addressing some of the longer term issues, which are around reducing the congestion, supporting the decarbonisation of transport and the economic prosperity and growth of Wellington City and the greater region. So thank you.
Okay, we have a few questions, so I'll start with Councillor Winera.
Kia ora, fellas, thanks for coming along. Hey, just to put you on the spot a little bit, and with your bus hat on while we're talking about them, do you have any thoughts about cycleway interaction with buses on Lambton versus Featherston versus the Keys?
Well, I think it's obviously a tricky issue, balancing road space allocation for all users. I guess that is really a question for the road controlling authority, not to kick it back at you. But I think we have been working through this quite well at the officer level. Grant might want to comment on it more, but yeah, we as an organisation, we tend to want to prioritise room for buses. Lots of people take buses, and so that tends to be our starting point. But we also want to have a good, well-flowing transport system that provides maximum options for people. So yeah, we certainly support the cycleway work as well. So I don't have a particular answer to those specific corridors, and I think whatever I say now might be out of date compared to what the officers have decided is the best option right now. So I might just dodge that one slightly.
No worries, thank you.
Councillor Free.
Thank you for making the point about the damage that the EVs cause because of the extra weight. Now, we know some of your vehicles are overweight when they're heavily laden with passengers, and we had an MOU for a contribution, but I understand that money wasn't paid. Is there, are you aware of that?
I'm not aware. I can see Grant mulling it over in his mind. I don't know if he's aware. Grant, do you know?
No, I don't know at this point.
No. We don't know. We can take that. We can take that away.
You are aware of the MOU that we've got. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
for a
Yes. Yes. We've
contribution.
talked about it.
And my other question is, how much work? Because the bus fares going up is a bit of a blow, especially given as you are also asking for a 19.8% rates rise. How much work is being done on the actual benefit to Wellington versus, you know, how do you justify how much you're charging Wellington city ratepayers and putting up bus fares at this time? Is there work done to look at the costs and the benefits?
Yeah, I mean the fares basically we've tried to keep fares down as much as we can over the last 3 years, and so essentially we are playing catch up with inflation, with the fare increases. So we are facing extreme cost increases. We've also had a signal from the government, as you will have seen in the GPS, the draft government policy statement, that they are going to be looking for more fare box recovery, which means higher fares. And there is less money being signalled for public transport from the Transport Agency. So that also signals, higher fares and possibly cutting services as well. I mean, we obviously don't want to do that, desperately don't want to do that. But yeah, we've tried to balance the rate increases with the fare increases. When I've just been reading through the submissions on our long-term plan, and there are opposing views, right? There's a group of submitters who are saying, I would rather you put up rates and kept public transport fares lower. And then there's a group of people on the other side who are saying, I would rather you put up transport fares higher and kept rates lower. So we've tried to strike a balance, and yes, there's a lot of analysis on who benefits and how we balance that all.
Has there been any thought given to a fare cap, like a weekly fare cap?
Yes, certainly, and we actually agreed on Thursday last week to introduce a fare cap, both a daily fare cap and a weekly fare cap, when we have the national ticketing solution, which we're expecting to roll out in parts of Canterbury later this year, possibly earlier this next year, and then about 12 months after that in Wellington. So we can't do it quicker than that. I would like to, but we won't be able to get the funding assistance from the Transport Agency to do that work under our current ticketing system, given that it's being built by the Transport Agency for the future ticketing system. So there's no way to do it quicker, but we are going as quick as we can. And we've kind of squared away everything we need to do on our side as the Public Transport Authority to facilitate those fare capping products.
Councillor Randall.
Thanks, Thomas, and thanks also, I think, for the work that officers are doing to without Let's Get Wellington Moving, getting together and working to sort out the plan to go forward. My question is actually related to fares, and it's really about getting some more detail on the Wellington City Council submission to your regional council about whether the relatively high fare recovery, the much higher fare recovery that Wellington City Council bus users use, whether the council will be looking at that as part of perhaps when the rejig of the fares are going to happen at the end of next year.
Yeah, I think it's probably best to deal with that when we go through your submission to our LTP, because there's a bunch of work that we can do on that is being done now, ready for tomorrow for the hearings on our LTP. But yes, I think we'll be happy to look at that and to talk about the differential fare recovery between different parts of the region with the public transport fares. Yes, and also agree with you that it is going. It's really nice to see the cooperation and the kind of progress and the less bureaucratic approach post Let's Get Wellington Moving.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora. One of the sort of horror views of the buses going to EV sometimes is the ones that get stuck up the Noronga Gorge because they've broken down, and that's sort of embedded in the minds of some of my residents. So are you able just to talk a bit about how the technology on EV buses has progressed, since you first started purchasing them to when you think you'll be 100% in terms of reliability and the like?
Probably not an expert on that, but just to say that, so we have the procurement of the EVs is done primarily by the bus companies that operate the services, but we obviously have a role in helping to guide that and providing input. I know that it is, the EV buses are getting better and getting cheaper as time goes on. There's obviously a range, right? There's kind of a range of producers, and so you need to strike a balance between getting a really good EV at a relatively high price, or a slightly less good EV at a slightly lower price, and the time over the time scale over which you kind of amortize your purchase makes a difference to this. So that does have a bearing on some of our contracting work, which we will be doing. We're starting to do some of that now, and over the next couple of years, I think our first contracts will go out to tender. Maybe next year, Grant. I think we'll start to see that happening. So, and those are long contracts, right? They're kind of 10, possibly longer years, and that's the point at which we can have the biggest influence over the turnover of our fleet and the electrification of the fleet.
Great, thank you, Thomas and Grant. Tim, you're up next.
Thank you. First of all, I must apologise that our chairperson, Jill Day, is unable to be here today. She's been at a major political conference in Auckland over the last few days and was unable to get back this morning. My name's Tim Davin on the Tawa Community Board. We understand the trade-offs that Council need to make at the moment between being financially, socially and environmentally responsible is a major priority. I believe that the local government sector needs to approach central government to develop new funding tools. However, there's still a number of improvements needed in the Tawa community. There are 2 community centres in Tawa, one in Linden and one in Tawa itself. We have concerns about the recently reduced hours for staff in both community centres and the corresponding reduction in services to the community. There is no ongoing funding for the staff in the Linden Community Centre, and this is of great concern and may involve the closure of the Linden Community Centre for extended periods of time. Also, the Tawa Community Centre and the Mervyn Kemp Library could be rationalised. They're currently quite old buildings and we believe no longer fit for purpose. We think there could be major benefits in combining both facilities into a modern facility with additional potentially residential and commercial interests in the same building to make it more commercially viable. Regarding the Granada North Sports Hub, the board and the sporting community are very pleased that investigations are undertaking way and they are very constructive. We would like to make sure that those the corresponding capital works follow in subsequent years. They are currently in the long-term plan and would like to make sure they remain. There is a widespread concern with the proposal to introduce parking in Tawa 7 days a week. The business community, the church-going community and the wider community are very concerned. We'd like to point out that Tawa is unique in that it's the only shopping centre in Wellington City that competes with another local authority's major shopping centre, the North City Plaza, which has free parking. On the one hand, we're very appreciative of the council supporting the business improvement district in Tawa, but on the other hand, are undermining that very funding with introducing paid parking, which will incentivise people to go to Paurua. There is a lot of concern in the Tawa community. Many of us board members have been approached in the street by people. There is much social media activity. Flyers have been placed under windscreen wipers. And ministers have raised the evils of paid parking on Sundays in Tawa. Clearly, there is a rebellion underway in the normally conservative Tawa. On waste management, the board agrees with the need to reduce the amount of waste to landfills and proposals to separate organics. Hence, we support the preferred option in the long-term plan. We think there is definitely value in offering alternative size bins and matching price adjustments that will incentivise waste reduction. However, we are concerned that there is no infrastructure for diverting food waste. We also think that the Council needs to consider waste services for multi-unit development, particularly considering the ongoing numbers in Wellington City. In many cases, these services are funded directly by the residents, and they have no recycling facilities and no incentives to reduce waste. We think this is an area that has been missed. In summary, while we understand the pressures on Council, there are still some important issues that need to be addressed in the Tawa community. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Do we have any questions? Tony.
Question is around the paid suburban parking meters. I know you talked about how widespread it is, but I was wondering if you could elaborate in terms of maybe numbers of people. Have you come across people in Tawa who support it at all, or is it pretty universal?
I have never come across anybody in Tawa who thinks it's a good idea. Okay. And I know quite a few people in various organisations.
Okay, and so the other thing is, in terms of the community facility rebuild, I mean, in terms of the age and that sort of stuff, is that a problem for Tawa in terms of community meetings and things like that, and where it's at?
We just think there could be far more use of the facility and some other alternative uses added to the facility, and combining it with the library could in fact make staff efficiencies as well.
Okay. Thanks, Tim.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you for your submission. Just on the waste issue, when I've heard from the Tawa community in previous iterations, they've sort of said, well, look, we've got gardens and we're doing composting, but it is your view that we need a citywide service?
There is, yes, yeah. There aren't many community gardens in Tawa, 2 or 3, but insufficient.
Okay, but do a lot of people do their composting at home?
I've got no information on that, but I assume they do, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora, Tim. I'm just wondering if you can paint a bit of a picture about the issues with Spicer landfill that might be informing some of the views around green waste and what that means for Tawa locals.
Look, I'm not aware. I have. We made some comment on the Pōra City landfill management proposals, and there's good alignment between them and Wellington City, and I don't think that's coincidence. That's I think these discussions have taken place. So that's about all I can comment, really.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Tim. Regarding parking on the main street of Tawa, one of the rules or one of the parameters that the council uses for considering charging for parking is an 85% utilisation. Have you ever noticed the parks in the main road of Tawa being motorists being there for all day or for a long time, or do you think that they turn over fairly regularly?
Well, I think they do turn over, but as I understand it, analysis has been done for Tawa, and it doesn't meet the threshold for parking meters applied within their own council policy at the moment.
We have no more questions, so thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Gareth Thomas.
G'day, folks. Thanks for this opportunity. Really appreciate it. It's like being surrounded by celebrities so far. In a Wellington way. So political students among you will know the phrase or the quote, the government is us, we are the government, you and I. So I thought that's why I'd come here and put some meat on the bone of my submission, which is rather binary. So kicking off with water, I fully support your proposal, and I note in the wording it says it's a priority for council. I think it should be the priority for council, so fully behind you on what you want to do there. On waste, particularly on food waste, it's a no for now until you have a real firm pathway ahead about what you want to do. I don't see that in the documents yet. It's a great call, I think, working with other councils. So for me, that's status quo. Insurance, perpetual fund, great idea to get some cash back and it's sitting in a better place, but I wouldn't pull out of the airport completely, so I'd sell some shares, have a little financial boost, but still have maintain some shares so you have that influence around the table at the airport. Parking fees, okay, probably the most contentious for a lot of people. I noticed the wording with parking fees, better manage high demand. Well, I don't agree with that, and I'll come to why in a second. The same with motorcycle parking. It says manage occupancy appropriately. Well, if you want to do that, just go down the route of managing it through time limits rather than charging me, because charging me, payment for me is just punishment, okay? If you really want it, if you're really serious and authentic about demand, go for the time limits, and your wardens can keep an eye on that. For Kandala Pool, it's a sad end after 100 years, but I just don't think you have any option but to close it unless you can go into a triple P with that. Wadestown Community Centre, the same with that. That's sad, but you note there are a number of other options within the community you can use. So I agree with that. Fireworks, totally agree with your call there. Some might say, and I would say, that 2 is too many. But heading it back to 1, I think, is a really good call, so fully support you. Arapaki, yes, look, you have other options in the city. Great call, putting some services out to our satellite libraries, so I agree with that. Skating facilities, I'm not a skater myself, but fully agree with having facilities. Whenever I pass them, what I see is kids having a great time, and they're out in the open and they're not on their phones, right? So I fully support giving them all the options they can to have fun and engage with each other and do good things for fitness rather than not giving them options. They also don't have much of a voice, so that's why I'm kind of speaking for them as well. I'm going to combo 2 here, Hut Road and Bike Network. For me, this is a stop/pause because I would prefer the focus to be on water. And also, the more you're digging up for changes to the network, whether it be roads or cycleways, the more roadworks and frustration you cause, so just please stick to the water on that one. And finally, the brochure, absolutely agree, just axe it, and but still do a version of it, but make it available online and some copies in your libraries. So thank you for having me.
Thanks, Gareth. I think you covered everything in the consultation document, so very impressive. We'll start with Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. So if status quo on the waste, do you want a bigger landfill? Thank you.
I don't have the detail on that. I can only go with what the information I have in front of me. So my concern is more about what you're looking with the food waste. I can't make a decision on what I'm presented with.
Okay, so we are. Do you know that we're putting in an application to MFE to deal with it? No. Okay.
Councillor Randall.
So thank you for a model around the feedback. What I was going to ask about in terms of your prioritisation, you've been very considered in saying not enough. Do you think this, stopping those things and potentially lowering the rates, is that one of the things that you are looking for as well?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
If you stop some of these things, like if you halt or pause the waste, the cycleways, the roading projects, and focus on water, are you looking to divert the money to water, or do you want to actually have lower rates?
My priority is water.
Okay, thank you. That's what I want to know.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Gareth. We'll just have a slight change here. Ian Hutchings.
Thank you, good morning. Thank you for listening. Look, as a start point, I think I should just sort of come back to the point that you, as a council, have the powers to forcibly levy rates on all the citizens in Wellington. And that means you have to do it in a responsible manner, and you need to do it with open minds. And that means you should be able to change, and I hope you are. In your document, you say you're talking about an annual increase of 7% over the 10-year period. In fact, it's 7.1, but that's not the real story, is it? Because the real story includes the sludge levy, and that's kind of committed. You're down the track of that. You're building pour and concrete. So that's going to happen. So you can call it what you like. It's a quirk of the way it's put together to take the capital off the balance sheet. But at the end of the day, to council, you may have different names to it, but for the ratepayer, it's just rates. All you're doing is paying more. So you need to add, to be realistic, you need to add the levy right into your charges and make sure that people understand exactly what they're being charged for. And so we're talking about 10% actually over the 10-year period of the plan, but 10.7 or somewhere around there. So it's not 7 point something, it's 10. And then you look at the numbers again and you say, well, if it's 10% on average, how on earth did you manage to get 18% in the first year, which is what you propose? The 3-year average you propose is something like 15 and a bit percent. I guess the purpose of having a long-term plan, in my view, is let you and the city look forward. And in looking forward, you can take into account things you know are going to happen in the future, balance them into the budget, and make sure the budget is, in fact, a smooth and balanced budget. Obviously, you didn't get the memo on that one. But I suggest that I would mark your planning for the forward as a fail. You haven't got a smooth financial plan across 10 years. You've got lumps, 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 and it dribbles away. And if I go back to the 2023-24 submissions, which you're probably aware of, it's in your consultation document, the purpose of da-da-da-da-da-da. Set a budget we can afford and stick to it. Some things have to be left out meantime. Council need to focus on this, this and this. You need to keep the rates down too. That's a quotation that you brought forward from your last year and put it in your consultation document. So I don't want to run out of time, but I think we need to remember that future lower rates, as promised, probably won't be generated by this council. It'll be a different set of councils over the next 5 or 10 years. And the question is, can the council's costs be realistically thought as being stable? I look at the sludge treatment plants. In 2020, the estimate, top level estimate, was 200, with a note saying it may vary a bit. Now it's 400. So you wonder whether the costs in the future can really be kept alone. So I suggest, very simply, you should start how you mean to go on. You mean to give us a 10% average annual rates increase? I think you should start now, next year, 10%. To me, that is the thing you should be looking at and say, that's the number that you propose to do everything you want to do. Why don't you stick to it? Why on earth are we going up to 18? Obviously, you need to cut things back to do that. And from your data, it's transport that needs to be deferred. You haven't given us detailed information on the big lump of money called other stuff. Your financial strategy just says water, 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 transport and other stuff. We don't know what the other stuff is. So from the budget you've given us, transport has to have a chop. But I want to quickly talk about rubbish and organic waste. I don't think it's a good idea. We've got a cost of living crisis. You're proposing further non-contestable costs to be added to ratepayers, even those who don't use them or don't need them. You talk of arrangement with other councils and central government funding. Are these sorted out? The answer is no. There's no central government money. You need to be realistic about this. You're going to put up the costs of rubbish collection for the whole of the city, and you're going to force everybody to pay it, whether they like it or not. 60% of people have walked away from council's rubbish service because they're not satisfactory to them. They've decided to do something else. Now, if you can manage to put forward a proposal that covers the 40% you do now, maybe talking with the waste company saying, can you arrange something that does organic waste for us and make sure we know what the charges are? Great. Up to you. But as it is now, I disagree. Quickly on the airport, I should say, in your plan you say it's time to talk trash. Well, I think it's a lot of rubbish. Sale of Auckland shares, maybe a good idea, not yet. I think you do more work on it, and in doing that work, you should actually work through it next year and say, is it a good idea? Give us some real numbers, real figures, real information, and then put it to the public. Put it out to referendum. See what the public say. It's their rates and it's their airport. So thanks for listening and happy taking the questions. I think I've got 2 seconds.
Thanks, Ian. I'll just say this is effectively a referendum because people come and tell us what they think. Just one.
Not a total referendum. It's a very small referendum. You need a big referendum. Everybody should say something.
I agree with you.
All right. I was gonna get some questions, but thanks.
Send it by email. I'll answer.
All right. So, Councillor Pennant, Ednaraman, and Randall, can you please email them?
Thanks, Ayana.
We have no further speakers at the moment, so we'll just have a 5-minute adjournment.
Right through the Red Rocks was purchased by council for refuse disposal. That was the designated reason you bought it. That's why you used the Public Works Act to buy that whole block of land. So confining yourself to a simple first gully is maybe short-sighted thinking. But if you need a bigger landfill, you need a bigger landfill. It's as simple as that. The city has rubbish. Every city has rubbish. You should try and minimise that rubbish. And when you finish minimising it, you know how much more you need. Does that help? Oh yeah, water. Look, I think you can never invest enough in water. The real thing to recognise is the life cycle of the assets. You don't actually know whether your life cycle is going to be 60 years, 70 years, or 80 years for a bit of pipe in. Some pipes you put in, you think you're going to get 60, you get 50. Some you get 70. So the real hard chart is to decide when you actually go into renewals and the like. And that's the tricky part. But I think you can always say you never invested enough, but you've invested enough to keep it going so far. In the last 10, I've been away from 20 years, but in the last 20 years, I'd say when I wasn't there, you've probably put in a little bit less than you should have, and we probably put in less than we should have when we were in there. But hey, it's what it is, and we have to deal with it today. You can't change the past, unfortunately. My God, it'd be great if we could.
All right. Well, no, we're going to keep going. Come on. We've got no speakers after you at the moment, so...
Hello, go for your life.
Councillor Abdurrahman, you can ask your question.
Well, I want you to elaborate a little bit regards to the airport sale you talk about. And in your submission, you said it wasn't much information provided.
Yeah.
According to Councillor Brown, this has been a very good return. We have been getting good return from airport. And capital value doubled in the last 10 years.
It's not a speech,
and
Councillor.
What do you think?
Not a speech.
I'll answer it for you now.
Yep.
Information. There's a comparison made with the superannuation fund, which is a accumulation-only fund. There are no dividends paid from that fund. Okay. What I think would be useful to have is some information on capital and return, and capital increase and return information for several funds. You need to be clear, I think, whether you're talking about totally offshore, because if it's going to be an insurance protection, resilience protection thing, you get a cyclone, you get a Christchurch earthquake, it affects the whole country. So you're really talking about offshore investments. You need to say it up front. Be clear about it, where you're going to put it offshore. It may be a good idea. I just think it needs more work to get it back to a better position.
Great, thanks, Ian.
A follow-up question would be...
No follow-up question. No more. We're going to have a quick adjournment until we have our next speaker. So we'll have a break.
Thanks for the extra time.
would you like to come and give us your submission?
Kia ora koutou. So the three major proposals, I'm being a little bit sort of left field with my submission, but key proposal 1, increasing spending on Three Waters Network. I am not supporting any of the options because I think that the approach to Simeon Brown and looking at alternative funding and for separate water structure would be a really good idea, and it seems like that could be, in fact, accomplished in very short time. And irrespective of that first point, we also know that Wellington Water, even if you throw lots more money at them, are simply not in the position to use it. And you've got another 10-year plan coming up in 3 years' time. Why not either give an option where the Wellington Water can be invoicing up to a cap based on its actual CapEx or OpEx expenditure, or decide now on a much reduced sum of money for the next 3 years, approximately 1.5 billion, and include the rollout of water meters. I really don't understand why there's such a delay in water meters, because councils up and down the country are already doing it, and every time they do it, it's fantastic. Why do we need to go into a consultation phase? Second point is that we live in a very small town house kind of place in Mount Victoria, and there are heaps of long, narrow, small properties all along Brougham Street, and they have 1 metre wide in their backyard. For how many rubbish tins and what size rubbish tins? It's just over the top. And if you look at option C, it gives you exactly the same options in terms of, in fact, it's better financially for the council and for ratepayers. And the smaller bags are actually less wind, such a problem in the wind. So it just gives people the chance, especially to encourage downsizing with rubbish instead of very, very large bins. The recycling in glass, same sort of option, that if there's a provisor, essentially no difference for the council between the costs of a 240 litre or a 140 litre bin. Why don't you offer people a choice of bin size? Our 140 is doing just fine, no need to replace, and you can save some money there. Third thing is the airport, managing insurance and investment risk, and my preferred option is don't know, because I don't know if you've properly looked at this whole concept of parametric insurance. And I also think that you've had public workshops in early 2023 told the council that preparing to withstand and adapt to climate change was one of its most urgent priorities. And over again, people are telling you about nature-based solutions to adaptation. If you get any money spare at all, rather than putting it into investment, waiting with the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, what about spending whatever money you have got, resources, to actually prevent and, act against, put protection in place? And you haven't yet spent, I don't think, enough money on nature-based solutions that will help protect the City Council against some of the extreme climate events that may come. So that's it, really. I think that, if you walk away from the City Council, from your share in the airport, there's two things: an effective controlling influence and the concept of a golden share. I'm not sure how much these things have been discussed, but even as a minority shareholder, it is possible for a City Council, which admittedly owns all the land or most of has huge control everywhere around the airport. The airport has to have an important relationship with the council and has to be thinking about what the council's needs are in order to be successful. So Why can't the council have a stronger influence and really push that and look at that golden share or effective controlling influence, even as a minority shareholder? Done.
Thank you, Sally. All right. We've got Thomas online. Your time's up.
Time's up?
Yep, time's up.
Sorry.
That's all right. We now have Thomas online.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Yeah, we're just submitting in relation to the paid parking as part of the Miramar bid and Enterprise Miramar. We're happy to discuss paid parking that needs to be done in consideration of safe movement of buses, pedestrians, cyclists, looking at limited parking times, consideration to loading zones, and we think there are possible places where probably if you're looking at generating revenue, which is that can be done from paid parking, but as part of a whole proper consultation process is pretty much in line with how we understood the Miramar, the bids were, or particularly in the case of the Miramar bid, how it was, the reason it was conceived in the first place. So that's pretty much it from us, if there's any questions.
Is there any questions? Councillor Chan.
Thanks very much, Thomas. Regarding the congestion in Miramar, do you think that it's only around the major points like around Weta Studios, around the shopping area on Park Road, but the rest of the Miramar is actually quite free? There's plenty of parking, adequate parking in the side streets in there?
No, and it just obviously the issue, and I think we look at it not just in the bid area, but also towards the airport, around Wexford Street and the like, and we have made suggestions to council about limiting time and things around those other areas. But the problem is, I think it is pushing the problem out, so we need to look at it holistically, and it needs to be forward thinking. There's some significant developments currently proposed for Miramar, which will again put more stress on parking. So the planning has to be done taking those into consideration, and we haven't really seen any real proper planning in that respect. Hopefully that answers your question.
Councillor Free.
Thank you, Thomas. Can I just ask you to clarify your position on the paid suburban parking, assuming it's kind of mostly concentrated around the Miramar shopping area? Is Enterprise Miramar supportive of that or not supportive of that?
And the way it's been presented to us, all we can do is object to it, unfortunately. It doesn't really, it's the way it's just asking if we're supporting or disagreeing. In its current form, we're against it, but we're happy to have the discussion of paid parking. And if you're doing paid parking and it's the main reason for paid parking, we would look closer to around the airport area. We think there's one great ability to generate income there, and it would be probably a lot more, a lot easier sell.
Okay, so your main point was that you want to have the discussion rather than you can't support this proposal, but you're quite interested in having a discussion.
Absolutely,
okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Councillor Randall.
Yes, thank you. You're representing a number of businesses, but in terms of the reaction of businesses to this proposal. I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more about, how many, what their reaction was when the proposal was put to them, and why you were being so focused on this particular element of the long-term plan.
Mainly, most of the reaction was pretty negative. But we've had that in the past, that when we've actually, so a good example of how the bid worked previously was with the cycle waste, our Miramar Ave. We had a lot of negative responses, but when we spent a lot of time understanding what council was trying to achieve, working very closely with the technical team within the council, and speaking to and canvassing the owners of those various businesses, and a lot of it they saw merit by and large, and we got a very good resolution. It sort of changed in the implementation of it, unfortunately, but on the whole, I think just because they were initially negative we need to explore that further, but that's done not just with consultation with the council, it's also with our own members, and an understanding from the council first what you're trying to achieve, which we did have a meeting a few weeks ago, which that helped trying to understand what the purpose was, hence why I bring up revenue. So obviously that was a purpose, one of the purposes for it, and to better utilise the resource. But if you're wanting to better utilise the resource, it's just one instrument. It needs to be done in conjunction with a whole variety of instruments and a better understanding of what the pressures are. Sorry, just one. We represent the businesses, but to be fair to say, a lot of the business owners are also residents, and we seem to have a reasonably good rapport with quite a lot of the residents as well.
Okay, so the residents are also over in Miramar, because I'm from the Northern Wards, but so the residents in Miramar are also concerned?
Yes, yeah, they are.
Okay, thank you very much.
But I'd say that some of them are also suffering from the not being able to park in front of their own houses, and it only getting worse, and it's been like that for some time. So we're very keen to try and not be just business centric, and look at the community as a whole, and work closely with the local authority and coming up with the best solutions, rather than imposing one thing which we think will be extremely unpopular if it's done in its current form.
Okay, so thank you for your feedback, and also thank you for being so positive in terms of working with us.
No, thank you. You're welcome.
Great, thank you, Thomas.
Thank you.
Move on to our next speaker. Quinn, you're up now. Cool. You've got 5 minutes. You can come up to the podium.
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here. And my name is Qing, and I have been resident in New Zealand for nearly 20 years. And also, I think I have the right to speak here. And so I will. I think I need to slow down. So I will talking about some things which I have my expertise on. So basically, it's on the public finance, and also, so my comments basically on. I have a few comments. The first comment is on the consultation process itself, and the other comments are on the budget planning. So in terms of the consultation process, I would think it can be improved in order to increase the reach So I will talk about my comment first, and then if you have any questions, and then I will just answer your questions. That's my first comments on the consultation process. And my first comments in regard to the budget plan itself is that I can see the budget plan does not seem to have seem to be guided by the long-term plan. And also, I think in terms of the budget plan itself, the budget itself does not have it's not guided by some kind of long-term, the expenditure, financial strategy, and guided by any kind of expenditure, long-term expenditure frameworks. That's my first comment in regard to the budget. My second comment in regard to the budget is that the expenditure. Yes, I think I talked about that already. The expenditure does not seem to be guided by the long-term, long-term plan, and also long-term financial strategies, and also long-term expenditure frameworks. So my third comment in regard to the budget itself is that the project selection should be guided by the long-term development plans, and also in terms of how, and also you need to have some kind of plans in terms of how are you going to finance those projects. And I didn't see that in the plan. And also my third comment in regard to the plan is the plan does not seem to have include two very important components. The first one is how are you going to develop the local economy, and that's one thing is missing. The other thing missing is that the plan does not seem to cover how are you going to tackle the waste. How are you going to tackle the wasting in the public expenditure, and also how are you going to do the cost saving? How are you going to improve the efficiency, especially at the current at the current environment? And we know there are some, I think, in terms of the public projects, and also I can see with my own eyes there are some waste, there are some replications, duplications, things like that. Another comment is in terms of the rate increase, and the increase. I think if you increase the waste, if you increase the rate, you are going to significantly increase the cost of living, which for both the ratepayers and also for the for renters as well. So and will significantly increase the probably people living in poverty of that sort of things. And another comment for me is that I would like to see more the financial transparencies within the plan. So I would like to see how are you going to how in the past those the council spend their money, is where do you spend your money, and also I would like to see some more financial accountabilities in terms of the within the plan. For example, you need to have a small monitoring and evaluation, that sort of things within the plan. And
your time's up, so just a final comment if you'd like. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you. Right. Okay, thank you. So any questions?
No questions, sorry, your time is finished. We'll go online. We'll go online to James Ross from the Taxpayers Union. About 10 minutes.
Morning all. My name is James Ross. I'm the Policy and Public Affairs Manager at the New Zealand Taxpayers Union, and we're a taxpayer and ratepayer advocacy group with a mission of lower taxes, less waste, and more accountability. It's the first of those that I'm going to kick off with, and I know we used fairly strong language in our written submission, but I feel like I really do need to hammer the point home that the rate hikes being proposed in this long-term plan are just, for so many working people, they are just untenable. You know, they'd see the city's rates burden almost triple over the next 10 years, and even discounting the sludge levy, rate hikes in every year of this LTP in the forecast period would be well outside the inflation target range. Ratepayers aren't a bottomless pit of money, and clearly, you know, the council is facing financial issues, but at some point, you know, a line in the sand has to be drawn. Wellington isn't a healthy city at the moment, and the city has been hit harder than almost anywhere else in the country by the cost of living crisis. In no small part, that is a result of high housing costs. This plan, by massively increasing the rates burden, will increase the cost of living not only for owner-occupied houses, but also it'll massively increase the prices of rents. The LTP outlines that one of the council's major key objectives is reducing the cost of housing and increasing housing affordability, and I struggle to see how that would be possible under the current framework. Tripling rates will almost certainly breach the council's affordability metrics, so we feel that other methods need to be seriously investigated, and rather than hiking rates quite as dramatically as this plans, clearly there needs to be more effort done to increase the rating base. In our view, intensification needs to be the name of the game, and we are genuinely, we're very pleased with the council's efforts over the last couple of months in terms of efforts to pursue upzoning and advocacy for heritage delisting, but we do feel that more needs to be done in that regard, and questions need to be asked by the council over what it sees as more important, whether it's heritage or whether it's housing, whether it's regulation or whether it's roofs over people's heads. But that is only, of course, one side of a two-sided coin, and making it easier for residents also has to be accompanied by making it easier for businesses. Wellington, at the moment, is not a pro-business city. Given that, 44% of the rates receipts are from businesses, not being a pro-business city is clearly a massive own goal. As of the last ratepayers report, Wellington had the single highest commercial rates in the country, and a huge reason for that is the 3.7 times commercial rates differential. These high costs are passed on to consumers, they're reflected in higher prices, and they are reflected in lower wages. And I do think there needs to be serious conversations about whether this is the most effective way of funding our city. Milking businesses as a cash cow is not sustainable. It does, to some degree, hide the reality of the rates burden from some residents in the short term, but I think the short term is the key takeaway there. People will notice when businesses start failing, and when businesses suffer, the city as a whole suffers. You know, this is no time for overzealous red tape over planning consents or granting of liquor licenses or later opening hours. I think the council needs to be doing everything it can to be more pro-business. Another takeaway that we would have is that a council telling residents that their rates burden needs to triple really ought to be doing more to look for savings. In our view, 54 comms staff is not a prudent use of taxpayers' money, and I think questions should also be asked whether paying over 25% of staff, paying them over 100k, is a justifiable use of ratepayers' money. Like central government, local government needs to be making efforts to reduce its staffing budget, but that is only a small part of the problem of wasteful spending by Wellington City Council. You know, if we look at the town hall, the Golden Mile, the thousands of dollars per household that are being spent on cycleways, or potentially any other, Reading Cinema-esque deals that are lurking in the shadows, I think these are serious issues that this consultation ought to be looking at. There's also millions upon millions of capital tied up in assets that the council may or may not need. I think questions need to be asked: what effect on rates would be had by selling off, say, the Central Library or Shed 6 or even, the Michael Fowler Centre? These are the sort of big questions that need to be asked. And instead of savings, this LTP seems to be looking at what ways it can find to wring more out of residents and out of ratepayers. Take water metering, for example. In principle, that is something that we would be all for. We're all for moves towards a user pays model. But one problem that we are facing in this consultation is that we're finding it difficult to support policy that on the face of it seems like good policy, because I think deep down we know that it is going to end up as just another revenue raising tool, another tax by the back door. And it's difficult to support what would otherwise be good policy when us and residents can see it is just going to become a way of taking more of their money. We have similar governance concerns around the sale of the Wellington Airport shares and the establishment of the Permanent Investment Fund, and that it seems to be being lined up as just a way of allowing the council to borrow more money. Now, selling high-risk assets and using the proceeds to pay down debt to us would be the most sensible plan, but again, there's questions of who's to say the council won't just use that debt headroom to return to form and spend away to its heart's content. The PIF, as it's been proposed, isn't seeking to maximise returns for residents, and in our view, that's not acceptable. And the role of the council is to deliver services and not to be a property manager. It's these sort of political concerns that are being raised in the proposal for the PIF that we feel makes councils unsuited to being property managers. Namely, we're talking about the focus on what's termed green and ethical investment. Now, I think economists make this point every year, and Wellington City Council is far from the only guilty culprit in this regard. But I feel like, all things considered, we need to hammer the point that reducing Wellington's emissions won't have any effect whatsoever on New Zealand's net emissions because of the cap and trade model of the emissions trading scheme. What it will do is allow cities like Tauranga, Auckland, or Christchurch to emit more. And what it will be doing, in effect, is subsidising them to take economic activity away from Wellington City. What it would be doing is burning money without actually reducing emissions. And the only advantage of that is it's a comms boost at the end of the day. You know, it's a political decision. I think we all need to, if we are to focus with this PIF on what's being termed green and ethical investment, we really do need to make more effort to understand how the emissions trading scheme and New Zealand's emissions reduction frameworks function, because reducing the city's emissions in this way will not reduce New Zealand's emissions by a single gram. You know, save that money, use it for something that will benefit the city. Now, obviously, there's huge amounts to cover here, so I'll close up and give you time for questions. But the point I want to leave you on is that Wellington just isn't working at the moment, and this LTP's proposals will make it harder to turn the city's fortunes around. People just don't have the sort of money to stump up what the council is asking of them. And the key takeaway needs to be that we need to go through these documents and these proposals line by line and find any savings that we can for the city's sake, because tripling rates just isn't going to be workable. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Councillor Free.
I was going to ask about the airport, but I think you answered it. Thank you. Okay.
Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora, James. I guess if we take, let's call them some of the unpopular quote-unquote projects, so you throw Cycleways Waste, Golden Mile all together, you're still going to find that we're about $400 million short of the $2.5 billion that Wellington Water have asked that we put forward. So what's your thinking or ideas of how we, how do we handle the rates increase when, if we were to take quote-unquote these projects off the table, we still wouldn't even be meeting our needs for water moving forward?
Sure. Clearly there is huge investment needed for water infrastructure, and we support other methods of revenue raising. So, first of all, expanding the base. I appreciate that's not going to be overnight, but in time that'll increase rates, revenues, without hiking the rates themselves. But also, as we touched on in our written submission, we'd be supportive of GST sharing on housing development or in other ways, and we'd certainly be happy to collaborate with the council on its advocacy there, or talk about policies or other ways to raise revenues in more detail.
Thank you.
Councillor Winera.
Kia ora, James. Hey, just to clarify that I heard you correctly, when you said questions need to be asked, did you propose selling the MFC and the like to reduce rates / pay down debt? Was that what I heard?
What we're saying is that there needs to be some investigations into whether selling off council assets would benefit the ratepayers. We're saying that more needs to be looked into in that regard. We're not necessarily saying all of these assets need to be sold off, but I do think it would be imprudent not to look into the effects that selling them off could have on rates.
Okay. And then secondly, I'm struggling to understand your argument that our climate action is worthless. Is it not true that Auckland and Tauranga would both have climate strategies which include net zero? How do you square that with your argument?
I mean, our point certainly isn't that climate strategy is worthless. I think it's a very worthwhile thing to be doing, and we're certainly not arguing against emissions reduction. What we're saying is that state bodies need to take account of New Zealand's framework as a whole. So because of the cap and trade model, any reduction that any reduction that Wellington makes uneconomically without going through the system of purchasing emissions credits and reducing in this sort of market framework means that it simply frees up more credits to be purchased by other emitters. So reducing unilaterally, it goes above and beyond the emissions trading scheme's framework, which means that other emitters can simply just purchase those credits and they can do so more cheaply. So as a whole, as a country, the net emissions won't reduce if Wellington goes out of its way to unilaterally reduce its emissions.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, James. We'll end it there, and we're going to stop for lunch.
Perfect, thank you.
Till 12:30.
obviously I've now taken back the chair from Councillor Panovich and to get into the afternoon and evening session. And I'd like to start by welcoming David and Joe from Capital BMX. And as you're representing an organisation, you have 10 minutes, including time for questions. No mai.
Kia ora, folks. Thanks very much for having us here this afternoon. I'm David, speaking on behalf of Capital BMX. Joe Kelly has moved to the other side. We've got 2 points that we want to make. We've got a short video and one slide for each, so hopefully a couple of minutes for questions after that. So to set the scene, Joe here filmed a bunch of people that were at the track yesterday and asked them, why do you like coming to the track?
I love coming to Capital BMX to hang out with my friends and have a good time. I like coming to BMXing to ride with my friend.
I like this track because of the big corners.
I like riding my BMX for fitness.
Come all the way from Melbourne for the amazing hospitality and a fantastic track.
We love coming to Capital BMX to ride as a family and catch up with our friends.
I love coming to Capital BMX because you can try new things and then feel really proud that you did it afterwards.
I love coming to Capital BMX track because I get to ride and practice with my mates.
The only full-size BMX track in the Wellington region.
I like BMX because I like racing with my friends.
I like coming to Capital BMX for the slightly bigger hill and more challenging track.
I really like Capital BMX because we all build up until we're really good.
I like coming because we all build up until we're really good. They get so much sense of accomplishment from building their skills on the track. It's a great safe place to learn away from traffic. The track is a well-loved facility. It gets a lot of use. I mean, yesterday we're off season and we still have more than 30 people coming to race with us. It's not only our members, we get people coming in from Kapiti, from Hutt Valley, Horowhenua, a couple over from Melbourne, and they brought their BMX bikes to check us out. It's cool. We're getting a lot of public have-a-go riders as well. They're coming to us every week to check out what's going on, and that's we're getting a lot of conversion through and increased numbers. Our riding membership's up 60% since last year. It's fantastic. And the council funding agreement that we entered into 2 years ago has allowed us to make a bunch of changes to the track that firstly make it much easier for us to maintain. It's gone back to lime. And secondly, it's driving up usage. So we've made a number of the features of the ProStrip particularly a lot safer. And we get a huge gaggle of mountain bikers that come and use the track. We get families coming to check it out. And the better the facility is, the more people are going to use it. And given it's open to the public, and we've got thousands of public users, we're really just looking for an equitable split with the council in terms of how it gets maintained. Our volunteers will still put in hundreds of hours a year to maintain the track surface and the surrounds, but the council funding that comes to an end at the end of next year allows us to get contractor support for the annual resurface and for the grass services. It costs about $45,000 a year to maintain the facility, so the council's $25,000 a year contribution is massive in enabling that maintenance. The rest of the maintenance we fund through grant applications, and any sort of improvements and development we fund through grant applications. And we're getting reasonably okay at that. We're getting about sort of 35 to 40% of what we applied for, so that's about $175,000 over and above the council contribution the last 3 years. But the council funding is really important to us. So I think if you value this facility and its use, because it's open to the public all the time, we'd urge you to continue funding us through the life of the LTP. So, second point, second video, really relates to the master plan for Ian Galloway Park. How we want to build a regional scale destination pump track right next to the BMX track as part of a wheels hub. The quality of the video isn't quite so good. I've ripped it off Facebook, but what I'm trying to give you is an idea of the value of pump tracks and how they really get people active in terms of sport and outside. The guy talking is Craig from Velo Solutions, and they build the vast majority of the pump tracks around New Zealand.
We've seen popularity of pump tracks grow massively over the last few years, which has been cool. Awanui had the least amount of people, so the smallest town Maybe Tolaga Bay is the second smallest base we've built a track. We've seen little kids on scooters ride the tracks, skateboards, old fellas on skateboards, old fellas on bikes, and young kids on strider bikes. Like, I've seen amazing kids on strider bikes riding pump tracks, which is crazy. So the usability of them is massive. Funny stories that we've heard is, like communities not realising how many kids there are in town that come and use the pump track. But we've heard stories of parents not being able to get their kids off the computer game, and now they can't get their kids off the pump track. Before school down at the pump track, after school till dark, and even one of the clients up north installed a sprinkler system. When it's too late and there's too many kids at the track, you turn it on and get the kids to go home with sprinkler system. So that's a good healthy problem.
That's a great healthy problem. We've been working with other stakeholders around in Galloway Park, so the residents' associations, the skaters, the Gaelic football guys, the rugby club, etc., for 2.5 years now. We've had the basis of a master plan for well over a year. You've seen this slide at least 3 times at the council. I'm focused on the Wheels Hub at the southern end of Ian Galloway Park. There are other aspects to the master plan. I think we've seen how popular pump tracks are. And it really is a case of if you build it, they will come. The huge numbers. And the one in Miramar really is tiny. So if we can build a facility like the one in Cambridge or the one at Bexley and Christchurch, we can have different loops optimized for different uses. You can have one for little kids or wheelchair accessible, one targeted at racing, one targeted at jumps. And more than that, it's co-locating a pump track with the BMX track as part of a Wheels Hub. It gives progression opportunities, it gives training opportunities. So the sort of rollers that a 4-year-old is going to roll through on their scooter or their bike, the slightly older kids or the slightly older folks like us are going to be jumping or trying to. So you get that progression from some pedaling to pumping to manually to jumping. And then you move on to the BMX track and have a successful racing career as well. Having multiple facilities in the same place allows for sharing of costs and it will drive up usage. So what we're asking for is, please, can we get on with the planning work? We've been talking about this for a very long time, but if we can get on with the planning and complete it, then we can get the allocation of space, okay? If you can allocate some budget for the initial design and the consenting process, then we can know what the build costs are going to be. And then you can throw it back over to us, the community. We'll raise the funds to build a pump track, okay? Different groups can fund the different components once the space allocation is known. One of the major benefits of the master plan is also enabling the BMX club to bid to host a major championships. So North Island titles or the national championships will bring thousands of people to Wellington for up to a week. There are certain aspects of BMX New Zealand that we require to have certain facilities in order to be able to pitch for these championships. But I think once we get onto the circuit, there are only 7 regions for BMX New Zealand, and we'd be one of 5 North Island regions. So we could have a reasonable shot at having recurring revenue through hosting something every 4 to 5 years. So please, can we complete the master plan soon? That's all I got. So questions, please.
Councillor O'Neill.
Ngā mihi, thank you. What was the last word you'd heard about the master plan? Do you have any estimates of where it's at the moment?
I've heard that it is going to be scoped soon. It's behind completion of Kilbirnie, behind Granada, and then it's due for scoping. But I've got no idea whether it's, there's not to my knowledge, any target date for completion.
Yeah, cool, thanks.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. I appreciate your coming in. Just wondering, and perhaps it's a superfluous question, but you're saying that it's very, very well used. So, do people who use the park, do they have to belong to your club, or can anyone go along any time?
It's open. It's open to the public at any time. Obviously, if we've got a club event running, we would like to retain precedence. But no, we'll even accommodate public riders in between some of our races.
I think we're out of questions. Thank you both so much for taking the time to come in. We appreciate it.
Thanks for listening. Cheers.
I'd now like to welcome Claire from the Glenside Progressive Association. No, my Claire, and you have up to 10 minutes, including time for questions.
Thank you. Just wait for my presentation to come up.
There we go. Going a bit fast, just get used to it. I'm very excited today because my first baby grandson's due to be born today. Sometime this week anyway. But it did make me reflect on the fact that I brought my own children up in Glenside, and a lot of what our community is asking for is for things in our community that will benefit the future generations. So that's where we're coming from. So I've sent a submission around in writing, which I do encourage you to read. It explains our relationship with Ngāti Toa and the importance of the rivers and streams to our community. And on that, I'll start with our supporting the managed retreat work that Council is doing and asking that this continue in the long-term plan, but please communicate with our residents because we're feeling left out. We see a focus on Awhiro and down in other parts of Wellington, but not out in the northern suburbs between Glenside and Willowbank, where the climate change impacts and developer runoff are seriously affecting people's properties, which these photographs show. And it's getting more intense and more often as well. As you know, in Wellington with the seawater, it actually goes a long way under the buildings, and it's the same with river water. So it's not just what you see in the riverbed, it's what's actually flowing to the true north and true left and true right of the river as well. That bottom left picture from 2022 shows a tree eroded out from erosion from the river, which fell across the people's access as a Pacific Island family. They crawled across that tree in flood waters to get out of their property into safety. On the right, that's the debris arrestor holding the water or the debris back from Willowbank. That's burst twice in the last burst in 2001 and it burst a couple of years ago. It's the volume of water and the debris it's bringing down is too big for it to contain. And the water main is, the sewer main is all along that stream as well. But we do want to be consulted. We do want the opportunity for householders who wish to be bought out and to relocate. It's very frightening for them when the river's in flood. We have been asking since 2001 for safe walking and cycling along Middleton Road, and we've been pleased to have the Middleton Road Cycleway in the bike network plan. We don't want to lose this, and we don't want Council to keep pushing it out into the too hard basket. We really want you to work on this. This is one community that actually wants cycleways, and we won't object to it. And we are wanting to work with Council to make it safer for cyclists and pedestrians in our community. So while the community are willing, that's the time to work with them, because if it can't go down Middleton Road, then the other opportunity is down alongside the railway. And we know this can be done because you're doing it between Petone and Wellington. On traffic safety, I've covered our road safety project. We've been asking for a long time for council officials for the transport safety team for safety, slowing the traffic down and making it easier for pedestrians in the Glenside village area. And they've kept saying they don't have the funding for it, so therefore we resort to the long-term plan. Remember, this is the old state highway, and it's still treated like a state highway, and there's only one roundabout that slows the traffic down between Johnsonville and Tōtōpū, which is about 5 miles. So I've used some examples here. This is the Hallswater intersection. It's massive, and it's got these big slipways, and you can see in the right picture the slipways conflict with traffic that's turning into the apartments. There's 91 apartments, and with a bus stop, which you can't see, but it's about where I'm standing, or where Google was standing taking the photo, and there's a driveway as well. They don't need a slipway. This is a tiny little road. It's not the main entrance in and out of Churton Park, and all it does is encourage people to speed. So let's get rid of it and put a stop sign there, and that will enable the children to get across essentially 4 lanes of traffic to get to school, because that area where the little traffic island is broken, cars do U-turns there, and it's quite scary for kids and parents doing the school walking bus to try and get across there. That whole area needs tidying up. That would slow the traffic a lot. And in the village,
the Transport Officer said there's an opportunity to put a traffic island refuge so people can get to the Glenside Reserve, can get to Twiglands and to Time Cafe, which is the economic hub in the community. It's really difficult for them to get across that road. There's a large planter barrier with a metre drop, so they can't cross right opposite the Glenside Reserve entrance, but there is an area further north where the council said there would be potential there. So we would be seeking that as part of our safety plan. And also down at Rouse Road, we've got the same problem. We found with consultation on the slowing the traffic at the roundabout because of the high crash rate, that people can't get across this traffic here in the morning to catch the bus to work or to easily get to school. It's quite scary for adults and the children as well. So the entrance into Glenside Village area, which is a transition between the 70k and 50k, needs strengthening with safety for traffic island refuge and amenity planting to make it look like you're transitioning into another zone and it's not part of the 70k speed area. It's just a bit too light there. It needs to be toughened up. Another issue that's the community are concerned about is the noise pollution, particularly with the industrial areas, mixed zone areas and landfill areas. We know this is an issue in Brooklyn Road and Ahero Road, but I don't think our community's really been heard on the issue. We have as well. So we've been to the commercial safety vehicle team that the police operate, and they can't prosecute because there's no legislation. So is this something that council could look at in the long-term plan, getting some legislation in to stop truck drivers using engine brakes? I live right by the interchange at Glenside, and I don't hear the New Zealand Post trucks at all because they've got a quiet fleet, but the developer trucks are not quiet, and a lot of other truck users are not. And I think that we actually need to manage that a lot better. When I make complaints, they deliberately do it louder than ever, as a, you know, you can't tell me what to do. And it's an issue for police, as I understand, all over the country. So council could take a lead on this. And are they monitoring the sound levels? Because noise pollution is harmful. It does cause harm, and it can be permanent, the noise, if it's loud. So we've suggested Brooklyn. We know there's an issue with Brooklyn and Ahero, but could we also do that at Westchester and Granada? People ring up and complain to council and told there's nothing that can be done. But there is if there's legislation in place, and police are prepared to enforce it from our conversations with them. We support the council's dog policy. We spoke on that. We now want to see you put systems in place to actually prosecute people who are not controlling their dogs and make it really clear on people what to do. We just discovered that one of our residents was bitten by a dog and didn't know that there was a process to report it and that prosecutions could take place. When they went to the hospital, there were 5 other people waiting to be treated for dog bites. So we would like you to make it more clear now that you've got the policy there, how you're going to, what your systems are for the public to notify, vicious dogs biting people, dogs killing birds, dog owners walking with dogs off lead and not picking up dog faeces. And we'd like to see more visibility. At the moment, they've got 100 dogs per annum reported to Wellington City Council. I think it'd be a lot more because there'd be a lot of people like our communities didn't know there was a process. And we don't know the nature of the incidents reported to council. I couldn't find it anywhere online. And finally, just ask for some funding to improve the entrance to Glenside Reserve. This is a really popular place now with the loop track there and with the garden, Heritage Garden, and we're part of the Heritage Week as well. I think we had 17 groups come through in Heritage Week, and we speak to a lot of groups too. I just spoke to a group at Brooklyn last week about the garden. This is the one of only 2 heritage buildings owned by City Council, and the entrance is pretty awful actually. So in June they're going to replace the telephone poles with concrete poles. It's going to look even worse. So we would like some funding in the long-term plan to underground those, make it more appealing. I think in the future this could be a good place for council to make money from. There's a wedding, the first wedding is happening in the garden in December, so we've had the gardener from Treaty of Waitangi House come down, and we've had a lady from Perth, an international gardener, come over looking at the garden for international tours. So I think there's some more effort could be made to make it look nicer. And we are also seeking, as we've submitted, I think twice in writing now, for a landscaping or management plan for the main reserve, which the community would love to work in partnership with council to get done to make it a wildlife urban ecology area. So those are my submissions points from our community, and we'd be very grateful if you would look at our written submission as well.
Thank you, Claire, much appreciated. Sorry, there were questions, but we've run out of time. Thank you. I'd now like to welcome Patrick. No, Patrick, you have 5 minutes, and if you want to leave any time for questions, that can be part of that 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. My submission today is about housing. But it's also about a growing and worrying trend that we're seeing from an ostensibly progressive council, which is one of absolute hegemonic and unquestioned neoliberalism. Councillors, I worry that we in the city have swallowed the old Margaret Thatcher adage that there is no alternative. And we've swallowed it hook, line and sinker. The drive for decades and decades now has been to divest our society, our state and our public institutions from any role in public life that they might have had. Public investment is treated like quaaludes. It's something that we used to know how to make in the 80s, but some of our politicians definitely talk like they're on them, but no one's really doing it. Now, instead of public services and works, our public institutions are meant to merely create rational incentives for the invisible hand of the free market to swoop in and save the day. If something becomes so dire that even the most market crazy amongst us have to admit that there's not much of a way you can create market incentives for it, we just have to pray that that gap will be filled by charity. Ayn Rand thought that, Milton Friedman thought that, and now apparently so do we. The housing policy that this council is following, as evidenced both in the way it was enacted in the district plan and the way it's not been really acted on at all in this long-term plan, is a textbook example of this neoliberal hegemony. Progressives are expected to cheer for an approach which promises that if we just deregulate enough elements of housing construction and enough standards around quality of life for residents, and if we just give Ian Castles and the Wellington Company even more money, then we will suddenly be living in an affordable utopia. The council are, of course, expected to foot the bill for infrastructure around housing, water and waste and so forth, but the absolute power of the property owner and the landlord should never even slightly be questioned. Public housing is treated as completely out of the question. Councils only incentivise so-called affordable housing, and I know people who live in the Takainga apartments. That's not a progressive housing policy. That's a property developer getting free money to charge tenants $785 a week for an office conversion that doesn't have exterior windows in the bedrooms. Councillors, why is it that when we need to fund massive and radical investment in our public water infrastructure, we can do it? But when we need to do the same for a similar decades-long crisis of underfunding in public housing, we can't. We need massive investment in public housing. The solution to our housing crisis is not going to come from property developer overlords. It's going to come from creating enough public housing that it once again becomes a normal thing for everyone who needs it to access decent, dignified, long-term accommodation. That's how we make the city affordable. Public housing. Nothing else is acceptable. If the council is not at this moment able to find the budget for that, then they should at the very least become advocates for it. As representatives of the people in this city, and not just the businesses, you should be putting pressure on Kāinga Ora and the government to massively expand central city medium and high density public housing, as well as to ensure that the recent horrible fiasco with the Dixon Street flats ends with that building's proper and dignified refurbishment and a right of return to residents. And seeing as it appears that they've yet again failed to knock it down, the renationalisation and serious renovation and earthquake strengthening required to make the Gordon Wilson flats into public housing again. Because regardless of whether you think a building looks nice, state flats for 130 people are way better than whatever weird vanity project the university wants to do. Above all else, the long-term plan's budget should be amended to include much more funding for the construction of new public housing in the city, and the council should lobby Kāinga Ora to follow suit. If we had mass public housing, our city would be so much more affordable and so much more livable, and as a result, it would be a much more diverse, vibrant place where people are better able to pursue artistic and creative endeavours, to raise families, to live as we wish to. we can do this, we should do this, and if anyone on the council wants to consider themselves as a progressive or someone who cares about the people who live in this city, then I hope we will do this.
We have a question from Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora, Pat. Love the passion. I was just wondering if you're aware that the housing upgrade project of our social housing is the second biggest project that we're actually spending money on in the LTP behind the town hall.
Yes, I'd just like to see way more than currently is. It's so dire, we just need so much more than there is, and it already doesn't really go far enough and needs to.
Quick one, Councillor Pannett.
Agreed. We're spending, I think, $500 million on just upgrading our buildings. Where do you think the money will come from to actually build? I see you've got some answers there, but the rates are 18%.
Well, there's a couple of questions of bylaws. I'm very in favour of creating, for instance, a bylaw which charges landlords a commercial rate for what they're running, which is a business, which could help pay for that. I'd also like to note that I'm not exclusively saying that the council should foot the bill. I also think that we should be lobbying government and in particular Kāinga Ora to be doing a lot more than they are currently doing in Wellington.
Thank you, Patrick. We appreciate you taking the time to come and speak with us today.
Thank you.
Please, councillors, could you refrain from making comments about your views on submitters? Because a view might have a view, but other people might have a different view, and we do not have time to hear everyone's views. Right, I'd like to now move to Wellington Free Ambulance. Welcome, Dominic. No, Mai, you have 10 minutes, including time for questions.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, Council, for having me here today. And thank you for all your support of Wellington Free Ambulance over the last number of years that you have been. Pleasure to be here. You know, one thing I do learn about coming to all the councils, and there's 8 in our region, is that you hear a lot of other people submitting before you. But one thing that will always stick out is that Wellington Free Ambulance are here for everyone. We do not discriminate against anyone, any views or any feelings or anything at all, and it's certainly not on cost. I did submit quite a long document for this long-term plan, and I'm really hoping to appease to your better halves and come away with something, not just today but in the future. In the old agreements that Wellington City Council and WFA have had, funding is for the purpose of operational support for Wellington Free Ambulance. The reason for bringing this up is in the last number of years, in fact, since 2015, we first proposed to council doing $1 per head of population as part of funding. This is the same as we've done to all councils. And yet here we are in May 2024, and I'm still requesting exactly the same $1 per head of population. Within that time, our funding, the amount of fundraising we have to do back in 2015 was 4 million, our shortfall. Our shortfall at the moment is 7.5 million and possibly about to go up to 8 million officially from our next financial year. In that time, national government has increased their funding from 75% to 82%. And to give you an idea about our costs at the moment and that operational cost that we have, our fundraising amount of 7.5 million has stayed constant when it was 75% and now 82%. COVID has taken a significant hit on us, not just from a staff point of view, but also from a costing point of view. Cost of an ambulance that we have to raise have to pay for 7 of those brand new ones every year has gone up from 250,000 pre-COVID to now just over 300,000. So I don't think it is unreasonable to be asking council to come up with $1 per head of population as we asked, as I say, first in 2015. You may ask, I know one of the common questions I get is that what are all the other councils doing? Well, we are submitting to all of them. Some of them are already at $1 per head. In fact, without naming anyone, the two councils that border Wellington City Council are both at $1 per head. One of them is actually now proposed to go over $1 per head of population. We also noticed that in the Rail TP, one of the major things was that you talked about was improve city safety at night. It has been very successful, a joint partnership as part of the Paniki Promise between the New Zealand Police and Wellington Free Ambulance to make that city centre a safer place to be on a Friday and Saturday night. We've very successfully done joint patrols, and there's a significant amount of possibility there and success. The amount of medical responses that have been treated by the patrols on those Friday and Saturday nights stands at 467 over a 1-year period. That is 362 patients that were treated on scene, and that is only 105 of those have actually been taken to hospital. So the knock-on effect is not only are we treating people at the scene, but people are not going to stand in queues at ED and put extra pressure on all the nurses and doctors in emergency departments in Wellington. So as a result of that, it was slightly disappointing when Wellington City Council pulled their funding for this. As such, now there are no joint patrols on a Friday and Saturday night down at places like Courtney Place. I can only imagine that, the abuse of alcohol, drugs, and increased violence could have something to do with that. I don't have any official figures for you, but it's a well-known fact that the sight of a paramedic is very much a calming influence on a lot of stuff that does happen late at night. And avoiding having lights and sirens, both from the police and from Wellington Free Ambulance down there, also increases to that de-escalation of occurrences that are happening. And I'd also like to bring up something that you, as a council in the long-term plan, focused on was the Citizens' Assembly. Having gone through everything that the Citizens' Assembly did deliberate leading into this long-term plan, I can't help but feel that Wellington Free Ambulance is a working example of everything that they have proposed. Their whole list is all there. I won't go through it all. But yeah, they were quite strong on community funding, and everything that they wrote in there, we basically tick off. We would really, really like some extra support from the council. We know it's hard times at the moment for everyone, but as I said, we've been asking for this since 2015, and our costs are only going in one direction. We have the Johnsonville ambulance station to look at, we have the Thorndon ambulance station to look at, and we also have the Newtown ambulance station to look at. One significant figure that I just bring this next slide up just so you can see what sort of we're looking at. No, not that one. Did I have the next slide? Oh, cool, thank you. You might not be able to see this too clearly, but the green at the front is where our council funding and Wellington City Council funding is looking at. What we're proposing at the back is at the blue. Considering we have to raise $7.5 to $8 million per year, I think a total council funding of just over 300,000 is not that much to ask. And obviously what we're looking for is proportional with population. So just to give you some extra figures that I did write in the proposal, so the population of the Wellington City Council area accounts for approximately 39% of the total population of our region. The emergency ambulance jobs in the council's area make up approximately 30%. If you add in patient transfer service, which is another very large and critical service that we provide, that goes up to 36%. Currently, the council's funding is down at 27%. So we need that to go up. And I'm asking you nicely. Thank you very much. I'm open to all questions.
Councillor Chung.
Thank you very much for coming in. Just a question on the amount of the cost for you to actually patrol Wellington streets at night. Does that take up the bulk of that funding that we actually had, or is it only part of it?
In regards to...
sorry, the amount of money that it costs to actually have your guys patrol the streets at night, is that part of the cost, the amount of subsidy that we give, or is it all of it?
No, it cost more than that. I would need to come back to you with the exact figures. The council does have the exact figures because, as we always do, we always give accountabilities and report back. So there is, the staff that we deal with will have the exact cost of what it costs to have 2 paramedics on patrol.
Okay, great. Thanks. Can I ask another question?
I'll go to somebody else first. Councillor Young.
Thank you for the amazing work that you do. And Wellington will be the poorer and the sicker without you. Just tell me, I'm just curious in your submission, which makes a very clear request for more money, why you would support the rebuild of the Kandala pool?
You talking about me personally?
No, no, your submission here. Is this you?
That was a mistake. I didn't mean to hit that at all. Sorry.
Oh, I see. It just seemed a little out of line.
Yeah, no, I apologise about that. That was a complete mistake. I just, yeah.
No, that's all right.
Call it fat fingers, I believe.
Young, we can go back to your other question.
Great, thanks very much again. Again, sort of looking at the best bang for buck that we get, do you think that the ambulance service would be better off, rather than being the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, so to speak, to have education sort of seminars or about people going out and whatever happens to them at night, rather than sort of patch them up and look after them once the incident's actually happened?
We would love to give seminars about knife attacks and things like that. And in fact, I've actually sat through one by one of our what used to be called our tactical emergency team, one of the gentlemen that was actually there defending Parliament along with the police. So we would love to do that. We do heartbeat training courses about CPR and giving the best CPR to the community all the time. But again, we run a very tight ship. We don't have much wiggle room. So again, we still need to have funding for those people to go around. Everyone that we take out in an educational factor is getting pulled off the road. So they are now no longer saving a life. They are educating, but we still need to have people to replace them on the road.
Yeah, great. Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dominic. Appreciate you taking the time to come in and speak with us today.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Thank you. I'd now like to welcome Meg. Oh, my Meg. You have 10 minutes, including time for questions. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa, i ngā iwi o te takiwā nei, tēnā koutou, i ngā rangatira, tēnā koutou katoa. I'm Meg Williams, I'm the chair of Toi o Taraika Arts Wellington. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to our submission today. Toi o Taraika Arts Wellington is one of the organisations and collectives in Wellington that advocates for arts, culture, creativity and ngā toi Māori on behalf of our community of members, featuring both independent artists and major arts organisations. Today, I also have with me my fellow board members, Kirsten Mason of the NZSO, and independent practitioners Herbert Bartley and Heather O'Carroll. We know that you have a very challenging financial environment to navigate. Thank you for your service as councillors and for the work of the officials, particularly those in the creative and cultural teams on council in this area. So the Times briefs are just a few points to councillors on our LT submission. The first is that we commend you for retaining most of the essential investments in arts, culture, creativity and ngā toi Māori for communities in Wellington as part of this long-term plan, and for listening to feedback of the creative sector and communities on these issues. Across the country, this has not been the decision of all councils, and so it's important, I think, to acknowledge that you have been committed to safeguarding Wellington's creative DNA and investing in line with your strategic priorities. Know that these decisions are supported strongly by Wellingtonians and backed up by recent research that showed that more New Zealanders are participating in arts and creativity than ever, and more are supportive of its public investment than ever. Our second point is that we know that it's a very challenging time for Wellingtonians and for many businesses and institutions in the city. We also know that investment in our creative and major events is delivering some of the best results for our economy at present. Events are proven to be one of the most effective ways of bringing Wellingtonians into the city and attracting visitors to the region. Last year, we saw events deliver $103 million of expenditure to the local economy. And just a few days ago, Infometrics reported that events like the Festival of the Arts and Cuba Duper helped consumer spending increase by 5.3% in the March quarter. An area we suggest you may reconsider either now or as soon as is feasible is the proposed reduction of funds to Wellington NZ in this LTP budget. While we have assurances from Wellington NZ that it doesn't intend to see reductions passed on through to the sector, we do have concerns that this will see reductions in other areas, such as marketing support to creative and other events in the city and to tourism. Less marketing risks less people coming to the city for events at a time when our hospitality and retail sectors are facing serious challenges. In addition, councillors should be aware that, unlike other areas of council spending, for some major and city events have been subject to static funding and for a number of years, the result of which is that in an inflationary environment, the city investment is in fact going backwards. So we know events are a catalyst to build business health in the city, and given this success, we would suggest more could be done to enable creative events to thrive and in turn support the city to flourish. And finally, we urge Council to continue to collaborate and co-design with people of the creative and cultural sectors, particularly on the forthcoming Ahotini Action Plan work, future plans for the venues, and to consider in particular how to use the resource we do have as a city to support artists to continue to make work here for the benefit of Wellingtonians and visitors. We encourage you to continue to strengthen the commitment to sharing the stories of Wellington and Te Whanganui-a-Tara through engagement with mana whenua groups in the city activation and through the built environment, to foster social cohesion, cultural connection and understanding by supporting the stories, art and cultural celebrations of Wellington's diverse communities, including ethnic arts. Wellington artists, creatives and practitioners are at the centre of the creative sector and they face significant pressures at the moment. Cost of living, increased costs to produce events and the economic situation and government policy impacting other funding sources. It's been heartening to hear the many different voices of this council articulate the importance of artists and makers in the ecosystem of the city, and we encourage council to ensure that they remain at the heart of your decision making. Now happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Councillor O'Neill.
Ngā mihi Meg, thanks for your work. I just wanted to hear from you. We've got a few proposals going around. Some things like the living wage for artists top-up fund and other stuff like that. Could you speak to any of your favourite programs or the programs that provide the most value, in your opinion?
I don't know if I could do that with all the different programs across council, and I think the fair thing to say is that, in general, we support investment into arts, culture and creativity, and it's important to say that that's right through the grassroots and the importance of community arts through to major institutions too. On the point of the living wage top-up, I think that, one thing that might be useful for councillors to understand is that the earning power of artists is much less than where we'd like it to be. And so the last research that Creative New Zealand did in this space, the earnings that an artist might receive from their creative work might be somewhere in the region of $15,000 a year. So obviously they're needing to put together a portfolio career in order to make that happen. So anything, and I think council has shown real leadership in the living wage, program, and I'd certainly encourage it if it's feasible. That's something that is really needed and would make a big impact.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Kia ora, Meg. Thanks for coming. Your position around collaboration with council. This is something I've been hearing since being on council. But could you give us any direct examples of how we might better do that?
Yeah, I think the Ahotini strategy development was a good example of council doing it well, in my view. And certainly the anecdotal feedback we had from the sector was they felt, very... It's that step more than consultation. It's making sure that artists and practitioners and those who are living and breathing this every day are at the table. So I think once we have that strategy in place, as we do now, the next step is how do we continue to enable those conversations. And I think it's really about the council, as we look at particular, like the action plan is a really good case in point. That's planned for this next year, and also making sure that there are measurables and key milestones in place where there can be those regular check-ins. So I think, building off the success of how you consulted around Ahotini, and I guess the tough thing is when there's so many priorities for officials, how to make the space for that. But I think council can play an important convening role in bringing the sector together and hearing those voices.
No mai, ngā mihi, Meg, and thank you to the team from the Toi o Taraika Arts. Nice to see you all, thank you. Now I'd like to welcome Kevin from the Otari Wilton's Bush Trust. Oh, and friend. Sorry, I know I've seen you before. Kathy, welcome both of you, and you have 10 minutes including time for questions if you'd like it. Thank you.
Okay. Kia ora tātou, and thanks for the opportunity to speak to the Otari Wilton Bush Trust Board's submission on the Council's draft long-term plan. As many of you will be aware, that our charitable trust has been established to support the work of the City Council in the management of Otari Wilton, and much of our work is both complementing and supporting the valuable work that the council undertakes at Otari Wilton. I'm Kevin O'Connor, I'm the chair of the trust, and I've got Kathy Ombler, one of my fellow trustees here. I'm not going to read the submission to you. I'm just going to cover a few key points, just as for some of them will be just reminders for you, others might be new. But the Otari Wilton bush, as you probably know, it's 100 hectares of native bush right virtually in the heart of the city. It includes about 5 hectares of original intact and very healthy native forest. And it includes 5 hectares of New Zealand native botanical garden. And it's the only New Zealand native botanical garden in the world, in fact. And it was established by Leonard Cockayne, one of the New Zealand's early botanists and ecologists, but it was hugely supported by some visionary national and local politicians. And that vision was highly supported politically and ensured the protection of Otari Wilton as we see it and understand it today. In addition to that 10 hectares, there's another 90 hectares of really healthy regenerating forest. So it's maintained in a largely predator-free condition. There's significant revegetation going on, and there's a large amount of weed removal goes on, and much of that is enabled by an army of enthusiastic volunteers from a cross-section of the community. And they make a huge contribution to making Otari Wilton Bush successful. So in addition to that, there's about 200,000 visitors a year to Otari Wilton, and from both throughout New Zealand, and there's a large number of international and domestic visitors as well. And they are increasing numbers, and particularly over the summer months, those numbers are increasing. So it's a significant natural area right in the heart of the city.
Thank you, Kevin. Keep going with your presentation.
So Otari Wilton Trust Board hugely supports the Council's inclusion in its draft plan for the Otari Wilton Bush Landscape Development Plan and the upgrade of the nursery. That's the upgrade of the nursery and the laboratory. And that's really important. You've identified $3.1 million for that to be spread over the years 4, 5 and 6 of the plan. And you're to come back to that at your next revisit, but would ask you to consider really carefully that sum. We think it's a bit light, and when you get to that reconsideration, we do think that you'll need to enhance that figure. And the work carried out in the nursery and the laboratory is about protecting and enhancing the botanical heritage of New Zealand plants, and the careful management by specialist botanists and gardeners is currently undertaken in what is best described as a jumble of spaces patched together over the years and creating a crammed and really inadequate working space. And so the people that run it do an incredible job in that, but in that environment. And so we just encourage you to think carefully about that expenditure when you get to that point in your renewal, in your review. As well as the development plan, your enhancement plan includes opening up facilities for visitors to see the work being done and to enable particularly education for all age groups and at all levels to be engaged in that work. And it will provide really a very unique facility in New Zealand, and the upgrades are really going to enhance the long-term goals of the Otari Native Botanic Gardens and Wilton's Bush Reserve. So the Trust also requests that priority be given to resolving the issues of sewerage outflow across the northern car park. And this overflow has been occurring since the 1980s, and it's not satisfactory, it's not acceptable, so really encourage you to continue to solve that issue. We'd like to request the Council investigate solution to improving water quality and runoff from the suburbs on the western slopes throughout the Otari Native Botanic Garden and Wilton's Bush Reserve. And that happens particularly after high rainfalls and clearly supports the goals of the city's Sanctuary to the Sea objectives and programme. So the Trust also requests continued investment in track maintenance and development, and the track network is important, a very important infrastructure for Otari to both protect the fragile and bush environments that are there, but also to enable access and enjoyment by the wide interesting community that engage in what Otari has to offer. So the Botanical Garden and Wilton's Bush Reserve is one of Council's biggest assets to ameliorate the impacts of global warming, and the ongoing investment in both its condition and its appreciation by citizens and visitors returns dividends to the city that may never be fully appreciated. The reserve encompasses the largest and most natural forest remnant in Wellington City, and its trees and soils, the contribution it makes to accumulating carbon and producing oxygen is a great contributor to help ameliorate global warming. So the Trust appreciated the opportunity to speak today. We look forward to your ongoing long-term support. And I'd just like to ask Kathy Omler just to make a short presentation just as we conclude. So again, thank you for the opportunity and for your ongoing support. We really do appreciate that. Thank you. So Kathy.
Right, quickly. We thought you might be getting sick of looking at people. This is a rata moiho, Bartlett's rata. There are only 13 known plants of this growing in the wild. 13. This is a cutting off one of them. This is one of the 350 or so rare and endangered plants cared for at Otari. Some of them are rarer than kakapo. These rata moiho have been entrusted to the care of Otari by Ngāti Kuri, the mana whenua of where they grow, because they know that the Otari gardeners have the knowledge and skills to care for these special plants. But they desperately need proper nursery facilities. And proper nursery and laboratory facilities, a relatively small amount in the scheme of what you're adding up, will enhance not only the care and conservation of native plants, they'll also enhance educational opportunities for all the future scientists, the conservationists, gardeners from all of Wellington's families and schools and university students who visit Otari. And that must be visiting in a sewage-free environment. Kia ora.
All right, we have a couple of questions. So the first one from Councillor Young.
We'll present that to the chair, I think.
So thank you. And Otari Wilton is magnificent. Just tell me, I'm just curious, you said that there are only a few of those trees. You didn't tell me where they come from.
Where are they from? They're from Northland?
They're from the far north. We have relationships with mana whenua and DOC people all around the country.
Sure. So how will they survive in Wellington? Because we're not quite the same climate.
That's where they're very clever at Otari. We've got plants growing from all around New Zealand and offshore islands that survive at Otari.
Thank you.
I think just in addition to that Otari is a part of a bigger complex, and so there's numerous councils, there's numerous trusts, there's numerous research institutes and community groups right throughout the country, and they all contribute an important part in the whole, and which makes up the whole of the conservation movement and the ability for communities to enjoy things. And so every part is a contributor, and so we work in conjunction with many outlets throughout the country and many community groups.
Very quick question, Councillor Chung.
Great, thanks very much. You talk about Otari covering 100 hectares. How much of that is accessible to the public? Like how much of that would be covered by paths and tracks that people can actually see or walk along?
My guess is 5% would be in tracks. I'm only guessing. But the point really is that from most of those tracks, you can see everything. And so there's very little that you wouldn't see. There'll be, Kathy leads a part of the predator-free program there, and they go off the tracks a lot, and so she might contradict me, but in essence, you can see just about everything from those tracks.
Ngā mihi to you both. Don't leave that taonga with me, because I will certainly kill it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I would now like to welcome Dave Schumacher. You're online, Dave. And you have 5 minutes, including time for questions. You there, Dave? Kia ora, Dave. Are you online? We're ready for you. If you're ready to unmute yourself, welcome. You have 5 minutes, including time for questions. Thank you. Oh, you're on mute at the moment, Dave? Okay, we can't hear you currently. Should we take a little adjournment, if you can? Yeah. Should we take 5 minutes and we'll try and sort out this technical issue? Dave, if you have that time?
Yeah, I've just tried a different microphone.
We can hear you now. We can hear you. Perfect. Wonderful. That was good. So your 5 minutes starts now. Welcome.
Okay, sorry for disrupting your break. So yeah, thank you for giving me the time. And I guess first of all, I want to thank the technology such as Teams for allowing me to present virtually, and also ChatGTP, which I use to help provide myself with some extra context for this submission. I've got just 3 points I wanted to raise. So I asked ChatGTP to provide some extra detail to help validate or nullify my hypotheses. So the 3 key points I want to talk about today are, number one, the perverse incentives that I see that council will create by using wheelie bins instead of pay-as-you-go bags. Number 2, the replacement of bins just because they're old. And number 3, the need for us to have a voluntary opt-in model for organic collection, if we have one at all, instead of a wholesale deployment and the collection of bins. So on the first point, I believe that giving us wheelie bins is going to create perverse incentives. So pay-as-you-go trash collection services charge based on the amount of waste a household generates, and it creates a direct financial incentive for waste reduction and recycling. In multiple cities such as Austin and San Francisco, residents are given the choice of different bin sizes from 20 up to 96 gallons, with the smaller bins costing less. And in case a resident has extra rubbish 1 week, they can get a special sticker. It's about $5 they can put on the bag. Seoul, South Korea, they have a program called Pay As You Throw, and it's quite similar to what we have here. It's a volume-based system where residents purchase specific bags for their waste. Now, since the implementation of that, Seoul has seen a reduction in waste generation by about 40% and a significant increase in recycling rates. And it's also promoted more conscientious consumption habits among residents. Dresden, Germany, they have a POAT system that actually charges households based on the frequency of collection. So they're given a bin, and then trash is collected with the container, and the emptying of the bin is automatically registered with the time and date, and it forms the basis of charging for fees. So all of those programs have led to a decrease in waste operation and increase in recycling rates. And the programs encourage residents to minimize waste and recycling and composting more actively to avoid higher charges. So similar to my submission about using technology, Dresden is benefiting from that technological assist. Here in Wellington, if the health and safety benefits of wheelie bins over prepaid bags outweigh the cost, there's no reason that Wellington couldn't also implement a similar charging model where we're only actually charged when we put out the bin. Now, it's my firm belief that we need to stick to the pay-as-you-go. So what I've got in my hand here, I don't know if you can see me, but I've got the last bag of the 5-pack that I purchased at the start of the year. So as evidenced by this, my household has only used the 4 bags this year. We've diverted a significant portion of our household rubbish from the landfill. The current approach gives us a direct financial incentive for waste reduction and recycling. Moving to 100-liter bins, which is the council's preferred approach, without any variable charging removes all incentives that we currently have in place. So my next point is the replacement of the wheelie bins just because they're old. So it's going to have a big financial impact that's going to be passed on to us at a time when most of us are struggling with financial pressures and the rising cost of living. We need to actually avoid these unnecessary expenses. We could use those funds for other purposes and other projects. We also have to look at the environmental considerations. Discarding functional recycling bins contributes to unnecessary waste and environmental harm. The production of new bins requires raw materials and energy, leading to increased carbon emissions and resource depletion. Replacing bins prematurely undermines the principles of sustainability and resource efficiency that we should be aiming to promote. Now, it's more environmentally responsible to use existing bins until they're no longer serviceable. I guess there's a couple of options that we have. We should be looking at having a maintenance and repair program. So implement a program that will repair or refurbish bins that are structurally sound, but still may have minor issues, and replace them when they need to be. But don't do a wholesale replacement of all the bins just because they're 15 years old. That's crazy. Now, the next one, so I guess back to technology again. The laptop that I'm using for this Teams call is what you call an off-lease laptop. I got it for about $300 on TradeMe. It was discarded by a business simply because it was more than 3 years old. Now, just like my wheelie bin, it's more than adequate for anything that I require of it. Now, the next one, the organic collection, if we have one, it should be based on a voluntary opt-in model instead of mass deployment and collection of bins. Now, the initiative behind it and the intention behind it is commendable, but I do have concerns about the practicality, the cost effectiveness, and the overall impact of our city. So as we've seen in Auckland, we rolled out a kitchen scrap collection last year. I think you go to the Herald or RNZ, there's a video of somebody driving around the streets of Auckland, and maybe 1 in 10 households are actually using the bins. Now, for those 9 other households, they're just sitting there not being used. What a waste of money. So also we need to look, are we targeting the right group? Generally speaking, businesses send more than 50% more food waste to landfills than consumers. So what are we doing to intercept their organics?
I'm sorry, Dave, we are out of time. If you could just make one final point. Thank you.
No, I guess that's my final point. I think we need to do a targeted approach for this organic collection if we're going to do it. But other than that, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Dave. And I think you might be the first person to have disclosed to us the use of ChatGPT. Thank you very much. All right.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Councillors, we now have a break until 10:02. ready to resume. I would like to welcome Peter Kreft. No mai Peter, you have 5 minutes, and if you want to leave any time for questions in that 5 minutes, that's entirely up to you. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to my submission regarding the proposed closure of Kandala Pool. Summer in Wellington is different from summer in most other parts of New Zealand in that it can be quite windy. Wellington has some lovely beaches, but they're generally not much fun on a windy summer's day. And who goes to an indoor heated pool to cool off, sunny and warm outside? Kandala Pool is always a good choice, especially so when it's a windy Wellington day, because it is hardly ever windy there. And this is possibly one of Wellington's best kept secrets. As I'm sure you know, just beyond the pool are some of the tracks that lead to Mount Kōrau. A walk up the hill makes cooling off in the pool even nicer. Here, in a city, one can be in a pool surrounded by beautiful bush full of native birds. Where else can you do that? It is a sublime, calming, wonderful experience. My wife and I have lived in Johnsonville for very close to 40 years. For the past 39 years, we have been frequent visitors to Kandala Pool. We took our children there when they were small. When they were teenagers, they hung out there a lot. Now our grandchildren are taken there by their parents. Kandala Pool features large in our family's shared experience. In Wellington, in summer, Kandala Pool is a little bit of paradise. I so wish Wellington City Council would see it this way too. Thank you.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Peter. Do you actually go to the Johnsonville pool at all?
No.
Great, thank you.
There don't appear to be any more questions, Peter. Thank you for taking the time to come and share your thoughts with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hamish Allardyce. No mai, welcome, and yes, you have 5 minutes, including time for questions if you'd like to.
Thank you. So, Hamish Allardyce, I'm a Newtown resident. Thanks for your service as city councillors and your willingness to do what's often a very thankless task. I loved the consultation document. You made it quite accessible for me as someone who didn't want to or wasn't capable of reading through huge amounts of information. I have previously served myself as a environmental reference group co-chair for the council for 5 years. So yeah, those are the good parts. And then the other good part was the Fix-It app is extraordinary. I really love it and it makes it so easy. And I have seen some of the things that I've reported have been fixed, but please keep going on the water infrastructure. We need to really spend the money on the water infrastructure. Housing, Tito Mahana, and under the leadership of Angelique Jackson, it's just doing great work as well. So commendations for that. Got nothing to say about Frank Kitts Park, and I'm not going to talk about the library. God, we could probably get lost there. I'm not too sure, but I think it's important that your books are available, but I can't really speak any further. My passion is waste. Sorry, it's not the sexy part of the council or anything else, but it's really important, and I can just see the cost blooming, blossoming, blooming, going off the chart with the proposal in it. Once again, you made it easy for me to see. I kind of, as a household, I only use one of the 50-litre bags about once every 4 to 6 weeks. I make purchasing decisions that mean that I don't create a whole lot of waste. I have my own compost bin. I'm in Newtown, as I said, so I'm fortunate in that regard. So the purchasing decisions I've made affect my house. And the same as, I guess, for every other household in the city. My concern is when I look at the options, God, it's really terrible. I'm just going to say it out loud. It's terrifying standing up here with you. So just
Don't be terrified. Don't be terrified. And you can also sit down if you wanted to. But
no, it's all right. I'll stay up now. I might never get down. Anyway, yeah. So I'll go to the. I thought the easiest way was to use your options. Was to kind of go through your options. So option A, yes, it kind of works quite well for me. So I don't see why I should, as a citizen, pay for the to subsidise everyone else to have their waste removed. You know, I don't see why I should pay. Like, I make good decisions and things, so I don't know why I should. Anyway, because I kind of anyway, I don't like the organic bins. I know I'm an environmentalist, but it's more common sense than anything else, a necessity. But I just don't like the organic bins. I don't see why we should. So option B, no, don't need to feed, don't need the food waste bin. Why should I pay for others? I'm not sure about the gas creation. I don't know what to do about the methane, but at the same token, I sort of feel like as a city we have limited resources. And I mean, bombing the bejesus out of Ukraine and Israel. So why are we worrying about a bit of gas that's coming off our landfill? I kind of think, I know, it's just... Sorry. Option D, maybe C. Where did C go? Oh, option C, as is option B, but worse. Option D, no once again, just more waste. No user pays. And the other thing that gets me is with the, Jesus, I mean, goodness, look at the time. The recycling bins, I do a waste clean up on the street often, down Constable Street where I live on the way to People's. But on Thursdays, after the bins have been collected, the recycling bins, the amount of waste on the street on a busy day is phenomenal. You put that into, you've got waste bins being picked up for the waste, not recycling, and it's going to be even worse. No one's going to be there picking up that waste, so hell no. And E, hell no, just too easy and too much cost. It's just so easy to have a bin that you're just full with waste as opposed to actually making better choices at the beginning of it. Glass and recycling, flipping hell. No, just I quite like the system as it is. Airport shares, no comment. I don't really know if it's going to pay down the debt. Yes, but if it means that you have to offset your investment, then no. And if you've got some time for questions. Oh, motorcycle parking. For goodness sake, are you serious? Charging $2.50 an hour to park a motor scooter or a motorbike. You want to get cars off the roads. It's the most stupid thing. I couldn't believe it. I read this late in the piece clearly, and I thought, anyway, don't get me started.
Thank you, Hamish. We are out of time.
Sorry.
But thank you so much for taking the time, and I hope we weren't too scary in the end. Bethany, I don't believe, Bethany online, no. Ray is here? Lindsay, Ray Lindsay?
I could take his time.
No, Ray is here. Welcome, Ray, and you have 5 minutes, including time for questions, if you'd like.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, folks. I'm Ray Lindsay from 193 Woodman Drive, Tawa. I'm disabled. I might look much, but I was 70% burnt in 1982, and my feet were rebuilt, and leaves me with pain and problems when walking, plus I'm a senior citizen. My reason here today is to speak out against the proposal of charging for parking in our suburbs. Those of us who are on limited budgets and income already pay high rates on our overinflated properties, and now you want more. The Wellington City Council already pushed people like myself out of the city by removing car parks. It's not worth us coming to the city anymore. And what's happening to the people who used to visit the services? They're moving out elsewhere. And now where they've gone, you want to charge them for parking again. So what are you wanting to do? One time, Wellington was known as the city caring for disabled and senior citizens. Today, it does not. I wouldn't know There's no report in the paper from the Disability Committee that we're supposed to have in the council. I never hear a word from them. The thing is, what is the future going to be like in employment in the suburbs if we start putting parking meters out and people stop going to the suburbs as well as the city? I'm amazed that the council CEO allowed this ridiculous proposal to come forward for voting. And churches on Sunday, what are they all going to pay? The thing is, I feel that the whole proposal has not been properly looked at, properly circulated amongst the communities, and given us a chance to speak. To me, I feel very let down. And as I look at this, it reminds me of the many early evil days of England when barons and landlords demanded the last farthing from tenants before they for failed crops, before they pushed them off the land. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Ray? I just want to assure you, Ray, that the Accessibility Advisory Group is meeting, and I have attended all of their meetings, so they're still going. Councillor Randall.
How come we never hear from them in public?
That's not their role. But anyway, we'll move on. Councillor Randall.
Well, how are disabled people supposed to hear about what's happening? Come on, get your heads down and think.
Okay, I think we're out of time, Ray. We'll move on to the next person. Thank you. So Bethany is here.
Just quickly, can I just take 10 seconds?
Yes, you can, Bethany. And you can either be at the table or on the podium, whichever suits you best. Just here at the end.
Oh, fun. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
All right, are we ready to go, Bethany? Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I only remembered about 5 minutes ago that I was doing this, but I'm very happy to be here. I'm going to take this off. I've just been outside for a long time. Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, hello everyone. It's lovely to be back here. I cycle around and I'm pretty confident. I'm really, really enjoying the cycleways. It makes it a lot more relaxing. But I'm aware that I'm a lot more confident taking the lane when the cycleway stops. However, I work with both children and adults that I teach cycle skills to for the road that don't necessarily have that awareness and confidence yet. And when recently I had an experience outside of teaching, I was just with a friend who is used to their route home and back, but not necessarily used to other routes, and also just not hadn't done courses, doesn't necessarily have that kind of awareness. We were going up Brooklyn in the temporary cycleway, and as we were going, I would say things like, oh, don't worry about the bump here. It's going to be fixed soon in the next instalment, the next phase of the transitional project. And then we get to the point where you get to the village, and then it gets really quite hairy because I'm like, okay, and now take the lane here. And it felt like I was putting him in quite a dangerous position because lots of really heavy vehicles go very fast through there. And with the same friend, we were going along the Newtown cycleway, and again I said, oh, it's going to get better. But again, it was a hairy moment when we suddenly had to take the lane very quickly from Adelaide Road and turning right up until Rintle. So those are two situations where a cycleway stops briefly, where I might be able to have that foresight and confidence to be able to take the lane really easily, but I'm maybe the minority. I'm certainly the minority in comparison to all the people that could be cycling in Wellington. And we want as many people cycling as possible. anyone who has the physical ability to do so. And I know so many people, lots of adult friends, who are so keen to start cycling but do find it quite scary. And I had another experience with someone who moved from Australia to here last year, and they were saying just last night how wild it is, you know, how Wellington roads, you know, so many blind corners and things like that. So we can help make it so good for those people by those connected cycleways. I got so excited during the To Walk to Cycle conference that was a month or two ago, and it was just the most amazing expansive space when we realized how amazing our city could be, like other cities overseas. And it is so doable. It's so doable that, you know, we've got an award for our planning, and I want that to be seen through, because what an amazing award that Wellington received. And so it's our responsibility to follow through and create the kind of cycleway that we all deserve. And that we can do. Transitional phases are so useful, and they're there for a reason. So let's follow through and get to those next stages. All right, do I have anything else to say? Oh yeah, let's open up to questions.
I don't think there are any. Yes, Councillor Free has a question for you, Bethany.
Hi, Bethany. Yeah, I was just going to ask, so what you're really saying is the transitional is good, but it's not enough. We actually do need to go back and do the permanent bits.
Oh, thank you. Great question. I think it's really good as long as we ultimately get the next phase. If we have transitional and we don't, like, you know, where you have several phases of the project, that's really bad if we don't get the next phases of the project. So we need to follow through and connect them all up with finally a really good permanent solution.
And then the other thing is, are there any really obvious gaps in the city at the moment where we should?
Where
there's nothing.
Okay. Probably I can't think of them right now. But I will say, also the organic waste is so good. Let's invest as much as we can into that.
Okay. Cool.
Thank you, Bethany. We appreciate you taking the time to come and speak with us today. Thank you. I'd now like to welcome Gary is here, I believe, from Men's Shed. Tawa, welcome. Thanks. And you have 10 minutes, including any time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ti he mori ora, te mihi tuatahi ki te atua. Nana nei ni e me kato, ko te Kōrau, na māti o tātou. Ki tātou, tanganora, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. So thanks for having me to speak. I had a colleague, but he's unfortunately ill. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you councillors and also decision makers. Our submission, in common with many other volunteer organisations, wishes to highlight ongoing and long-term social, environmental and economic impact of our group and others like ours, the Tawa Men's Shed. We have presented a written submission, so I'm not going to repeat that. But before going into the shortcomings that people present in these submissions, I'd just like to say that Wellington City Council has been very, very supportive of the Tawa Men's Shed, and also our neighbour organisation, which is Friends of Tawa Bush. So we'd like to thank you for that. We do believe, however, the long-term plan does not adequately recognise the support of the social, economic and material needs of older people, nor the contribution older volunteer groups make to the city, except perhaps in the section where the Wellington City Council manages our cemeteries. The Tawa Men's Shed supports the long-term strategic plan's objective of the city's has resilience and fit-for-purpose community, creativity and cultural spaces. And the Tawa Men's Shed also acknowledges the ongoing need for the infrastructure, investment and development. However, in reviewing the long-term plan, we believe the long-term plan focuses too much on materials, buildings, property and land. And more importantly, it does not adequately support the needs of older retired people, but focuses on the needs of young people with examples of things like cycleways. In our submission, we deal with the contribution and needs of older people and volunteer groups and the part they play for older members of society. Therefore, our verbal request is for stronger inclusion in the long-term plan of the acknowledgement of the social, economic and material contribution made by volunteer groups of older people in Wellington, and that the long-term plan needs a clearer commitment to the ongoing support of older people and volunteer groups, both financially and physically, with buildings, materials and activities locally. It needs to recognise that older people need the social and physical support located within their community and not at some long distant old people's hub. And simply the long-term plan does not adequately demonstrate a commitment to the support of the older population who have lived and worked and paid rates and live in Wellington all their lives. They live here now and they need the support now. So my colleague John Gibson was going to have a submission here, but I'm going to read it in his place. So he says, I wish to acknowledge the support over the last 10 years of the Wellington City Council to the facilities and accommodation created for the men's shed Tawa. The purpose of our submission to Wellington Long-Term Plan is to ensure that this support is not some happy accident, but is indeed part of a long-term plan for Wellington to sustain a vibrant and enduring social fabric throughout our city. Volunteer organisations such as the Tawa Men's Shed are essential to communities. Our total assets are small, if measured in monetary terms, less than $40,000, but our real asset is our people. He tangata! And volunteers who make things happen for no greater reward than the pleasure of social interaction and getting things done. With over 240 past and present members, the interaction with other like-minded volunteer groups such as Lions, Rotary, Friends of the Tawa Bush and Tawa Residents Association, we are part of an extensive, almost invisible network that stitches together the social fabric of our community. This occurs in many ways, as diverse as the people in our community. How do you measure this social network? How do you value it? I don't know. What I do know is that it exists, and Wellington City, one way or another, is making this happen, but is it planned? It does not appear in the 2022 long-term plan, and it should appear with much more force in the 2024 long-term plan, but it does not appear to. Please make sure our city's long-term plan strengthens what is already happening to facilitate and accommodate the unseen social fabric of older people here in Wellington. Happy to take any questions.
Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, thank you for your submission. I was just wondering if you had any examples of good spaces that kind of create a good social environment for older people, or any examples you might have?
Well, of the ones that I've attended, which includes Rotary, Lions, the Men's Shed and the Friends of the Tawa Bush, these groups are dominated by old people. And the support that they give to the city, if I go back half a step, the one avenue that gives our organisation support is the grants funding process for Wellington City Council, which allows us to put up a grant, and we are supported. There's just no doubt about that. But if you look at the conditions that we operate under, and that is that you have to have a local site. I didn't really come up here to complain. I came up here to try to identify an issue. But 7 years ago, I got asked by Wellington City Council staff to organise this group, and it took me 2.5 years to find a site. That's sort of an example of how things really didn't work. And it was only when I came to existing councillors of the day, which were Jill Day and Malcolm Sparrow, and said, look, I've spent 2.5 years, I've documented 22 sites with maps and descriptions, and they've all been declined. So only when I got the support of the council did action occur. Without wishing to criticise any member of staff, because both as president of the Friends of the Tawa Bush and chairman of Men's Shed, the Wellington City Council staff have been incredibly good to me, and the organisations I represent, they have. However, if the staff are unable to find the time to deal with issues of the day, then they don't happen, and they can result in many, many letters. So what is the good part that you ask for? Well, to be brutally blunt, It's the connection with the councillors. When you go to a councillor, if things aren't happening, those councillors are able to make it happen. Now, that's great, but it would be better if we could have a much better process that allowed that connection to occur without bringing what can be quite sometimes a moderately small issue to the council table.
Councillor Chung has a question.
Yes, thanks very much for coming in. Do you know if the Tawa Community Centre actually runs meetings and courses and things for retired people? Because the Johnsonville and the Kandala ones do. I'm not sure about Tawa though.
Well, Tawa does have quite a good community centre. I don't know if they hold them for old people because I haven't seen that, but the groups that I'm in, we hold our own. So, for example, the men's shed does woodwork classes twice a week. It does beginner classes on Wednesdays and then Tuesdays and Thursdays, and it has connects with old people. So the organisations I'm in, we do it through our own group, to be honest. We do have public meetings in the community centre because we don't have a meeting room of our own.
Great, thank you. Happy to put you onto the ones in Johnsonville if you like.
Councillor Randall has a question. Thank you.
Yes, I just want to look. Thank you for the feedback and thanks for your success in Tawa. I just want to sort of maybe try and bring it back to the long-term plan. And so you're sort of saying that to me that we need to make sure we preserve the engagement, the ability of officers to engage with the community and to have enough time to support the communities in your local initiatives. That's what you're really saying, isn't it?
Yes, well, notwithstanding that the long-term plan is a planning policy document, it's implemented by staff, isn't it?
It is, but the number of those staff is actually also controlled by the budget that we give them. So the suburban community focus, or the community focus, I should say, is actually an important element that we need to make sure it doesn't get any worse, at least.
Exactly.
Okay.
Well, I mean, if the intention is there, it will only get better because the goodwill is there. Goodwill is there from the council and us, but it is limited by policy and budget.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and thanks for your work.
Thank you, Gary. That brings us to the end of the questions. Thank you for coming in today. I'd now like to welcome Alan Blake. Alan, I don't need to say anything to you because you know what to do.
Kia ora tātou, ko Alan Blake, taku ingoa. This is my personal submission on the long-term plan. Thanks for giving the opportunity to come and do this. I too think community participation is really important. So I just want to highlight 5 points, Tim. Tim was giving me tips yesterday about how to do this, and I want to expand on 1 point. So first of all, fixing the leaks and upgrading the pipes, I totally support that. I think we should pay as much money as we need to make that happen. But I think what Wellington people would like to see is what is the plan. I am not clear what the plan is, so please can we have a plan? Second point, I support the Living Streets submission, which I think is coming tomorrow, and particularly that we need to fund maintenance of footpaths. It's not a nice to have, it's essential information. And if you want to make more money, charge properly for the footpath space. It's our most valuable public space, charge properly for it. Third point, I support the Mount Victoria Residents Association bid for some funding for a toilet at Pyrie Street Playground. It's one of the busiest playgrounds in the city and there isn't a toilet within Kui. It's very important for kids. Number 4, I support more affordable public housing, and for some reason I can't really see where in the budget this funding is coming from. I think the City Council should be paying for more affordable social housing, so please put some money in the budget for that. And this is not upgrading what we've got, this is new. Number 5, I support the perpetual fund idea. I think it's a really good idea. I'm just not entirely clear about how we fund it. I'm ambivalent about selling off airport shares, but maybe we could, the 10 million or whatever it is a year that we get from that, we could start building up a fund. I don't think it has to be an instant thing ready on the day, but it's a good idea to have some money for a rainy day. And number 6, the points that I want to expand a little bit more on was I think we need more money for parks and green spaces. We spend quite a bit of effort goes into trapping pest animals in Wellington, which is good, but we need to spend at least as much on pest plants and weeding and putting in proper native biodiversity back into our system. It's really important. The weeds are getting away on us. You've probably heard from Nigel Charman about the Old Man's Beard campaign. It's a great campaign. It shouldn't be up to individuals to have to run that sort of stuff. We're getting overwhelmed up there. This is part of being overwhelmed, my little injury. Weeding the other day. It wasn't him. I also support for better green space in the central city. It's one area that really is really lacking in green space. The green network plan doesn't go anywhere near what's required. And then I support filling the gaps in our park network for people that are not well served by our parks currently. That's every children's playground should have accessible services. For kids, we need somewhere for older people with cognitive issues to be out in green space having a happy time. And I particularly support a park designed by and for girls and young women. There's a significant issue with young women who don't get enough physical activity because they don't feel that there is a space for them. This is not pink painting skate parks or rugby parks or football or anything that is designed for boys. This is somewhere that will be designed specifically by and for girls and young women. And some of the things some really cool stuff out there is like girls for some reason love swings. They love social spaces. And just being outside, it's really important that we provide this, and we aren't currently. It's one of the biggest gaps in our park network, and we should be funding it. So put some money there, please. And I'm going to stop.
Yes, I have a question from Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, mine was really just a point of clarification to the written submission. The 1,921 OPEX, you're aware that is raised by 1,000, so it would be 1.9 million?
But what was that for, sorry?
Oh, for the pest plants and weeds, the OPEX
It's just not enough.
Okay, so
we need people. We need people on the ground. We need somebody supporting the community groups who do most of the weeding work. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Quick one from Councillor Pannett.
Is it possible that we need to just say that all activities are for all people, so there's no boy activities and girl activities?
No. I think there's some really clear research and evidence out there that young women in particular are not well served by physical activity spaces. You see that it drops off as soon as girls hit teenagehood. They don't feel comfortable in public spaces. They really need. It doesn't mean it's not for other people. It's just that the design and provision is centred around young women. Yep.
Thank you, Ellen. That brings us to the end of your time. We appreciate you coming in to speak with us today. I'd now like to welcome Colin Feslier and Angela Bellich. No, Mai. I've got you down for 5 minutes, but we can probably go a little bit longer because there's two of you. There's two individuals.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koe, tēnā kōrua pia te māngai o ngā mana whenua e noho nei, tai no ki ngā kai kauni hera katoa, me ngā apiha e tautoko ana, tēnā tātou katoa. We have made a brief submission on behalf of Angela and myself. We'd like to talk about the airport and about rubbish, and Angela has told me to talk about the airport first, which I will. We are opposed to any sale of any council investment in the airport unless it is a transfer to local government or to a consortium, to a national government, or to a consortium of local government. In other words, we want it retained in public hands. We think it would be better if the council owned more of it rather than less of it. In particular, we wanted to talk about the perpetual fund which is proposed. We consider the proposal for the perpetual fund to be completely incoherent. If we need a perpetual fund, then a perpetual fund should be established and paid for out of rates and other council income. If we don't need one, then we shouldn't set one up. The idea of setting one up simply because you've sold something makes no sense whatsoever. The argument for a perpetual fund needs to be made on its own, stand on its own merit, and be entirely separate from anything the council sells. The council sells things all the time. Do you put that money into a perpetual fund? No. Why? Because the case for a perpetual fund has not been made. To make a case based purely on the sale is, as I say, incoherent. I'd just like to end on the airport by quoting my father-in-law, Angela's father, who was mayor of this city, put forward the principle that you never sell anything if, when it goes bust, you have to buy it back again. And that's exactly the case with the airport. It's a public facility that is absolutely essential to the life of the city. The idea that it could be put out purely for private use makes no sense at all, because if it went bust, we'd have to buy it back again. So it makes no sense to sell it. That's the points on the airport.
Okay.
When the rubbish collection was moved from, I don't know, some of you might be old enough to remember this, but moved from the door-to-door collection to a curbside collection, I think it was under Fran Wild's mayoralty, there was a commitment, a perpetual commitment, that that rubbish for older people, for payment of a small amount of money, would be collected and from the doors, from doors. And recently we made a use of this, my family, when my mother was about, she was in her 90s, and we were able to get the rubbish collected from that. But we discovered that the procedure was quite difficult, and if you were an older person trying to stay in your own home, it would have been very difficult to do by yourself, and also that recycling wasn't covered. So I use this as an illustration of one of the perpetual commitments that the City Council makes in these circumstances. And all I suppose I can say about when an elected body makes a commitment to make something perpetual, really what you're talking about is an issue of trust between the people of the city and the elected councillors. It seems to me that the airport, and there's been a lot of talk about it, including, I don't know if you recall, Winston Peters actually left a national government over the sale of Wellington Airport shares. So there's been a long trust that we should keep the airport, and we should keep, and you break that trust and you break these continuing trusts at a risk for the social cohesion of a lovely city that has been committed to many things like social housing, being kind to one another, and a sustainable future. And those can be advanced through the ownership of the airport as well. So I'll shut up.
Thank you. I have got a couple of questions, the first being from Councillor Young.
So thank you. I'm just wondering, do you remember how grim the airport was when it was under public ownership, when the terminal was the old de Havilland hangar from the Second World War?
Yes, I do. I rather liked it because there were all these birds flying around. I do.
They were also dropping on our
It was a view it should have been kept as a historic place, but and that wasn't simply a function of public ownership. That was a function of investment and the investment being made. So, and the question is how much money is available for public bodies to borrow. And I don't know if you recall, for instance, though, I was talking to Dennis Foote about it, that many years ago, the central government would give local government very low interest loans to do things like work on water infrastructure. So it's really a question of where you place your accounting rules.
Okay, I was just really more concerned about the quality of the airport terminal because it was so ghastly, but thank you.
Okay, one last question from Councillor Abdurrahman.
Cool. First, thank you so much for your submission, and I got related two questions together. The first one is, as a historian, Colin, how successful it has been when it comes to privatization. Is there any example that you can give us? The second question, which is related, is how likelihood are you going to vote for the mayor or councillor who will vote in support or against the sale?
I think we'll just go for the first question, Councillor.
Well, I think for many people, including the current Deputy Prime Minister, the question of sale of airport shares is a matter of principle, and I think it will play a part in future elections. But on the question of council ownership, looking back over the years, the council has owned all sorts of things: coal distribution, milk distribution, fish retailing, an abattoir, buses, footpaths, roads, trams, all sorts of things, and the need for council to own things comes and goes. But the need for an airport has come, but it is not yet gone. While you can argue that the private sector is quite good at distributing fish and that the intervention of the council is no longer necessary, the private sector is not very good at aviation, as the constant bankruptcy of private operators in the aviation sector shows, and the need of the central government to bail out Air New Zealand when it was privatised. It's subject to all sorts of pressures, the cost of fuel, the cost of land, the risks associated with being by the sea, passenger numbers, viruses, everything else. But the need for an airport remains constant, no matter what the bottom line is in any one year, and that's the reason that continued council ownership is still essential. While we need an airport for the reasons we need it now, we need to make sure there's public investment keeping it secure.
Thank you both, Ngā mihi, for coming in. It's very nice to see you. Councillors, we are now going to take a break till 2:45.
Next submitter, Paul Ridley-Smith from the Oriental Bay Residents Associations. Paul, you have 10 minutes, including time for questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Matthews, and thank you for the invitation. I want to try and stick within my rails in terms of what OBRA's submissions are. The first and most important one is that the 276% nominal rate increase projected over the next 10 years cannot and must not take effect. All those councillors around the table, and I'm sure this is all of you want to have a sustainable and vibrant city. You want it to be affordable for the citizens, you want diversity, you want people of different socioeconomic groupings to be able to prosper in the city. And if you put through a 276% nominal, which is broadly assuming, let's say we assume inflation at 5% over the next 10 years, 276 nominal becomes 100% real increase over the 10-year period. The affordability metrics for the average household will go into, I believe, crisis levels. It is unaffordable as you propose. So I actually don't think any of you probably disagree with that. Actually, you know the stress that it would cause if you put it through onto small businesses and onto households. So the question is, in this forum and over the next year or so, because you can't fix it in this plan, how do you stop it happening? So this is where I come to the OBRA submissions. And this is really bringing my private sector experience, and I've been a colleague of Councillor Brown's for a long time. First of all, and indeed your council office who prepared the report have done a really good job in many places. They say on page 23, we cannot afford to continue maintaining, operating and renewing all our assets as we have in the past. For example, it is no longer sustainable or affordable to keep adding more assets, and they are 100% correct. It's no longer affordable or sustainable to add new services they could have gone on to add, and I'm sure if you asked them, they would say the same thing. So we're just concentrating on three aspects because it's adjacent or in the OBRA zone. One, organic waste collection. Now is not the right time to add up to $150 a year to people's rates. As much as you may be sustainability advocates, you must balance the sustainability advantages of that against the financial sustainability of the citizens and ratepayers. Look, for $50, you could buy everybody a recycling bin, a composting bin from Bunnings and just give it to people. And that's only 4 months of the first year. Secondly, that's what it would cost. You could give everybody a free composting bin for $50 from Bunnings instead of $150 a year on their rates. Secondly, the Golden Mile. I know it's a contentious point, and I know the Mayor has perhaps got a particular wedded position to this, but it just has to stop. Now is not the time for an extravagant or even modestly extravagant reworking of the central city. As I said in the submission, the council absolutely has a role in improving the environment, helping, and it's already doing a good job, and I said in the submission, helping with the homelessness, helping with the vagrancy, helping with the cleaning, helping with the cleaning and so on, and keep doing that. But large capital expenditure is not needed at this time. And the third, of course, is the very contentious point, because again, it comes down to people's values, and OBRA's position is not to dispute the values position of green versus less green councillors, but the cycleway expenditure goes into the same category. There hasn't been a robust cost-benefit analysis on them. It's a lot of extra money that just doesn't have to be spent and added to the debts, which you're going to raise them by $800 million over the 10-year period. There's $100 million of that you can stop, because that's the capital allocation for that. So please, please, for the ratepayers of Wellington and the residents of Wellington, be prudent and drop the expansion of that. And that's before we get to the OPEX. Look, those are the three things that are particularly pulled out in the report, but really it is a plea and then how do you fix it from there? Those are three things. It's a really knotty, gnarly problem. I realise it's difficult, but at the end of the day, and I compliment the officers on much of the report. But at the end of the day, you as councillors need to put it back to the officers and do what Kapiti has done and said, we're living, and it says here, and also, we are going to live within a fiscal envelope. Officers, there's two of them over there, and Ms Proctor at the end there. This is the maximum that we can tolerate as an increase. Bring us back a real comprehensive suite of options that allows us to stay within it. That will be hard, and it will require you all to make really difficult decisions and trade-offs, and it will take a year or two. I know it can't be done in the time frame of this, but it is the only way that you can try and make the city affordable. And look, I've identified 3 things where you can definitely reduce CapEx and OpEx in the short run. Those are related to OBRA. I can think of 10 or a dozen more, but it's outside the scope of OBRA, and I'd happily do a separate note on that. 4 minutes to go. Let's get to the airport shares. The last person who spoke, with the greatest respect to Mr. Feslier, completely conflated owning an airline with owning an airport. So let's just note that for a start off. I was involved in buying the airport in 1998. I was a director of it for a good number of years. It absolutely should be sold. That is the only sensible, economic, risk-adjusted position for the council to take. The council officers make the case very well about the diversification of risk. At the point in time when you are most going to need your assets to support the city will be the point in time when those shares are worth the least. Let me give the example of Auckland City and its shareholding in Auckland Airport. When Auckland Airport needed to raise $1 billion in 2020, at the height of the COVID crisis, they did a capital raise. They raised $1 billion. Auckland City could not pay its $224 million as the capital contribution required to maintain its pro rata share. It declined to buy its pro rata share of the capital raise at $4.66. Those shares are trading today at $7.50. It lost $3 a share because of its inability to meet the capital call. And one day that will happen to this council. At the point in time when the airport needs to raise money will be the point in time when you are financially weakest and you will not be able to participate in the capital raise, and you will be diluted and you will harm ratepayers' interests. That is absolutely certain. That's on top of the reasons that the officers have already made that a diversified portfolio will perform better. The New Zealand Superannuation Fund holds 80% of its assets offshore. It's an outstanding performing fund and a hugely diversified portfolio. That is exactly what the council should do to protect the interests of ratepayers. I've got 2 minutes to go. Questions?
Councillor Randall has one.
Very briefly, what do you think will happen if this council just keeps on going the way that this long-term plan says?
I just picked up my jacket from mandatory clothes in Dixon Street. I told Claire that she's facing a 276 rate rise. I could see the shock in her face. So small businesses like that basically will be driven out of town. It's the same as the Golden Mile issue, right? You've got Cranfields going because of the threat of it. They can't pay. They just can't. It will be an economic wasteland. And that's the small business area. For the small person, the school teacher who lives in Kingston on an average wage, who's told their rates are going to double in real terms over 10 years, I'll be looking for a job in Greyton.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Paul. Regarding the airport, you were talking about the share price and how it's actually increased. Well, only 3 years ago it was $5, and so now it's actually went up to $9, and so now I think today was about $7.60. So that shows that the price, the value of the airport, or the way the public actually assesses the airport, is growing. So then, what's to say that the same thing won't happen with Wellington Airport?
Why don't you ask officers to do a backward-looking financial analysis from the time the council declined to sell its shares for $50 million in 1998 and create some counterfactuals. Take that $50 million, put it into if they just even bought Infratil shares, they would have done significantly better. Any diversified global equity portfolio would have outperformed the airport over that time period. It's been a satisfactory investment. Oh, the last thing is, by the way, If the owners of the airport, whether it's Infratel or whoever takes over, wants to do an airport extension, there's a $300 million, about right, Tim, cost. The council will be asked for $100 million to pay for the extension. You won't want to do it because you won't have it, so you'll be diluted. It's intrinsically a risky asset. It's time to move on. You've been lucky, and you've had a benevolent co-shareholder. I wouldn't count on that happening in the future.
Thank you. We're out of time. We appreciate you taking the time to come and speak with us today. I'd now like to welcome Sarah Murray on behalf of Recreation Aotearoa.
Thank you. I'm sure you will. Oh, sorry.
No, my Sarah. You have 10 minutes, including time for questions.
Kia ora koutou, councillors. Nice to be here and see you all. My name's Sarah Murray. I'm the Chief Executive of Recreation Aotearoa. We're the industry body for recreation in New Zealand, and we provide leadership, advocacy and professional development opportunities for those involved in the broader sector. Our mission is Te Whai Oranga, enhancing wellbeing through recreation, and Wellington City Council is a long-standing Recreation Aotearoa member. We submit that recreation in all its forms, including tākaro and play, is vital to a healthy, thriving New Zealand and to a thriving Wellington City. The benefits of recreational physical activity are extensive and well documented. These are outlined in detail in our written submission. For Māori, recreation is about te whai oranga, the active pursuit of wellbeing and the connection between people, place and the natural world. In a world struggling with disconnection and environmental challenges, the wisdom of te whai oranga, a te ao Māori approach to recreation, offers a powerful and much needed antidote. We acknowledge Wellington City Council's relationship with mana whenua, including Te Atiawa, Taranaki Whānui and Ngāti Toa Rangatira, and encourage you to invest in providing recreation opportunities that support Māori to recreate in culturally relevant ways. As I'm sure you all know, councils in New Zealand play a critical role in providing opportunities for communities to be physically active. Local government is the single biggest funder of play, active recreation and sport, investing just over $1 billion in 2022. This was significantly more than central government and Class 4 gaming grants combined. The importance of local government investment in enabling recreational physical activity cannot be overstated. Recreation Aotearoa recognises that local government is contending with a multitude of financial challenges, including those related to water infrastructure, climate change mitigation and adaptation, ageing community infrastructure, inflation, and the ongoing pressure to keep rates rises low. Additionally, we note that there's been a significant decrease in the Lottery's Significant Projects Fund, which traditionally supports sport and recreation infrastructure. Currently, there is no specific central government funding allocated for community sport and recreation infrastructure, and the prevailing financial conditions indicate this is unlikely to change in the near future. We acknowledge and thank Wellington City Council as the major provider of sport and recreation facilities in the city. By investing in recreation, you're helping to create a community where active living matters. The work of Wellington City Council makes a real difference. Wellington City Council has a critical part to play in ensuring people continue to enjoy quality recreation opportunities. These need to be available to everyone, regardless of age, fitness level, ability, or socioeconomic background. And you may or may not know that rates of participation in physical activity are in decline across New Zealand. Data from the Active New Zealand survey shows that 44% of tamariki and rangatahi in the Wellington region do not do enough physical activity to meet the Ministry of Health physical activity recommendations. This is a significant decline from previous years. And you may also be interested to know that participation is largely non-competitive, with 67% of both adults and young people participating in non-competitive activities exclusively. For adults in particular, this is a large increase relative to previous years and marks an ongoing trend away from competitive sport. Council planning needs to adopt a long-term approach that considers factors such as urbanisation, population growth, and an ageing population to ensure recreation can continue to thrive amid change. To this end, we acknowledge and commend you on your recently adopted Open Space and Recreation Strategy, Te Whai Oranga Pōneke, your Community Facilities Plan, Te Awe Mapara, and the Green Network Plan. The draft long-term plan shows a strong alignment with these plans, and we encourage you to continue to prioritise investment in their implementation. We urge the Council to maintain its investment in safe, convenient, connected walking and cycling network in Wellington City. Active transport options achieve multiple benefits, including easing traffic congestion, making it easier for residents to integrate healthy recreational activities into their day-to-day lives, and reducing carbon emissions. We commend you for your work to date and encourage you to continue this work at pace. We'd also like to acknowledge Wellington City Council for your support and contribution towards the Wellington Region Spaces and Places Plan in partnership with Nukuora and your adjacent councils. Taking a region-wide network approach avoids duplication and optimises the value of council investment. We support the development of Council's disability policies and strategies, which include provisions and initiatives to enhance the accessibility of recreation places, spaces and opportunities. We express our support for the work being undertaken to update the 2017 Wellington Accessibility Action Plan. We encourage you to increase investment for the prioritisation of more accessible play spaces across your network and for the provision of enabling infrastructure such as beach mats. We submit on the importance of genuine consultation and collaboration with people with disabilities and their whānau and encourage Wellington City to continue to prioritise this. Recreation Aotearoa submits its support for the $82 million investment in recreation facilities and services outlined in the draft long-term plan, and in particular for the $12.4 million investment in the upgrade of the Granada North Sports Park. We also submit our support for the $52 million of OPEX for grants for social and recreation communities, and we encourage you to take a broad approach to the allocation of this fund, noting the significant wellbeing benefits that come from participation in recreational physical activity. We agree with the observation made on page 22 of the plan regarding the need to ensure that infrastructure is fit for purpose and meets the needs of a growing and changing population. We submit that play and active recreation infrastructure should be regarded in this light, as it is as exposed to this issue as any other form of infrastructure. We submit our strong opposition to the deferral of decarbonising of aquatic facilities. We urge you to act with urgency and to make this a priority for investment. We submit our support for the stated option for Kandala Pool. Closing the pool and landscaping the site to create a new park entrance will deliver better community outcomes than retaining an underutilised pool. We submit our support for the Kilburney Park skate facility upgrade, but we do lament the fact that the planned upgrades in other locations around the city have been cancelled. Lastly, we submit our support for the planned increase in investment in trails, which includes the upgrading and maintenance of existing trails. We also support budgeting for ongoing strategic land acquisition where it relates to the provision of spaces and places for active recreation. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I have a few. Councillor Abduram.
Thank you so much. I'm going to read you a statement and I want to ask you if you agree or not and why and what can be done. This is from Sport New Zealand submissions. The proposal to take 75% of renewal approach to community facility, they opposed it. A reduction of renewal spend for community recreation and sport infrastructure comes with risk and potential increases in operational infrastructure failure, which can be more costly and resource
how long
intensive.
Is this going?
I just said I'm reading the statement, and if she agrees, it's just finished now actually.
Okay.
So do you agree with that? If so, do you think it's enough budgeted in the long-term plan?
I'm not across the specific detail around the budget that you've set, but I will say in general that we caution against deferring renewals and maintenance of any infrastructure, and particularly sport and recreation infrastructure. I think you're simply kicking the can down the road and passing the cost on later on. So we encourage you to fully invest in renewing and upgrading infrastructure as planned.
Councillor O'Neill.
Ngā mihi, Sarah. I just wanted to touch on kind of around paragraphs 23 in your submission around Māori values and te whaioranga and a Māori approach to recreation. Do you have any examples or anecdotes of what that might look like done well?
Yeah, I think ultimately it comes down to working in partnership with Māori, with mana whenua and also Matawaka in the city. I think from a sport and recreation perspective, you guys have got some really good examples. The provision of a Kiorahi turf as part of the Newlands Park upgrade is an excellent example of prioritising a facility and really integrating a Te Ao Māori design and actually providing for a Te Ao Māori way to be active in that park upgrade.
Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. You commented on Kandala Pool. What engagement have you had, other than what's in the consultation document, with any groups involved with the pool?
So we're a national organisation, so we are making our submission from our perspective as the industry body for recreation, so we haven't had any engagement with the Kandala community, rather we're giving our professional view as an industry association.
So have you relied on the information in the consultation document for that?
Our submission is based on the information presented in the consultation document.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. We appreciate you taking the time to submit today. Thank you. I'd now like to welcome Dawn Sanders. Oh my, Dawn. You have 5 minutes, podium or table, whichever is more comfortable for you. Yeah, great. And you have 5 minutes, including time for questions, if you'd like.
Thank you very much. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Dawn Sanders aho. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today, and I will just elaborate on what I wrote in my submission. I congratulate the Wellington City Council for its commitment to the arts and the 10-year plan. It's really pleasing to see the $148 million for the capex for the venues. Though it's never enough, we know that, there's always blowouts, and the $122 million for grants, and more on that in my presentation. In the next 5 minutes, I'm going to squeeze in 3 salient points that I made in my written submission. Number 1 is going to be the perception and place of the arts. Number 2, the arts triangle, and number 3, SGCNZ's role. Perception and place in the arts. Every survey organised in good faith to determine how many people engage in the arts every day simply shows a lack of awareness of those devising these, that every single person does, many times a day, be involved in the arts. As mentioned, everyone's clothing reflects their choice of designs, what they wear to suit that day, devouring or skimming through the news, written or read by journalists or actors presenting them, whether on phones, iPads, computers, televisions, radio, newspapers, magazines, podcasts, listening to music composed and performed, recorded by arts practitioners through whatever means, including the background music sometimes in shops and restaurants, cafes, and even public toilets. Films and documentaries, whether on e-devices, on television, via Netflix, on whichever channel appeals. In cinemas, many of the genre of performers and plethora of people who create these are in the arts. And so on. Does anybody stop to think that these arts are all part of the arts fraternity, the wider arts? Who does not do any of these? Of more concern is the credence given to those creatives who are and who they are and how they got there. And I'm afraid because I'm organising our festival, which begins in a week's time, I've done a very crudely drawn arts triangle, but it's indicative, and I'll talk to it very briefly. Here at the top are the principal prime organisations, Royal New Zealand, and this is only a tiny snapshot, it's not supposed to be conclusive at all, but the Royal New Zealand Ballet, NZSO, Orchestra Wellington, museums and galleries, then venues, so they're fully professional, Opera House, Town Hall, MFC, BATS, Circa, Hannah Playhouse, Griffin, etc. Training institutions, Floyd Ficardi, New Zealand School of Music, New Zealand School of New Zealand School of Dance, all of which are real jewels in the crown in the city. Play Market, Kid Stuff, Barbarians, Shakespeare Globes in New Zealand, ShowQuest, all sorts of other organisations, technical production companies, Grouse, MJF, Multimedia, Norwest Group. We have a lot of arts people in this city, and more credence needs to be given to all of them when people say, oh, they don't really believe in the arts. Companies include in dance, Java Dance Company, Footnote, a theatre, a Slightly Isolated Dog, Trick of Light, Binge Culture, all of whom actually heavily contain our alumni from Shakespeare Globe Centre. The practitioners, now this is where it starts to get even more interesting, because there are arts administrators, producers, directors, creative teams, performance designers, technical teams, publicists and promoters. And I think that in the City Council space, there could be more assistance towards maximising the sharing of the roles, the mentoring, the skills and the tasks, and I'd like to expand on that again one day with somebody on a more one-to-one basis so we can sort of work out how that might be seen to work. Because at the moment, many of those organisations in that middle category are time poor, personnel poor, and sometimes knowledge poor, but then there are others who aren't. So why not help to facilitate a sharing of those? Even the creative spend can be congealed and go further. And a calendar of events, which we used to have in the olden days, so that you don't collide in activities. For funding, there's the City Council, Government Ministries, CNZ, trusts, gaming organisations, philanthropists, and again, there are a lot of people that I give mentoring to, but for free, but there's a lot more could be done in that space. I know the grants team here does a lot, but there's more sharing, I think, and collaborative work that Council could help facilitate. And the community base, of course, is Wellington Rep, Stagecraft, Kandala Arts Theatre and so on. And then at the very bottom, the best organised of all in a way, the large range of dance, music, acting, singing, visual arts and other creative arts done at a community level. So, but it's this middle part that's mucky, and I think that that's an area that needs addressing, and City Council could have a role in that. SGCNZ's role is vital. New Zealand, as you know, the arts and creative sector contributed 16.3 billion to the New Zealand's GDP, or 4.3% of the total economy in 2023. It's a positive contribution to the mental and physical well-being of those involved, creating as well as the participants. Plato said, books give a soul to the universe, wings to the mind, flight to the imagination, and life in everything. The performing arts take words off the page, and there the creativity begins. And as Shakespeare said, let your imaginary forces work.
I'm sorry, Dawn, we are out of time. If you could just make a final point.
I've got one sentence. Shakespeare Clove Centre has been doing this in abundance for 33 years, involving over 148,500 tamariki rangatahi through its seniors across the moto every year. And we're seen on stage, off stage, behind the scenes, and in front of cameras and on stages, helping to give enjoyment to life and employment in these over-anxious times.
Thank you so much, Dawn. Lovely to see you, and thank you for the time you've taken to both write your submission and come and speak with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You too.
I would now like to welcome Ian Castles from the Wellington Company. No, my Ian, you have 10 minutes, including time for questions, if you'd like to take any.
Thank you very much, councillors. Madam Mayor, I had on here, but not okay. So the Wellington Company is amazing. I'll just rattle through it, and I really want some questions if I can get them. But it's the same old tune, I'm afraid, but it's a good one. The Wellington Company is a major ratepayer and a regular submitter and participant in council affairs, city affairs. I'm obliged to point out that the city is in a very poor state, and for the first time admit that we have been humbled by Auckland with their single-digit rate rise and seeming control of their city infrastructure. We, on the other hand, possess all the advantages of compactness, a population that truly loves its city, and have an obvious path to prosperity and success that would also significantly contribute to the nation's performance. Intensify the residential city. Whilst we all think that this sounds quite good and will help things, we don't often understand just how good this would be. 50,000 naturally carless economic units, people, will transform the city, add ratepayers, present no significant transport impacts, and require little or no infrastructure. I live and breathe this stuff. I know it. I've been here for 34 years. It's blindingly obvious. Our city swells to 108,000 people during the working week. Yet people commute back to their very own infrastructure for the night time. Our city simply has to be, and largely is, able to receive these people with existing systems. Like, if you understand it this way, we have a contract for these people that come in every day to look after them. They have their showers and they do various things, and they enjoy the city, and then they go home. It's almost like having Singapore eating and sleeping and Singapore working, two separate cities. We have it right here, but we've never woken up to it properly. We all understand it, we're all open to it, but we don't make it happen. People really would love to do it. The 20,000 people that already live in the city attest to the fact that they enjoy it and they love it, but we just haven't taken the next step. I advocate for this to be studied and modelled so that the required support for seismic planning, insurance, consenting rates and finance is all allowed for. We would be very happy to contribute to this initiative in any way that we can. And I invite you all to email me, ian@twc.co.nz, and I'd love to talk to you all individually or together about this and work out how we can get there. Questions?
Councillor McNulty.
Am I allowed to, since we're in time? Okay, cool. The Property Council came and spoke with us this morning, and their issue was really about the commercial and residential rates differential, and how they see that as being particularly burdensome for property owners. Do you think there's an argument to look at something like land value rates so that rates reflect the economic potential of a site rather than improvements?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point, and I generally tend to believe that land rates are better. But I think that's a small consideration compared with the actual proposition, which is more people living in town. I mean, whatever rates you pay is going to be better. Yeah.
You have me sold on that. Second, just because we had a submitter talk about Gordon Wilson the other week, do you have any thoughts about whether that building has a future through private development?
I'm a bit radical. I think it could be saved, and always have thought that. But it's expensive, and you really the right way to look at it is could you get 30 years life out of it, and then think about where you are then. But it isn't up to us, as the university owns it and other people were involved. So yes, if it was mine, I'd be fixing it. But
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for coming in, Ian. I have a question regarding the Koinga-ora model, that where you've been taking buildings and you've been converting them into apartments and residences. Sorry, yes. Do you think that model still works? Because in view of the cost of actually building and cost of doing the conversion, is that model still good for the city?
It works better now. I mean, we've been working on it for a while. So the Kaikoura earthquake went through the city and took away the useless ones. The useless ones have gone. Insurance should really have gone down because the useless ones can't go again. The city performed extremely well according to code. So there's a lot of buildings around that can be converted to residential really, really well. We had some really good, some convenient rules with towers and podiums back in the 80s, and they've given us city buildings that have got a lot of air and light around them. We're well suited to conversion. Every time you use a building for some other purpose and give it more life, then it becomes a huge benefit in terms of carbon. It's got everything going for it, from people living and walking in the city and conducting commerce and growing the city like Singapore. Everything's screaming for it. Now we can convert them, and we're getting better at it. So we're very keen on getting to 1,000 units, maybe more. So keen.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, that partly addresses one of my questions, which was going to be, if we've got these thousands of people commuting into Wellington, and one of the issues is that, they then take all of their time back and they spend it out in the suburbs, what more could we be doing in partnership to actually keep people in the city or allow them to afford to live in the city, and what sort of economic impact that might have for us?
Well, it has huge multiplying. We've never really got a handle of how good it is. I mean, we've had studies, and Shamabeel Yakov's done work for us, and it's hugely beneficial for someone to be in the city. And I'm not saying everyone's got to do that, but once you start doing it, then you forget where your car's parked, and life becomes quite nice. And if you walk 3 miles a day and you don't smoke too much, you live to 85. So you have all these wonderful things that just explode. And a lot of the world does this. And, New Zealand's got funny ways of sort of living in the past all the time, but we just need to get... This is the opportunity for New Zealand. Like, the government sort of gets it, but they sort of hide that thinking sometimes. It's absolutely vital that we promote and support this sort of economy. And you have coffee with people before you go to work, and you just walk down Lambton Quay, and if you've got something on your mind, 3 people will tell you what the solution is. It's just, it's the place.
Fantastic, thank you.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Ian. And so I guess as a question I always have around this infill high density development is looking in the city and it's not really happening. We want affordable housing. What is the affordability of building a brand new apartment in Wellington now, and is that actually possible?
I think construction costs, new construction cost is hard. I think that's why conversion's got some advantage on it. I think there'll be a lull in new construction. We've got quite a bit of new construction now. The cranes did stay around for a while, but they are going to start diminishing. I don't think there's any way around that. I mean, it's just we're going into a fairly long lull of, I don't know how to describe it, I think it's 10 years really before we get out of it.
So it's, I mean, I'm misinterpreting, but as far as like what people call straight up affordable housing, it's really can't be done with new construction.
Incredibly hard.
Yeah.
Well, unless there's a lot of subsidy, or unless we can do it like the Americans. I proudly wear this Empire State Building thing on my coat. 13 months for a 100-story building. Like, it's phenomenal what the Americans can do. Yeah. We could all become Americans, but maybe there's other things that we wouldn't like about that.
Okay.
Councillor Free.
Yeah, Ian, look, we've been talking about waste, and if you've got a lot of people living in the city, how would you see people managing their waste? What would be some solutions? I'm talking composting, you know, not sewage, but the other waste, rubbish, yeah.
I don't see it as being a huge issue. I think people in the city probably generate less. I don't know. I mean, I hadn't thought about it that hard.
Okay. So you don't have a view on our waste proposals that are in the LTP?
Not really.
Okay.
Councillor McNulty again.
Thank you. Just wondering, what's your biggest roadblock when it comes to doing a private development with WCC? What's something we could move the needle on?
Well, there's all those things that developers always want. They always want smoother, faster consenting. We always want things to move as rapidly as possible and easily as possible. And council's a bit like an elephant, we're a bit like a mouse, and they often stand on us. But I don't know. I mean, I'd like to send you an email with a bit more thoughtfulness about that.
Quick one, Councillor Chung.
Great. You'll know that Chris Bishop has just approved the Johnsonville line as mass transit. So do you think there are any opportunities to actually build medium density apartments alongside that route, or do you think that there are more opportunities than in the CBD?
I think building above the mall in Johnsonville has always been a wonderful idea, and I've always wanted to do it. We never owned it, so we weren't allowed to, but I keep pushing for it, and I think it would be great. Absolutely fantastic.
All right, we're out of time. We made good use of that, though, with lots of questions. Thank you. Thank you, Ian. We really appreciate it. All right, I would now like to welcome Garth. Scott, welcome, Garth. And you have 5 minutes. You can sit at the table or you can sit at the podium, whichever's more comfortable for you. And that 5 minutes includes time for questions if you'd like. Thank you.
Given my age, I might take the comfort of the seat. Madam Mayor, councillors, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity for this oral submission. And I have copies here if you wish. Well, it's easy enough to send in a written submission, but the gravity of the impact of parking charges within our community is such that I bring to you the real face of a real person with real concerns, who has spoken with many diverse other real people who are not at all happy about the prospect of this council bringing paid parking charges to Tawa. When your democracy advisor, Marcella Freeman, asked me if I was representing a specific group of people, although the answer is no, and I've not brought with me a list of signatures on petition yet, I hope you'll see that in many ways I do also speak for the community. I'm a long-term citizen and resident and can attest to the negative impact that the introduction of paid parking would have, especially on the parents of young and school-aged children, on the elderly who use the library, the medical centre and postal services at the heart of our village, many attending churches on the weekends, and on the same parents of young delivering their children to and from the primary school. Have an impact on the elderly who rely upon the central shopping, along with those who need the social services at the heart of community. And some of those social services programs, they take place within the churches throughout the week. It would be a very sad day for the spectre of paid public parking to have the same negative effect on driving people away from the centre of Tawa as has happened in other suburbs, towns and cities. After many years of stagnation, I see that businesses are starting to grow and look positive, and people are looking more positive and hopeful. So please, please reflect and think again, and do not toss that hand grenade of parking meters into our village. Thank you.
Thanks, Garth. Have we got any questions? Tony?
So yes, Garth, in terms of how you use it, how will this affect you in terms of the way you interact in your community?
Personally?
Personally, yeah.
I'm one of those old people, all right, that I mentioned. I'm one of those church users that I mentioned. I no longer have young children, but nevertheless, you know, do deliver for other people. How it would affect me is I can see the negative impact, and as I said, I've spoken to many others, people who just would not want to go to places which are easily accessible at the moment without the imposition of going through the whole public parking meter thing. We're not a big city, we're just a town. We always have been a town. We don't have the big city environment.
And so just one more. In your experience, there isn't, I mean, when you want to go into town, there isn't actually many times when you cannot find a park. So it's not, the parking is not overburdened in your experience?
No, it's not overburdened, no.
So there's not really a compelling reason, as it would be in parts of the CBD, for example, where we need parking meters to share out the resource?
Well, I would say that there's not an overburdened reason to introduce meters.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for your feedback.
Thanks, Garth. Would you agree that if you are going to roll out suburban parking across Wellington, there should at least be some requisite investment in the suburbs that you're rolling out the paid parking to? So council should be investing in the streetscape or in the business districts if they are going to put out the meters at a very minimum?
That's a curly one. That's a very curly one. How would that work?
Just to clarify, that's not currently the case in what's being proposed. So what I'm saying is if we were to propose suburban parking in suburban areas, do you think that there should also be some type of investment, whether it's through the business districts or directly into roads or tree planting or things along those lines at a high level?
My understanding is that there already is, within our rates.
Thank you, Garth. We're out of time. I want to say we really appreciate you taking the time to write a submission and come in and speak with us today. Thank you.
I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to welcome Andrew from Nuku Ora. No mai, you have 10 minutes, including time for questions. Welcome.
Kia ora, e nā mana whenua o te rā na Māori o te rohe nei e mihi ana. E nā rangatira, kua mihi mai nei kia au i tēnei rā tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora everyone, I'm Andrew Leslie, I'm Chief Executive of Nuku Ora.
We're an independent charitable trust that provides leadership and support to the regional physical activity system. When I say system, I mean all the people, the organisations, the resources that help to enable people to be physically active. And our region goes up through the Wairarapa and up the Kapiti Coast to Otaki as well. We've got a very long-standing and strong presence in Wellington, and a lot of active engagement with Wellington City Council staff across the parks, active rec and sport area. We also work with Wellington City Council on the Sport Development Program, which supports the development of young athletes and coaches. A lot of our work with the council is in and around spaces and places. We've been involved in projects such as the development of Te Awa Mapara and Te Whaioranga, and also in projects such as the Kilburnie Park and Granada North developments. And we'd like to note the ongoing great work that the council is doing around Granada North. In the past year, Nuku Ora has finalised 2 regional spaces and places reports, and these are focused on sports field provision and indoor courts. And just want to note that whilst the regional indoor court report states currently that there is an adequate provision in Wellington City, it is skewed very much by Akutangi to sort of that side of town, and we do acknowledge in the report that there's a gap in provision in North Wellington. And Te Awa Mapara also speaks to this gap as well. As well as this work, we also are active in primary and intermediate schools through our Healthy Active Learning program, with the Green Prescription program, working with individuals and whānau, and with our Community Strength and Balance program, working with older adults. We have a very active and strong partnership with Te Atiawa and Ngāti Toa around the delivery of the Hioranga Potama initiative, which is focused on developing, promoting and implementing physical activities in a way that's culturally appropriate to Māori. And just want to note with our Tū Manawa Active Aotearoa Fund, which we manage on behalf of Sport New Zealand, we invest over $226,000 into Wellington over the last 12 months. So with our feedback on your long-term plan, just want to make a general note firstly that we're really supportive of how the LTP considers physical activity opportunities across the city, and particularly in light of the current financial environment that you're operating in. Additionally, we want to note the quality of the work that's gone into Te Awa Mapara and Te Whaioranga, and the actions that are contained within those and how they'll shape the council's work going forward. So 2 main points I want to touch on today that were in our submission, Kandala Pool and the skate park upgrades. So with Kandala Pool, we want to note that this is a really difficult decision for the council. We support the council's proposal to close the pool and to use the land for other recreational use that would benefit the community. And we say this because our Nuku Ora Regional Spaces and Places strategy outlines several principles to be considered during decision-making around facilities. Now, these principles...
Hi, Stinky. Oh.
No.
Apologies, my apologies. I was talking to Teddy. Don't mind me.
The
Sorry.
man is talking to her dog.
Okay.
Apologies, Andrew. No comment about you at all there.
Thank goodness for that. Yeah. So these principles can be found in all regional facility plans in the country and are derived from work that's carried out by Sport New Zealand as part of their development of the National Facilities Framework. These principles include meeting an identified need, sustainability, collaboration, integration and multi-use, flexibility, and inclusive and equitable. When we apply these principles to the Kandala Pool project and consider the challenges with the project, including the work that would be required to remediate the land and the proximity of the other indoor pools nearby, in our view, it would not be a good strategic decision to rebuild the pool, especially in an environment where resources for capital investment are scarce. Good facility planning is vital because the investment in building, maintaining and supporting aquatic facilities needs to represent the best use of resources to meet the needs of the communities they serve.
I'll now move on to the skate park upgrades. So we support the proposed approach that's in the LTP in terms of managing skate parks. However, we do believe that it would be important to ensure that the planned upgrades for Ian Galloway and Waitangi Park do go ahead when there is less pressure on budgets. We understand that the development of the skate park at Kilburnie is in line with the Kilburnie Park Master Plan and also the consultation that was carried out with the community and the council's desire to create a dedicated space for youth wheel-based sport, given the nature of interest in these activities by diverse groups of young people and the social and community connection these spaces encourage. So just, looking to the future, very much looking forward to ongoing relationship with the council across a range of different areas. In terms of play development, we've been working for the council for quite some time, supporting the play policy and neighbourhood play system development. Also thinking about our ongoing spaces and places work, and Wellington's presence on the steering group, the regional steering group, is very much appreciated on that. We will be looking at reviewing our current regional spaces and places strategy and expanding the work into active rec play and sport. Also working across youth development and how we work with the sport and recreation system around climate change adaptation and response. So kia ora everyone.
I do have some questions, the first being from Pōiwi Hohaia.
Kia ora, Andrew. Thank you for your submission. I just have a question in relation to a submission we heard last week from the Wellington Rugby League Association. Mm-hmm. I was struck by two things. First, that they have an extremely high Māori and Pacifica population, about 97%. And the second was that they mentioned that at the moment they have no home base. And I just wondered if you had any thoughts around that.
Not necessarily around the home base, but in terms of rugby league as a sport, and when we looked at our sports field report that we put out, it did note that the quality of sports fields for rugby league was poor in comparison to other codes. Yeah. So we supported the better maintenance of sports fields as one of the key recommendations, and actually Hutt City Council have picked that up. And there's $10 million in the LTP going towards upgrades of sports fields that are predominantly used by league. Yeah.
Councillor O'Neill.
Ngā mihi, Andrew. I just wondered if you could explain for my colleagues around the difference between recreation and sport, because I think we're used to engaging with traditional sport, but what's the value for recreation in terms of to the well-being of people? Yeah,
it's a tricky one to find. The way I describe it, if you had physical activity on a spectrum, and at one end is, competitive, it's structured, it's formal, call that sport. Down the other end, non-competitive, unstructured, informal, would be recreation. But there is some grey area in between there.
Councillor Calvert. My question's about Kandala Pool. You probably imagine.
Yes.
Did you, from what you know, did you speak to anybody else other than officers about what was in the consultation document in terms of the proposals for the pool?
Not specifically in terms of our submission, no. We drew on good practice, I guess, and good practice that we received through Sport New Zealand, what we see in other regions, and also the expertise of our staff.
Did you go out, because you talked about how you engage with communities.
I've got lots of councillors on the list. Councillor Pennant?
Okay, well, maybe I'll talk to him afterwards, but that would be good. Thank you.
Thank you for taking an integrated approach to recreation and sport. What about the cycle network? How would you like to see that proceed, given kids need to get to sport?
Yeah, in terms of like cycleways?
Yeah, so we've cut the budget,
yes,
but do you see this as a priority as an organisation to get happening?
There's been some good work on cycleways across the city today, and again, acknowledge that some things need to shift. So yeah, we're supportive of that, of the council taking that approach, because it's not necessarily a burning platform when it comes to participation, but we do absolutely support the notion of active transport. So we'd certainly like to see it continue, again, when budgets are better. Yep.
One last very quick one from Councillor Abdurrahman.
Thank you. Do you think there is issue when it comes to access to sport? If so, what this council can be doing?
So there's issues in terms of affordability of sport, for sure, and I'm obviously aware of the Affordable Sports campaign and the review that came out of that. In our view, affordability is a complex issue, so it's a lot more than what the council charges for use of facilities. It's something that is a big issue and talking point within the sector, and one that we all need to work together on.
Thank you, Andrew. We appreciate you coming in. There were a few unanswered questions there. I'd now like to welcome Michael Frawley. No, Michael, you have 5 minutes, including time for questions.
Thank you. Presentation was a bit late, so if I just pass it around, enjoy yourselves. Oh, thank you. Look, I'd just like to thank the council for giving me the opportunity. I appreciate you're very busy and you've got some big decisions to make, so whatever I say is not a criticism of you, just my personal opinion. What I'm presenting now is I live in Newlands, and it's quite a local area. A lot of people obviously shop in the area, shop locally, like to support local. So what I've provided you is just a list of the businesses that will be impacted by the parking proposal. And what does concern me is, if you look at the list, these are what they say are ma and pa businesses. They're not the multinationals. Even the Newlands, which is the biggest shop there, is actually owned by a couple. So we're talking about family businesses, and the danger, I think, is a lot of these businesses are actually on quite low margins. So they're not really high turnover. So anything that's going to distract from people going into their businesses will have an impact on those businesses. And already there's quite a number of vacant shops in the area. And my concern is, I know some of these owners personally, is that they're going to be under a lot more pressure. And I think the last thing we want to be doing is putting up roadblocks and obstacles for people to run their businesses. We should be more encouraging of it. And I did hear some ideas like improving the streetscape. I think that's a great idea. Obviously, it's a cost. But I put a picture down there at the bottom, and that's just to remind the council that we're dealing with people here and families. And as I said, they're not the multinational companies, they're mum and dad businesses. And the danger is, I don't think we should probably be putting in parking fees outside in the suburban areas, because it's going to actually impact those businesses quite a lot. And the danger is that people will have a more for what's the word? They'll start going to the malls, Porua, Lower Hutt. So it could be a self-defeating exercise to even put parking meters, because people they do it already on the weekends. A lot of these businesses are where you just pop in for 5 minutes, go to the pharmacy, get a takeaway. Some are a bit longer, but if we make it more restrictive, people are going to go to malls where it's free parking and all that. So what we're going to end up with is a more rundown shopping mall. It's just going to basically not a good idea. So I know you've got big decisions to make, but my focus is the ma and pa family businesses that we should really be supporting, because I think they are the crux of the community and also of Wellington, rather than these big malls. So that's basically my submission, yeah.
Thank you. We've got a question from Councillor McNulty for you.
Thank you so much for coming in. When you were speaking to any of these owners, so in the Northern Ward, Johnsonville and Tawa, they've got business groups that have been able to advocate, but there's not such a example in Newlands. So were owners surprised by the proposal when you were speaking to them?
Yes, like I've talked to the Newlands bakery owner, does great pies. You've probably been there, and he said, like, look, not so much in the mall if there's no parking in the mall, but a lot of cars will park on the outskirts outside the mall, and they'll take away, run in, grab a pie. Gets a lot of construction guys just park their vehicles up, or girls, park their vehicles up, run in. So he said it will have a big impact. And when I was talking to the people on the laundromat, they have a lot of people, they parking outside to do the laundry 30 minutes, 60 minutes. They don't want to be paying $4 or $5 to do their laundry. It's just the whole rationale does need to be seriously thought about. So, Janus Laundry, they have parking right outside their shop. That's going to cost them, $4 or $5 parking. People won't go there, They'll go somewhere else with no parking, So, yeah.
Councillor Chung has a question too.
Thanks very much. Do you have any idea when people go to the mall in Newlands? Do you know if they all drive there, or do you think that most of them, or some of them, would live around that area and just walk down, or ride a bike?
I live nearby, and I will take my bike and I will walk. But sometimes I will take the car, depending if you push for time. There is underground parking at the mall, but that can get full. Even at the top of the mall, it can get full, so people will park on the side streets if it's really busy, particularly Saturday mornings. And also you can get people using the car park for sport. It's not really the practicality, because the Newlands Park gets very busy for sport as well. And also there's a school nearby that can get busy. So even when people aren't shopping, they're using those car parks for dropping off kids. And as the previous gentleman said from Tawa, they don't just serve there for people going shopping, they serve a wider thing. There's churches there as well. So, yeah, I just think in the outer suburb, it's not really, it's more of a community thing. It's not really people coming to shopping and down. There's a whole lot of different things happening there, yeah. So
thank you, Michael, and thank you for taking the time in to come and speak with us today. You might have planted the idea of a pie in Councillor McNulty's head. We do have a dinner break coming up.
They are good pies, well recommended, and it's a lovely family business that runs it as well.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you very much, and all the best.
Thank you. I'd now like to welcome Nathan Bond from CCS Disability Action Wellington. No, my Nathan. Wherever you're comfortable, and you have 10 minutes, including time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to our submission. Ko Nathan Bond toku ingoa, ko te awa kairangi te awa, ko orongorongo's me monga. CCS Disability Action supports lots of people within the Wellington city who go out into the community and participate, learn how to be independent. Some of the proposals would have that you've listed in the long-term plan would have a detrimental impact on the ability of them to do that, particularly in regards to parking meters. Disabled people have, generally speaking, lower incomes and higher expenses than other segments of the population, so any kind of increase in fees and stuff is going to impact on their ability to be involved in the community. Also, our population is ageing, and when we age, we gain impairments. It's part of life, and so we need to invest more in providing mobility parking spaces so that as people age, they're still able to access their community and be involved in the Wellington city. Right, so another thing that we are keen on is that sort of when you're talking about shared roads and cycleways and footpaths, they're not really a safe space for pedestrians. There's safety issues that when you've got multi-modes of transport in the same space, and they really need to be thought about individually to how do we serve the needs of all these distinct sort of transport mode. How do we meet the needs of pedestrians? How do we meet the needs of cyclists? How do we meet the needs of road users, rather than have them all lumped together into one big category? Because there's, people who have hearing impairments cannot hear people who ring the bell to let them know they're behind them on their cycles. people who have visual impairments can't see people coming the other way or from behind them. So there are a number of issues there which impact on their ability to use those spaces safely. And also, like, some of the proposals that you've put out, there's like one preferred solution. Generally, disabled people don't do well when there's only one option, because if you're talking about the needs of people who have a hearing impairment, they're very different than the needs of people who have a physical impairment or a visual impairment. So they do a lot better when there's a range of options. And we talk about equity in the disability world, and that's about doing things differently so that you can enjoy the same outcome as other segments of the population. We really think that the council should engage with the disability community in Wellington to explore how we can do that in terms of waste, because there are significant issues in disabled people participating in the proposed solutions in the long-term plan. That's all. If you've got any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
We do have some questions. I have one first, Nathan, and I'm interested in the offer to or the suggestion that disabled people's organisations could participate alongside our accessibility advisory group, and wondering what would you see. We're doing a review of how the advisory groups work, and it's a really good time to have that conversation. So wondering what you think some of the advantages of that might be.
Well, disabled people's organisations represent disabled people, and so they get together and talk about the issues they're facing. They have expertise in identifying barriers and thinking about solutions. And as a representative organisation, they are very invested in solutions. And under the UNCRPD, they give a mandate to consulting with representatives from disabled people's organisations. So I think they would give voice to some of the segments of the community who aren't represented currently in the accessibility advisory group. Cheers.
Thank you. Councillor Randall has a question.
Yes, I was particularly taken by your comments on the problems with shared spaces being used to try and fit modes together in narrow points. So could I just confirm really your position is that the council should not use or only use in the most extreme circumstances the shared space as a solution to deal with pedestrians and cyclists and fitting them all together?
Well, as I said, it's the safety issues involved are quite off-putting for people who want to use those spaces. And if you're talking about having people using recreation and coming out into the city, those are some of the things that you need to consider. I think also not only for disabled people, but I think elderly people feel similarly about using spaces where they have people on bikes or scooters zipping past them, going a lot faster than you can walk, and the impact of a collision for somebody who has a disability or somebody who is elderly can be quite serious.
Thank you.
I think we're out of questions. I'd like to thank you, Nathan, for your submission and for coming in to speak with us today.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you. Now we go to James Barber online. No, my James.
Wā, okay, kia ora koutou, ai te tuatahi aku mihi ki te iwi o tēnei rohe, te tuaroa aku mihi nui ki a koutou, nā tō koutou mahi nui tēnei rā. Thanks for the time to listen today. I had planned a somewhat boring submission, but after a little journey yesterday, I'm actually going to tell you a story instead. So my partner tends to give me Sunday without the kids, often to get mahi kainga done for my Te Reo Māori course at Te Wānanga. But today I decided to do a little bit of haerenga because I've been doing some family history stuff. I biked down Adelaide Road past the Pukeahu Memorial. There are lots of leaks, but I also passed the massive work happening at Taranaki Street, the massive waterworks happening along there. Went along the stuff which has been built along Aro Valley. And it's definitely not perfect, but it was definitely better than previous times I've been on that. Went all the way to, followed it along to Karori. And when I got there, I remembered that at the end of last year, my mum had been at a sort of reveiling, shall we say, of, I think, my great granddad's tombstone, Thomas Kane, at the cemetery there. And after about an hour, I found it. Now, there were some really cool things I saw along the way there. First off, there was a new tohu about the kiwi, because they've been recently released, and that was extremely exciting to see. Second off, when I finally found the tombstone after about an hour, there were a whole bunch of tui playing in, let me think. I forget the name of the fruit entirely, but there were a whole bunch of tui. Whether or not that's a peaceful thing in a graveyard is another matter, because we're all learning that tui are increasingly aggressive, but with each other. But there are also some keraru flying around and piwai waka, and it was so cool and peaceful and serene. And basically, speaking as a member of a young family, I think the question around this long-term plan is not, is everyone happy with every single aspect of it? Because we pretty much all know that no one will be happy with every single aspect of this long-term plan. That's right, yep. And so the issue is really the general right track, wrong track side of things. And the feeling that I immensely got after this little haerenga, then got doubling back to Pukeahu and doing some of my mahi kainga, which really I should have been doing for most of yesterday, was that the city is actually on the right track. There are huge problems, and we all know what those problems are, and the city council is beginning to deal with them. Now, I'm a passionate cyclist, but I think, and my friends at Cycle Wellington are not going to agree with me, but I can understand why the budget for that sort of infrastructure is being cut. We understand the hard decisions for people in Wadestown. I'm going to focus in the time I have left on two practical elements. First point, the compost bin idea. Lovely. We got a punnet, which I think is about half the size of what the council has suggested. So these are the things you carry with a handle which folds out. So the thing is that the handle on our punnet for one about half the size kind of broke off in a somewhat awkward moment, and the compost fell everywhere. Thankfully, it was in the kitchen, but it could have been a lot worse if it was in the living room, which has carpet. So I would suggest that while I know wheelie bins are not a realistic option for everywhere in Wellington, that if you're going to do the compost scheme, and that's a great idea, that you make a sort of optional version of either a wheelie bin or the punnet thing, because it kind of deals with both aspects. And to be honest, minimizes the risk of people accidentally dropping a week's load of compost on their floor, which is like what happened to me probably, I think it was Saturday, so the day before my beautiful haerenga to the Karori Cemetery and stuff. Now, the second point is probably the most contentious part of this is going to be the airport stuff. And I think, to be honest, and I hate to be overly predictive about the outcome, but probably the most realistic outcome is that the city council is probably just going to sell a portion of the shares. Is probably the most realistic outcome. And if you do that, my suggestion is, of course, to retain over 25% of the holdings. But also, I understand that the regional council is doing their own long-term plan at the moment. And it'll be very sensible, perhaps, if the council decides to sell a small number of shares instead of selling the whole lot, to perhaps contact the regional council and ask, hey, would you like to buy some shares in the Wellington Airport off us? And that way, while there is still some money freed up for a smaller investment fund and a smaller number of diversified investments, but still some diversification, we still retain the possibility of those shares remaining in some form of public control. And of course, I understand, am I correct that it's 25%, which is the percentage the council needs in order to maintain some sort of around veto?
You. I'm sorry, we are out of time.
Okay, it's quite.
If you wanted to say one quick last thing before I cut you off.
Oh, that's basically all of it. Is Nico there?
He's not. He's not.
Oh, okay, sweet. Thank you very much. Kia ora koutou.
Thank you, Ngā James. Thank you. Right, so now we have James and Louisa Picker. No mai. You have, because you're coming together, you're going to have 10 minutes. And if you'd like to leave any time for questions, that can be part of that. Thank you.
Forward to your 5:05 break. It's fortuitous that your two submitters share a name because, and for one reason or another, I've had cause to listen to a lot of submissions in my time. He was a very engaging submitter. He is on the you are on the right side, right track side of the equation. I am the other half of that equation. I am the James who is here to tell you, you are frustrating the life out of me, and that is the only reason I'm sat at the end of the table talking to you. I don't routinely make submissions to council. It's not something that I would spend my time doing. I am the same as your previous James. I have a young family, and my time is better spent spending time with my children. However, I have taken time out of my life to make a submission, so I'm going to try to be quick, and then I'll hand over to my much more intelligent wife. Your long-term plan really needs a new name, because quite frankly, we were here having this conversation 2 years ago. I don't know about you, but 2 years to me is not a long time. 2 years ago, you put out a statement, this council put out a statement saying you would save Kandala Pool. 2 years, that's all. Now here we are again having another conversation about Kandala Pool. Something that is a taonga. You were gifted Kandala Pool by the people who built it to look after it for future generations. You have systemically failed to invest in it. Its current state is a consequence of that failure to invest, and now you intend to take it away. That is absolutely, the words fail me. And I'm acutely aware that frustrated submitters have a temptation to say things they later regret. So I'm trying very, very carefully to pick my words. You do not solve your infrastructure investment problems by taking away a library, a community centre and a pool. You just don't. And I understand you've got difficult choices to make, but this is what councils are for, local community facilities. And you're proposing to take one away. Only 2 years ago, you said you would protect. In your proposal, the words, it would need a resource consent, and in the community engagement that you've done with the Kandala community, the message that we seem to get from staff members, and God love them for turning up, did a fabulous job, would need a resource consent really drives me crazy. You guys get resource consents for all kinds of stuff all the time. That it's complicated is not an excuse. That you need a resource consent is not an excuse. So let's stop talking about the need for a resource consent as a reason why you can't do something. The remainder of my time will be broken down fundamentally into 3 key areas. Money. Let us count the ways in which you guys are spending ratepayers' money. 329 million on the town hall, 189 million on the library, 41 million on moving into one building. Why that's commercially sensitive is beyond me. You're spending ratepayers' money. Surely it should be within the public interest to know what you're spending it on. The Thorndon Quay Road and the Hutt Road and the pipes that are underneath it, that's going to drop into the bucket of me moving on quickly for frustration. The fact that you're redoing a road and the pipes underneath it need doing, and you're going to have to come back and do it again. And the Reading Cinema deal. Thank God you came to your senses on that particular deal. You've saved $32 million. You could have saved more money on the Hutt Road Thorndon Quay project. There's the money for the pool there as well. Happy to spend that money, not happy to invest in a local facility. $146 million. And you don't have the money in the council budget to protect a 100-year-old asset that serves its local community. The proposal that you put out to the public was ridiculous. It's full of stuff that's not related to the pool. It's not broken down well enough. It's not communicated well. It's a gold-plated option. I think at one stage it had a hot tub in it as a proposal. I mean, you're trying to tell the community you can't find money, and yet the proposal's got a hot tub in it. The comparison of usage was 5 minutes doesn't even give me time to talk to you about your usage statistics and the comparison of cost and subsidy. There's no necessity to close it right now. You've got until 2032 to figure out what to do. I would strongly encourage you to take that out of your long-term plan, work with the community, as the Mayor has said she will do, to find a solution. There is a solution. You've got a long time to figure it out. Strongly encourage you to take that out of your long-term plan, and please don't bring ratepayers back here in 2 years to do it again.
So I, unsurprisingly, agree with a lot of what James has said, so I'm not going to double up. Instead, I'm come here as a mother of two to support their views on the Kandala pool. So they're aged 11 and 14, which is an age group not well represented by the facilities in our area of Onslow. My eldest, Alfie, wrote to the Mayor during the pool's last brush with closure. He wrote back with understanding and reassurance of the pool's future. I asked Alfie what he'd like me to say on his behalf today, and he said, I feel it's unfair that the council wants to close the pool, more so because they promised they wouldn't. Even though I wrote to the council years ago about not shutting the pool down, they're going to do it anyway, and it feels like I was lied to. So many people, including me, have so many memories of that pool, and I feel sad that we may have had our last swim. I feel sad because it means so much to us. Alfie stood up at the community meeting in Kandala and asked the council, have you considered what closing the pool means to older children like me? But there are no alternative places to go and no other facilities, all other facilities are for younger children. I love the words that come from children because they're honest. It's probably why their comments make complete and utter sense. The children have been very vocal on the subject of the pool, and I hope that everyone here today is listening to them. My youngest, Henry, asked me to say, if we get rid of the pool, what are we going to do when it gets hot? We'll have to go inside our heated pool, which isn't fun for anyone and makes no sense. Henry also thinks it's unfair that the age of the people in this room today making the decisions have had their childhood, have memories to show for it, whereas he's still making memories, and the pool is the staging ground for many of his summer ones with his friends. He thinks that just because you may be done with it, that doesn't mean he and his friends are. I'm a mum, but I've also been a home-based educator caring for 25 children over a 10-year period. I'm very familiar with all the facilities in our area, and I could tell design teams a thing or two about what children love in a playground. I can tell you what parents of children don't like in preschool playgrounds, and it's teenagers. Big kids, gathered, bored, misusing equipment because they're just too big for it. None of the playgrounds in the accessible area are designed for big kids. When we go to the pool, the big kids are there, in the deep water, well away from the toddlers, throwing themselves off the diving board, laughing, joking with their mates, playing. How many times do you see teenagers playing now? And the families around the pool love to see them there. They're welcome, they're included, they're admired, they're role models for the younger children who look on in awe and want to manu like the big kids. And you know what? They behave. Because they're entertaining themselves, they're having fun, they're continuing to live out their childhood. This isn't a problem that needs fixing, it's a solution. So please don't close it, use it. When the boys were younger, Wellington was a great place to raise them because there are so many facilities for young children. Now they're older, the places you go as a family and spend the day are fewer. Kandala Pool is not like any other pool in Wellington. We wouldn't go as a family and spend the day at Keith Spry Pool, ever. It is a unique pool with a unique environment, and it's incorrect to say that families can use alternative pools as a replacement for Kandala Pool. There is no replacement. Keith Spray Pool certainly can't cope with an influx of Kandala Pool visitors. It has very little recreation space for older children, and there is nothing for them to engage with there. Families want to be outside on sunny days, and these children just simply won't swim. Valuable swimming miles to maintain a safety standard and fitness will be lost. It's more than a pool. It's a destination, and it's a facility that provides development opportunities. It's an independent walk, a hop or two on a bus or a train for children who buy an ice cream from the ladies at the cafe on the way. They're building independence, social skills, resilience by taking short, familiar and local journeys. I think we can get lost in thinking that bigger is better with everything under one echoing roof. Whereas for children who may be neurodiverse or just lack confidence, little and often is big and loud enough. So please understand what the pool truly is. It's more than a pool. I'd also like to quickly explain why I think the council needs to remain an airport shareholder in some capacity. This is necessary for holding the airport to account for what is in Wellingtonians' best interests. The recent DMAP's flight path change is a prime example. I urge you to look at the Plain Sense Wellington website for more information, but essentially, the airport approved converting a single-track path into a 4-lane airplane superhighway above residents' heads with no consultation. It's like Transmission Gully appearing one day with no discussion. It's just there on your doorstep. With heavy load traffic, the jet aircraft being concentrated in one lane running above the northern suburbs, which is a noise abatement area. The council should not allow the airport to have the power to solely make profit-driven decisions that affect public areas, causing Wellingtonians harm. The district plan has been ineffective at preventing this. I'll finish up with a reflection. I asked my eldest son whether he would write to the council again about the pool, and he said, "What's the point? They don't listen anyway." This council is losing the faith and trust of Wellingtonians. Even our children are saying, "What's the point?" They feel disengaged, and they're young, enthusiastic, and full of hope. Where's the future in that? This council needs to rapidly transform its culture into one of inclusion, rather than the them and us culture, which is evidenced internally and externally. Wellington is full of intelligent, skilled and community-minded people. Don't isolate them, include them in projects like the pool and the children when it comes to designing their playgrounds. Please, please improve to be a council that the community wants to engage with and wants to support.
Thank you both. Apologies, we're out of time.
Thank you very much for your time, councillors. Enjoy your dinner break.
Now I'd like to welcome David Tripp from the Hut Cycle Network. No, my David. You have 10 minutes, including time for questions. Thank you.
Kōrau tōku ingoa Māori, tēnā koutou katoa. David Tripp, from the Hut Cycle Network, like to discuss the throwing ourselves on your mercy to resurrect the changes to the Hut Road, recently deceased. Why cycle? I've said this before, but it is worth repeating. Regular cycling will reduce all-cause mortality, cancer and cardiovascular disease by between 40 and 50%. So I'd say it is strongly evidence-based to say that lives depend on getting a safe and connected cycle network around Wellington. Amongst the many competing demands you face, I think there is an urgency to this task with lives are at stake. To remind you of the scope of what we're trying to do here, this is what we, in my world, call the Welly to Mallee Cycle Corridor. It is a very complex, multi-generational project connecting the two largest cities in our region. You've sweated blood over Thorndon Quay. It's going to be awesome. Thank you. Coming shortly. The bulldozers are currently out on Noronga to Petione section of the path. It's going to be awesome. There is a completed section of road path from Petione to Normandale Bridge, currently deserted because you can't get to either end of it. Going to be great. Bulldozers are out for Riverlink. We're left with this one little bit in the middle along Hut Road. The plans were to include bus lanes, a median barrier, cycle path from Jarden Mile through to Caltex and some pedestrian improvements. You're short of money, I understand that. It's been cancelled. But why should we bother? As I've mentioned, this will be substantial health gain and lives saved for thousands of people. Significant reduction in your CO2 emissions our own estimates, no one else has tried, are that you'll free about 1,000 car parking spaces in Wellington from people who are no longer driving. Those cars will also not be congesting your streets. You'll be supporting tourism. This is the only way to get from Wellington to the Iramataka Cycle Trail and Greater Harbour Way. And it's something bigger than all that. This is an iconic project for a sustainable city, both ends of it. Some would paint me as demanding. I'd rather say I'm patient. This has been on the books since the Hutt Railway and Road Improvement Act of 1903. 121 years later, we again throw ourselves on your mercy. There's a personal side to this. That's me on the Hutt Road cycle path. On the right is an MRI of my 4 fractured vertebrae and the spinal column it just missed. I am a statistic. 50% of the death and serious injury incidents on the Hutt Road are to cyclists. That's a very uncomfortable statistic for your city's busiest cycle route. At the moment, 600 cyclists per day go under the rail overbridge into the tunnel up Hutt Road. With the opening of Te Aratupua Wakakotahi, may I call them that please, estimate 2,000 per day along this route. That's what unlocking that section of the route is going to do to the whole route. So those safety issues are compounded by 3.5 times. Let me just drill into that safety for a moment. It's close to my heart. In 2022, Let's Get Welly Moving did a very detailed study of the cycling issues outside the childcare centre, where there's been a long history of issues of cyclists and kiddies conflict. They put up a whole lot of cameras. They counted everything that moved for weeks on end. This is the data from that study. They noticed 25 instances of potential conflict between cyclists and pedestrians, mainly kids walking onto the cycle path, all of them avoided by cyclists getting out of the way. They also noticed 179 instances of non-compliant parking, loading, creating risks to both cyclists and pedestrians. That tells you what the problem is. Here's one good example from that report. This is looking south on Hutt Road. It's dark and raining. A car is coming north up Hutt Road, has turned across 2 lanes of traffic onto the cycle path, just missing the cyclist who's had to swerve off the cycle path. So that's the sort of traffic movements that I face every day on this route. If you go a wee bit further north, this is a plug for the pedestrians, bottom right, the train station just over the bus stop. The only places pedestrians can go from those 2 destinations are the buildings across the road and up the gorge. The only way a pedestrian can get there is to walk across 6 lanes of traffic where there is no pedestrian crossing. You just wait for the lines to change and run. I remember being on site inspections there in the late noughties, about 2009, with, what are we going to do about this intersection? Here, 15 years later, it needs resuscitation again. So, look, I realise you've been left holding the baby after a very messy separation, and the other parent won't pay child support. Bastard. But we throw ourselves on your mercy. Why? We've only been waiting 120 years. 400 million has already been spent on this route. We're 95% of the way. This final section is a critical weak link, and there's huge potential if we can just finish this off. I submit myself to your wisdom. Thank you.
We have a few questions, one from Councillor McNulty.
Thank you for coming in today. I guess I'm cognizant of the idiom, perfect being the enemy of good enough. we, for instance, are deferring works at the moment from Tōtōpū all the way down to Johnsonville because the cycle route there would cost $20 million. But that's clearly another pressing area. So when we're trying to prioritise, do you really think this, in its current shared path form, is the number one of the priorities that are in the outstanding?
I've clearly got vested interest in this route, so I don't want to say it's an easy task. The thing I have found over 25 years interested in advocating for this route is it's much more than the sum of its parts. We've got Hutt, Greater Wellington, Kiwi Rail, Waka-Kotahi, Wellington City, Riverlink up the way, all with their little bit of the action. The sum of the parts, what do I say? It's much greater than the sum of its parts, and that this will unblock, thousands of trips a day. And so as you make decisions on your section and prioritising that against many other needy things, I would just ask you to bear in mind what else is at stake. And I think it's significant and important. Yep.
Councillor Free?
Hi, my question might be a bit similar. We have got a shared path there. What is the actual problem? I don't cycle it regularly myself.
A couple of things. The safety and the medium barrier, although very controversial, will be significant to that. And my bottom line is that actually safety is really important and probably trumps many other things. Also, there was a time when this bit was actually good compared to everything else. It's going to be the worst now. And look at it with 3.5 times the number of cyclists on it each day. Consider, all the other users and conflicts in that space. We've invested in this whole corridor to make it hum, and we're going to be left with this, take a deep breath, race on through.
And by the way, thank you for your ongoing advocacy.
It's a pleasure.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. I appreciate you coming in. My very big worry is that when you're talking about that crossing over by Nauronga, are there many pedestrians who actually cross those 6 lanes of road there? Like, has NZTA been approached about having an overbridge there? Is that a possibility?
My honest answer would, I hope there are not many pedestrians there, because why on earth would they take their life in their hands? But you've got a key bus route, a key railway station. I bike through there. You'd be surprised the number of people who wait for a pickup. It's where you do your ride share, all that sort of multi-car, multi-passenger thing that we want people to do. Waka-Kotahi have been involved in this. No, they're never going to put a bridge over there. They cost a fortune. There are lots of formats that have been designed for that intersection that work well. You've actually got some on the books at the moment. Someone just needs to do it. And all you want is, the pedestrian crossing where you push the button and walk across like every other intersection in the city seems to be blessed with, except the most dangerous one by the railway station.
Thank you, David. Sorry, we're out of time. We appreciate you taking the time to come in.
Doing a good job. Thank you.
Sam Summers, no mai. You have 5 minutes, including time for questions. Thank you, Sam.
Okay. Well, as always been saying here, long-term plans are very interesting times, and this is across multiple councils. I actually had a good conversation with Helen Swales about this, about how you're achieving lowering rates and increasing services and paying down debt. We all know that is technically impossible. And I do also believe it's time for us to ditch the Victorian revenue collection system for something a bit more modern to represent our current, even if it's our previous sovereign who was there for 70 years, Queen Elizabeth. So one of the things that I do believe really needs to be hit out is the fact that we're not far off from hitting 5-digit rates bills. I know some properties where I live in Newtown are heading in that path right now, where they're in the high 4 digits already. And I believe we need to lobby central government. Did this on my annual plan submission last time. I think it's time. I'm going to sound like a broken record. We've got to change the revenue collection system and lobby government to do it. You probably always know me about bus lane
people who breach it, let's sit there and ticket them. You know, if you want to break the law, it's one tool the City Council can have to get fines. Let's also look at automated processes like cameras permanently put on there, considering, you know, we need to fill a budget hole. Yeah, now one here is a bit interesting. Botanical Library recently took over the postal facilities in Petone to stop making it becoming a post office desert. I think Wellington City Council could look at seeing if they can get a New Zealand Post franchise put in at some of the libraries that can contemplate bringing in additional income outside of rates to those facilities and help actually keep them sustainable and running while also filling some black holes. Now, even that I used to live in Kandala, lived there for 3 years, moved back to Newtown, I was still driving to Kandala to buy my car rego because I liked the community, the post office when it was there, and I loved the team of doing it. And plus, it didn't make me fill out the paperwork when I just gave them the number plate. So that was part of the reason why I like going there. And you know, it's one of the atmospheres I actually quite like. The waste collection stuff with the LTP, that's pretty simple. I support the general gist of what the council is proposing. One of the things I'm concerned about is parking in the suburbs. I don't think this is going to fly, but I believe we need to take it to the communities if it's about revenue generation. Let's also look at a targeted rate option amongst the retailers and let them choose which is preferable, because if we're going to be put with the option of you're going to have some revenue collection, let's put multiple options on the table, not just straight parking meters. And also for free waters, particularly with stormwater, I'm not sure if you remember the June 2021 stream of flood through Nio. I drove through that road 1 hour before it happened on my way back from Newtown Market, and I wouldn't have expected that to happen, but maybe we could look at retrofitting stormwater surge tanks into existing dwellings and see what the cost of it is to put that in versus saying ripping up a road and putting in a bigger pipe, because we've got to look at options there. Ripping up a road is quite disruptive, and these stormwater tanks may actually do a better job at a fraction of the cost. So it's about being smart with our resources here. So that's the general gist of my submission, and let's go for questions.
There appear to be none, Sam, and I'm sorry, we're a little bit behind time, so I'm embracing that, but I'd like to thank you very much for coming in today and for taking the time to give a submission. Thank you. That's all good. I'd now like to welcome Susanna and Tobias from the Royal New Zealand Ballet. No, my apologies that we're running a little late, and you have 10 minutes, including time for questions.
Not at all. Tēnā koutou katoa, Tobias Perkins, Executive Director, Royal New Zealand Ballet, and Susanna Luce-Jeffries, Director, Marketing and Development. So look, thank you to councillors and officers for the opportunity to speak directly to the future long-term plan for our city and the role that Royal New Zealand Ballet and the cultural industries can play in realising a vision for Wellington where creativity is the heart of our identity at home and in the image we portray to visitors, where the arts play a vital role in the economic development and stimulus that our city needs in order to better balance our finances, and where opportunity exists for our tamariki to excel and reach their potential through world-class creativity on their doorstep, and opportunities that uplift communities. So we offer our support to officers and councillors who are taking the difficult decisions to place our city finances on a longer-term sustainable footing that offer better resilience, especially in the event of major disaster. The long-term plan has invited comment on a range of closures to community facilities or reprioritisation, and we have signalled our support outlined in the written submission. However, what I'd really like to do is take this opportunity to make a broader case for the role that culture and creativity as our city's unique calling card, and the role that the arts can and should play in our continued economic development. Please allow me to present some evidence about the economic impact that Royal New Zealand Ballet currently makes. The regular investment of $167,000 that the council currently contributes to the ballet delivered in 2023 a benefit to the GDP of Wellington of over $14.8 million. That's the equivalent of 231 FTEs. That's a return on investment that we hope you'd agree represents spectacular value for ratepayers and neatly illustrates the arts' potential as a multiplier, maximising the return that local investment makes through garnering national support and leveraging both of these to generate private investment. The consequence of this is that we have, in Royal New Zealand Ballet, a company who's firmly rooted in the community here in Wellington and who delivers more performance, community events and employment opportunities to Wellingtonians than in any other centre throughout New Zealand. but through modest local investment is able to amplify our stories and our city onto a national and international stage. And though we can talk with most certainty about the data that we hold as a company, this is a story which is mirrored across our creative industries. And when we look to the next 10 years to a vision for our city, the case for maintaining and indeed increasing investment in Wellington's arts infrastructure remains incredibly strong. In order to realise that potential for our arts and creative sector, there are many more granular steps that we must collectively take, and some of these are of particular relevance now. So the first of these is the proposals around the development of our city streets and investing to make sure the inner city is safe and welcoming for everyone, in particular Courtenay Place. It was a pleasure to share the sold-out opening night of the Swan Lake National Tour with many councillors and other representatives, and your support means a great deal to us. Thank you. And despite the fact that the theatre was pleasingly busy on this occasion, it doesn't necessarily follow that all recent developments promote the interests of a thriving economy on Courtenay Place. And we're particularly concerned by any development to the Golden Mile which prevents the ability to drop audience members off directly outside the theatre from private cars, creating anxiety for those with mobility needs and indeed in some cases a barrier to attendance. We absolutely support efforts to make Wellington less reliant on private cars in the long term, but careful attention to the specific business requirements in our location so that audiences will not be cut out of accessing events which take place in the central city is essential. The state of Courtenay Place, particularly in the evenings, is also a deterrent to some audience members, and it's sometimes frightening and upsetting for those of us who work there. We'd welcome continued attempts to resolve the issue of the closed Reading Centre and addressing the issue of street homelessness in the area. We strongly feel that St James, open during the day, with a cafe, exhibitions and displays, and a programme of free or low-cost events would help tremendously with the overall atmosphere on Courtenay Place, creating an asset for our city, both for residents and for visitors. We're ready to be an active and positive player in realising this. And a public building, substantially funded by ratepayers, which is not open to the public unless they hold a ticket, is a missed opportunity and significantly devalues the civic role a theatre can and should perform. Finding a solution to both the St James and the Reading site opposite are key to unlocking the potential in this area of our city. The next step I'd like to focus on is the capital investment required to maintain and upkeep existing cultural venues. A key challenge we face in the St James is the ongoing water ingress problems caused by the decision to not replace the roof whilst the building was vacated. This presents an ongoing significant risk to operations every time it rains. And whilst this is a pressing problem that must be addressed, the larger picture it relates to is the necessity to finding solutions to our cultural infrastructure, particularly the MFC, the Opera House and the Arena. And we would advocate an approach to finding solutions for these spaces that's consultative with the major hirers and the sector at large, both publicly funded and commercial, and we'd like to highlight the critical leadership role that the Council holds in developing the artistic and economic potential of the city's venues. Like all of our colleagues in Wellington's creative industries, we recognise that the city's finances are under severe pressure. We do, however, note that the creative sector offers a significant return on what is a relatively modest investment for Wellington City Council in expenditure, delivering a significant contribution in both GDP and employment terms. Maintaining and indeed increasing investment in Wellington's arts infrastructure, especially venues, and supporting a long-term vision to maintain and develop art spaces which are inclusive, accessible and welcoming is an investment in the social and economic well-being of the city. It's an investment in the image we portray outwardly to the world and gives the world a reason to invest in us. The spending decisions over this next decade will dictate whether the moniker we promote, our creative capital, is an aspiration or a reality. And we hope that supporting the growth of the arts and cultural industries will remain a guiding principle in developing and adopting this long-term plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
Thank you. Thank you, first of all, for Swan Lake, which was magnificent. Everything was magnificent.
Thank you.
Could you just tell me, with the cafe thing, so Susie and I have been discussing this, trying to do something about it for years. What is the stumbling block with getting that cafe operational? Because it was at one stage mojo, which seemed quite good. What happened?
This is to do with the contracts in place that the venue have in place and unwillingness to see it as anything other than a space for hire.
Sorry, just say that again. That's the council?
Venues Wellington.
Venues Wellington, okay. Right, thank you. That's good to know where the... Thank you. The second thing is, are you aware that the council under the Golden Mile is proposing to remove the bus stop outside the St James and opposite, so the bus stops in either direction will be removed?
No, we haven't had that little gem yet.
Hot off the press for you.
Councillor Pannett.
Thank you too, and the same issue around the removal of the bus stop, which has caused some concern. Do you have kind of any thinking about sustainable ways that people can get to the ballet who do have mobility, as opposed to the ones who don't, and then we need to provide more parking?
So, critical to
cycling, buses, that kind of.
Cycling has a role to play here. And I'd like to be clear that we're not against this. However, for the vast majority of audiences, the feedback that we regularly receive is that the ability to drop off and indeed park nearby remains critical. So there's a balance that needs to be struck here. Certainly, creating sustainable alternatives is part of that, but it can't be at the expense of audiences who need to travel late at night, and it has to be safe for them to do so.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. As my colleagues have said, really enjoy the ballet. Now, what sort of retail would you actually envisage in the foyer of the St James? Because it's a huge foyer, so what should actually go on there?
I think the best version of this would have some sort of ongoing cultural offer that would be attractive to both residents and visitors. This should be part of the image that we portray to people coming through in their large numbers throughout all of the summer. There could be permanent exhibitions, be those rolling art, or indeed something which is focused on the ballet itself, that draws people in, that allows a cafe offering to thrive, and that would allow us to program events that generates the footfall. So that could be community classes taking place in these studios, and it could be outreach events for children. Each part of that unlocks the whole picture, but I'm not sure that any part of it by itself is enough to generate the activity that would justify a cafe.
Great, thank you.
Thank you both. We appreciate you taking the time to come and speak with us today.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to welcome Janine and Dr. Ellen Boller, Janine Parkinson. Welcome. No Mai, on behalf of the New Zealand Portrait Gallery. Welcome. You have 10 minutes, including time for questions. Thank you.
Kōrau, thank you very much. I'm Alan Bollard, Chair of the Portrait Gallery Te Pukenga Whakaata, and Janine Parkinson, our Director here. We'd like to thank you for your support in the past. We possibly wouldn't be here today if we hadn't had your support over the years. We will always be in a pretty fragile financial position, and we'd like to talk about that. But we've been going 33 years. We're a national organisation with our biggest footprint in Wellington. We're at Shed 11, and I know many of you have come down and visited us, and we hope you will do so as we open the Adam Portraiture exhibition over the next few days. We do about 8 exhibitions a year in Wellington, and many of them go on the road around New Zealand. We have something like 33,000 people coming in to look at the exhibitions. We're getting back up to pre-COVID levels, we're pleased to say. We're in Shed 11, beautiful building. You're our landlord. We have a lot of schools come and visit us as well, and a lot of other connections. I'd like to ask Janine if she could just take us through where we're going.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. We firstly want to acknowledge and say thank you very much to the Council for your support of us. We have a contract which is up for renewal next financial year. Currently it's 51,000 per annum, and that's a makes of about 9% of our operational costs. It's amazing because it's a multiplier. It not only helps us to employ someone, but it also helps us to signal confidence that the Council has in us to our other funders and supporters who make up the bulk of the rest of the funding. We recognise that the Council's finances are stretched, but we would like to encourage you when you're thinking about long-term planning about increasing your contribution as costs continue to go up and spiral at the moment. The other thing that I'd really like to bring to the Council table is recognition of what's happening in our visual arts sector, and it's a risk really for the Council's cultural capital brand. Both Te Papa Tongarewa and City Gallery, as you know, will be out of operation for a long time, which leaves the Portrait Gallery as the ones flying the flag and doing most of the mahi on promoting our capital culture brand with for Pōneke. So we would like to call on Council and your relationship with Wellington NZ to try and help us to keep our audiences engaged over that time. We want to work really collaboratively with the Wellington Museums Trust to fund through you the City Gallery, and we'll be working to collaborate with those employees. But we would really like to call on you to help us to keep that message and keep that audience engaged for when City Gallery reopens and for our programming throughout that time, because it will impact on us. There's an ecosystem that we're a part of. Anything to add, Alan?
No, we're pleased to answer any questions. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
I love your gallery, and I think you do a great job. But just a question, do you pay us rent for this space?
We have prepaid rent for 35 years.
Oh, okay, so how does that, I mean, I don't know. I was just wondering whether our grant was bigger than what you were paying us back as rent.
Our rent at the moment is around 56,000, so it's about the same. Yeah.
Right, okay.
But
So
it's not intended to be connected, as I understand.
No, I just know, but I'm just sort of looking at the costs of things, which, everything's going up. So you'd
That's
like to
right.
believe that our contribution to you guys would also go up.
Thank you.
Councillor Chung.
Great, thanks very much, and I must say I enjoy coming to the gallery. Is there any other possibility of using it for anything else? Because in between exhibitions, is it available for other? There is. Okay.
Yeah. We just recently had a wedding and a funeral celebration of life. So we do all sorts of events whenever it's possible. We have to balance it with the protection of the artworks, because we never have the gallery empty, and we're always either changing. And we do 8 exhibitions a year. But whenever the space allows, we always have lots of different kinds of events and collaborate as well with artists who work in the performing space as well to activate it. So we often do workshops and dance performances and all sorts of things in our space to make it lively. Thank you.
Great, that's excellent. Thank you very much.
We seem to be out of questions. You might tell we're at the end of quite a long day of we're not at the end. We had quite a long day of hearings, but please do not interpret that as any lack of enthusiasm for your organisation. Oh yes, Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah, kia ora, thank you. And since we're such a small contributor, how optimistic are you seeing your other funding? How optimistic are you on your other funding streams at the moment?
Yeah, thank you. Well, you're a crucial contributor because you contribute for the full costs of the place, whereas most donors are only prepared to contribute for specific exhibitions, and they won't cover the overheads. So that makes it crucial. We continually apply to Creative New Zealand, which in my view really should be supporting us much more than they do. We have considerable difficulty getting the sort of funding from them that I feel we should be getting. We've had it for a couple of particular exhibitions, but no core funding. So we're being funded by a huge network of individual small donors, basically. And I should just say that we only have 3.5 people like Janine. We're doing a huge amount of output compared to some galleries around New Zealand from that very, very small input, and I hope we can keep that going.
We have another question from Councillor Young.
So I was just wondering, as you know, I'm a huge fan of your gallery. Just thinking about over the years, which have been your most successful exhibitions from the point of view of getting people through the door?
We've been really successful with the Kingi Tuheitia Portraiture Award in diversifying our audience base, but those ones that have really prominent artists are the ones that we're able to draw from across the country. So we did an exhibition about the group that had Rita Angus and Leo Benson in it. And so that one was really in the kind of blockbuster category. It's harder for us to do those types of exhibitions with the condition of our building, where we want to present historical artworks. We need to have a really climate controlled and insulated building, and we don't have that at the moment, so that makes it difficult for us to do it. So those ones where we partner like with Kingi Tuheitia and work with younger artists who are producing new works, they're the opportunity for us.
Yes.
Just thinking in the years to come when we have money, lots of money, is it possible to make your building climate controlled?
We investigated it and we actually got a fund from the lotteries to do a developed plan, and that was to build a building inside our building, very similar to what the twin building next door to us does, but estimates, that was about 4 or 5 years ago, and it came in at around about 7 million.
So it'll have to wait a few years.
It doesn't look particularly practical. No. We are trying to improve the heating and the temperature control range at the moment.
Great, thank you.
And we have one more from Councillor Brown.
Thanks. Just one small question. Do you have to pay for the insurance for your building? Or do you insure the building?
We don't insure the building, we just insure our assets.
Oh, okay, so whose building is it?
Yours.
Okay, so we don't insure it either, just so you happen to know.
Okay, good.
Thanks.
I think, Councillor. All right, thank you both. We appreciate seeing you. Thank you for your support. Stop saying things, Tim. No, my Nicholas Lambrickson. Kia ora, welcome, and sorry about a bit of delay. You have 5 minutes, including time for questions. Thank you.
Okay. Don't have to push it, or do I? Good to go. Tēnā koutou katoa. I wish to speak specifically about maintaining the Kandala pool. In the various reports on the pool, the authors keep saying that doing nothing is not an option. They recommend options that appear to be excessively expensive and gold-plated, with, for example, a heated splash pool and major works on the Waitohi stream, that is, not on the pool itself. I recommend that the Kandala pool be maintained in its present state, with the proposed maintenance of the women's changing room, estimated to cost $260,000. If I add the present annual running cost, which is $130,000, then the pool could be maintained for about $400,000. This was also suggested in the February 2022 report, Kandala Pool Options Report, Maintain Level of Service. My suggestion should appeal to the Council, which is desperately trying to cut costs. My suggestion would enable the Kandala Pool, this local heirloom asset, to celebrate its 100th anniversary in November 2025, in other words, 1 year from now. The Kandala community and its visitors from many parts of Aotearoa, New Zealand, would thank you for supporting my suggestion. After the milestone celebration, Council could, and I quote, continue to investigate development options for the Kandala pool. See page 64 of the report, Te Awa Mapara Community Facilities Plan 2023. Thank you for your attention. And since I only have 5 minutes, I thought I'd keep it short.
No, great job, great job. Are there any questions, councillors? Yes, Councillor Free, thank you.
Listen quickly, you've picked on one thing, which is the women's changing sheds to improve.
Yes.
What's your thinking behind recommending that?
Well, I mean, from the reports, it appears quite necessary. I think the paint is flaking off. The structure is, of course, an earthquake, or designated to be earthquake-proof, prone. But I think it should be brought up to a decent standard so that women's changing rooms are reasonably attractive. I know it's an old building, but as long as it can look reasonably attractive, and it's a fairly minimal sum to fix it up, I think.
I think that's all the questions. Thank you so much. We appreciate you taking the time to come in. Thank you.
Right.
I'd now like to welcome Tegan from Generation Zero. You're online, Tegan? No, you have 10 minutes, including time for questions. There you are.
Awesome, thank you. I've also got my Simeon with me, who's also from Generation Zero. So kia ora koutou,
Kia ora.
ko Tegan Toko Ingoa. I have lived in Wellington since 2016 when I moved here for my studies and continue to live here as I enter the workforce.
Kia ora koutou, ko Simeon Toko Ingoa. I've lived in Wellington since 2012 and I'm currently a student at Te Henga Waka Victoria University, and we're here representing Generation Zero, as already said.
So if you don't already know, Generation Zero is a youth-led, volunteer-based climate justice organisation which began in 2011. Today we're going to talk about a few things that we highlighted in our submission, focusing on the managing insurance and investment risks, the Three Waters network investment, and then talking briefly about the bike network. Before we get into these topics, we want to note that we strongly support Council's preferred options for the waste collection and funding changes proposal. I'll talk first about managing insurance and investment risks proposal. So we support the retention of airport shares. The airport is one of our biggest emitters and a big gateway to our city. And we need to ensure community interests, which are environmental interests, have a strong voice in how the airport impacts us through Wellington City Council holding its shares. The sale of Wellington City Council shares in the Wellington Airport would endanger the local environment around the South Coast and threaten our ability to address emissions. Wellington City Council currently holds more than a quarter of shares in the airport, which under the Companies Act allows you to veto major transactions, and this includes any proposed extension to the runway or any major changes to its physical infrastructure that could affect the local environment or increase emissions. So we believe it's important for Wellington City Council to retain its shares in the Wellington Airport, and local democratic control over our worst polluters allows them to be held to account by the communities directly impacted.
And to speak on the Three Waters network investment, Generation Zero strongly supports your preferred option, option C, the highest budget allocation that you proposed. But I'm going to use it as a point to talk on some other things because, as you all know, it's still less than needed to maintain all the network needs and is below the maximum deliverable allocation of funding. And we feel it's a key example of the flaws in central government funding, and I want to talk a bit about the ways that hopefully you can secure some more funding. Because with the Three Waters reform falling apart, you guys, Wellington City Council, are now faced with impossible bills, and that means the Wellington community is faced with impossible bills. And while we support option C by necessity, allocating this much of your limited budget means no longer being able to deliver on community enriching projects or initiatives, such as many of the other smaller proposals in this long-term plan, such as closing the Arapaki Library before the Central Library is set to reopen, something that we oppose, cancelling upgrades for parks and skate parks, with the dissolving of Electric Wellington Moving, proposing to no longer deliver the Hutt Road improvements, all these kinds of things that had we been able to have more shared funding, more debt, and funding from central government, we would hopefully be able to deliver alongside these key services and infrastructure. And we don't think those things should be compromised. We're aware that obviously Council has limited options, and we urge you, advocate for you to use as many of them as you can. So we think the Council should increase its debt, work with central government as much as possible to secure further funding, work with other councils to lobby the central government, and crucially, we think that the Council should increase rates in order to be able to deliver on these infrastructure needs as well as these important local projects.
And lastly, we do not support the proposal to reduce spending on the bike network and sustainable street changes. This plan is an important part of offering low emissions transport options that are safer and more accessible. It's also essential to invest in a range of alternative transport options, alternatives to cars, such as bike networks, public transport, and also having more mobility parking, especially if you wish to introduce more parking fees, as there cannot be a penalty without accessible alternatives. We'll finish there and open up for questions.
Yes, I have one from Councillor Pannett.
Thank you for all your work that you do. Look, I'm still just struggling with the ethics of taking money from burning fossil fuels. So can you just talk a little bit more about that, given it's so carbon intensive? Thank you.
Yep. So I think a key thing for us is that those emissions are going to be there regardless of whether or not Wellington City Council has its shares in the airport. And so Wellington City Council having shares in the airport allows us kind of more of a voice in those emissions and more accountability for those emissions and more sway in reducing those emissions and the environmental impact of the Wellington airport.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Cool. Thank you for your articulate submissions. And my question would be, do you think this council has got a mandate to decide on the airport sale? Is your preference to take it to election?
I'm so sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Could you say that again?
Do you think this council has got a mandate to sell the airport since it was in campaign during election time?
So does the council have a mandate to sell the shares?
Yes, given that it wasn't an issue in the last election, I think was the second part of the question.
Yeah, cool, thank you. Yeah, I think the council doesn't really have a mandate to sell it without like extensive consultation like it is doing it. And I guess it's not necessarily, I think for me it's kind of like an issue and whether that's going to be beneficial to Wellington residents. I think in terms of, I know what quite a few other groups and residents are saying, it doesn't really have the mandate because there's quite a few of us who are advocating for it to not be closed in that regard. I think significant financial challenges at the moment, but I would say that the council definitely shouldn't sell the airport shares. There is a lot of opposition to this and it wouldn't be beneficial for Wellington, which is kind of what the council's purpose is to do what's beneficial for Wellington and its residents.
Deputy Mayor Fu.
Yeah, kia ora, Gen Zero. Can I just want to clarify, are you aware of the insurance issue that the council has, and that is the reason why there is a proposal to transfer that investment into another? That we are very underinsured?
Yeah, we're aware of that, and I think that kind of ties into what Simeon was talking about obviously the council has limited financial resources, but we shouldn't have to compromise on big things like this. And so they should just make the most of those revenues that you can.
Yeah, kia ora, thank you.
Acknowledging that all the options are, acknowledging that like all the options themselves come with challenges, but I think it's important, as has been raised by other groups, probably will be raised by other groups, that the amount allocated towards this supposed fund to cover the insurance problems is still not even gonna scratch the scale of that problem, and that kind of touches more again on what we were saying, the funding problems that council has as a whole.
All right, I think we're out of questions. Thank you, Tegan. Thank you, Simeon, for the time
Thank you.
To submit on behalf of Generation Zero. Thank you very much. Cycle Wellington. No mai, Alex and Linda. Welcome, you have 10 minutes, including time for questions, as you well know.
Kia ora, tēnā koe. Thanks very much for this chance to speak, and thanks for accommodating Linda as well. I know I didn't put both our names down. So thanks very much for the opportunity. Just wanted to reflect on the past 3 years of mahi. It's been, I think, really inspiring and encouraging to see the progress that's been made by your teams and by us as a city as a whole. I think there's a lot of learning going on for everybody. We're really grateful and impressed by the way the council's been stepping up, the way it's been working, changing the way it's been working, learning about how it changes, how it handles these projects. And we're, celebrating our wins. There's international awards and international attention and growing uptake being observed by data, which is really great. So well done to all involved. Seriously, and I just think there's no greater thing to see how how encouraging it is to witness whole families riding past on a bike or bikes, mums with up to 3 kids on a cargo bike going past, kids on their own bikes just riding around, and being surrounded by more people on bikes at the traffic lights everywhere I go is really great stuff. Seeing more diversity of those who are choosing to ride is just a key metric that is encouraging us, and it's really, really lovely to see. Lots more friendly waves, bell rings, and smiles on my rides these days, especially along the separated cycleways. But I guess it's not been as smooth, and there's not been so much coverage as we would have liked and hoped for. And I don't know that we've really truly seen the full potential of tactical urbanism approach that we were hoping to see at the outset. I know it was tried and there was pushback, and we haven't really got back to actually being as assertive as we would have liked to have seen. And I think we're starting to face some headwinds, partly because the change has been slower than we would have liked. Slower to demonstrate the full value of more people riding more often sooner. There's a gap, there's a transition, and the longer that transition and gap is, the more pain there is along the way. And I'm really aware that the conditions for making it convenient for people to drive cars, a lot of that is beyond the remit of the council to change. So I'm empathetic. So I just wanted to cover a few things about our a summary from our submission. We strongly oppose spending less on making cycling better in Poneke. Strongly oppose delaying and deferring project work due to the change of government, including on Hutt Road, where council shouldn't withdraw its commitment to proceed, withdrawing and shelving work on Brooklyn Road, pushing out work on the connection between Tawa and Johnsonville, which is, I would argue, a critical connection like Te Ara Tupua for people on bikes and active transport. And we provided some feedback about issues covered in the engagement. We're sceptical about the quality that we'll end up with a transformational light or transitional heavy approach, however you mouthful it, and that risks underperformance in terms of cycling uptake. We don't want to see the timelines slip, and we've listed some suggestions of how to deliver better cycling conditions if you care about saving money more. And please make sure to incorporate a Keys Please solution with any changes to the waterfront keys for buses. Over to you, Linda.
Okay, now I'd like to talk about looking ahead and investing wisely, because we're all interested in how our precious money is being spent. We don't have enough of it to do all the things that we'd really like to do. But we've got a growing population, and if we just concentrate on car-oriented networks, that won't scale our transport needs to fit the growing population. We're damaging our streets and infrastructure too quickly. More people riding bikes more often means slower rates of deterioration of streets and the pipes under them, so it gives value for money. Biking for everyday journeys is essential for strengthening our resilience and being better able to manage disruptions, including earthquakes, so just having more options. We're a little bit perturbed every time we see new curbs being put in that mean that if then a cycle lane goes in, that money's been wasted. We think that if any curb replacements go in from now on, they should be built in such a way that if a cycle lane went in, there wouldn't be any need to fiddle around with them anymore, also saving money. So we need to do the kind of build back better thing, not just think, what are we doing right now? What is it has been on the previous kind of 10-year plan or something? You know, there's all the sort of Gantt charts that the maintenance people have got, but looking into the future going, you know, what's going to happen next, and could we do something to, you know, give us more options in the future? We really emphasise the importance of introducing slower speeds across Wellington. We anticipate that would deliver a significant improvement to cycling conditions for many people for very little cost. Obviously, you don't have to do any engineering if you reduce the speeds a little bit, and it makes it way nicer for people who are biking if they have fewer vehicles whizzing past at 50 or 100 k's, or, you know, coming up really close behind you with the, you know, I need to pass, and like if the speed's lower to start off with, you know, I feel much better myself if I'm in a 30k zone and I've got somebody up behind me who clearly wants to pass, and I'm just thinking, I'm going 27, you know, like what the heck? So our final points, the network needs to be fully delivered by the end of 2031, so that's 10 years since the adoption of the last long-term plan. And that's only 7 years from now. The suggested new approach of transitional light or transformational heavy remains an unknown quantity. Remains an unknown quality and quantity, actually. We're going to continue to push for quality cycling infrastructure conditions until we see sustained and sustainable levels of people getting around our city on bikes. We're still unaware of any use of the reshaping street layout rule that would allow projects to pilot for longer. That gives reduced upfront engagement barriers. And please, probably the most important thing, don't compromise the vision of safe and comfortable cycling. We need healthy mobility conditions, just like we need healthy drinking water. We need to be able to flush the toilet, have everything go in the appropriate place. And we essentially want to get more people on bikes. So we'd appreciate a commitment from Council to persevere with improving city streets and roads until such point as there is significant mode share by people on bikes. A high mode share is seen in best practice cities around the world, and Wellington is getting there. We recommend that Wellington commit to delivering a mode share of above 40% of people cycling for everyday journeys as part of the bike network measures of success. But please keep up the great work and keep empowering your wonderful teams to keep delivering great things for Wellington. Thank you. Thank you. A little bit of time for
yes, so quick questions, please. Councillor Chung, one from you.
Great, thanks very much. As always, I've noticed that as I come into work in the morning, I noticed that the numbers coming along the Hutt Road have decreased. But do you think this is because the weather is actually getting colder, or do you think we've actually hit peak usage numbers for the winter time? At least.
You might see a slight decline in people choosing to work from home or stay away from inclement weather, but it's very clearly shown from evidence overseas that the weather is not a determining factor of cycling uptake, it's quality of infrastructure. So I imagine that you're seeing the peaks of what you've built for so far.
Councillor McNulty.
Just wondering on your view, you mentioned Keys Please, the view around the Golden Mile cycle lane design, and whether that's really priority, or should we be focusing more on things like that are more transformational, like Keys Please?
From my perspective, they serve different purposes, both of those routes. The Golden Mile is about accommodating people on bikes moving through a predominantly people-friendly space. So we basically, we don't want to end up with another instance of the waterfront through the city in the form of the Golden Mile. We want to accommodate people on bikes safely and cleanly from the start. So I really support what I'm seeing there. And then we need a cross-town connection for people who actually need to get places quickly and need to go through the city or past the city. I went to Ngaio residents sustainability hui the other night, and I rode from Island Bay all the way to the Kenya Street church, and by the time these projects are done, I'll be able to do that on separated cycleways except for the waterfront, so yeah, we need to make it, we need to make crosstown journeys really convenient too.
Thank you both. We're out of time. We'd like to thank you for both your submission and coming in to speak about it with us. Thank you.
Kia ora.
Councillors, we are now on a break. And could I please see you back here in your seats at 6 p.m.
video. So, but welcome, and we are looking forward to hearing from you anyway in person because you're here. So you have 10 minutes, and that includes time for questions. You can come and sit down. You can do whatever you would like. Yeah. First of all, we do need to use the microphones. So, and it needs a green light on it because there are some people online who would like to be able to hear you. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Odette Anscombe-Smith, and I have on this delicious plate here a sample of my work as a goldsmith. If you're interested to see my work that I have produced for myself, because naturally my client pieces tend to go out to my clients. So I delved into my own personal collection and brought you some collaborative works, which I've done with other artists at Tōtōpū and myself. So I'm not sure how best to do this. Also, it's worth noting these are not free samples. Nor are they bribes. So, and although they do look edible, they are not.
Can we just can we pass it round?
Yes.
And but yes.
You're welcome to touch them.
Thank you.
Have a look. Those are all natural stones, high carat gold, New Zealand pounamu, and collaborative pieces that I've made with other carvers as well.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Sorry.
So I'm Kadrin, and this is Odette, and we bring the party on level 1 at Tōtōpū Arts Center. And the good news is that the Reimagining Tōtōpū seems to be moving along nicely, and we just wanted to say, first of all, thank you very much for that. We really appreciate that. And we had a little meeting amongst all the artists, and there was quite a few people who were very, very keen to make sure that everything is buzzing along well with Tōtōpū. So we just wanted to come and say thank you very much for your ongoing support for the Reimagining Tōtōpū process. And we've got a few things we want to add to that.
Well, basically, I can speak from my own experience as I lost my studio in Newtown where I had a goldsmith studio in the 2016 earthquake. I was given tens of minutes to move out of my studio and the building is still empty. I spent 4 years trying to find an affordable solution to moving into a property. I can't have clients coming to a garage at the back of a, with a brick wall, and it's just not professional. I spent 4 years, and then I was offered the space at Tōtōpū, Nautilus Studios, and the Shelley Bay Arts Place all in 1 week. And I chose to move into Tōtōpū, and then, as of course we know, Nautilus Studios and Shelley Bay Studios have both folded in the last year. There is a complete lack of affordable studio space for artists working in this vibrant city. I mean, obviously it's tied into the yellow stickered buildings being turned into safe accommodation and box apartments, which does not make it affordable for artists who have need spaces like myself. I'm a full-time manufacturing jeweller. I do not have a side hustle working anywhere else. I support myself independently with my trade. So there's some examples of my work. Pass to Kedram.
So specifically, we would like to just let you know it's very, very important for all of the resident artists. There's about 40 of us down at Tōtōpū that there remains individual artist studios as part of the Tōtōpū Arts Center. And I can speak about arts residencies. I've worked in one in Tennessee. I've worked at the Headland Studio for the Arts in Sausalito, California. The kind of cross-pollination that happens with residence artists is really important. And if you go to the Tōtōpū website, it says in 2005, a group of Tiara residents approached the council and said that we wanted to have a place to support artists because of the pressures on real estate, whatnot. And unfortunately, 20 years later, the pressures are much, much worse than they were before. We've got stickered buildings, rents through the roof, et cetera. And the fact of the matter is, for many of my colleagues, it's hashtag absolutely positively Wanganui. Wanganui is where people can find the studio spaces. People, when Nautilus closed, people packed up and went to Wanganui. They went to Palmerston North. And, if we do not have artists in the city, then we have a lot of old buildings and water squirting around. Really, what is Wellington without its artists? We attract the students to Victoria. We attract the students to Massey and Whitireia. We attract the businesses. We attract the residents. And so I understand that the cultural sector contributes about the same as the tourism sector. So, yeah. So we really are asking for your ongoing support for studio spaces and, of course, Tōtōpū. So for the next version of Tōtōpū, whatever that is, that there are individual studios there for artists like ourselves. And I also just want to say that anything the council can do for other studio spaces in the suburbs, because as Odie mentioned, it was a heartbreak seeing Nautilus shut down, and also Shelley Bay. And as Holden can attest, Nautilus was essentially a de facto community center for our neighborhood in Owhira Bay. It held, civil defense workshops and environmental local history talks. So I really think that wherever artist studios are, wherever there is a shared artist space, that can be a community center as well. So thank you very much.
And I would also like to point out that people in our city have thrived through starting at Tōtōpū. So I'll give you an example. Jermaine Clement and Taika Waititi filmed Eagle versus Shark in Tōtōpū building itself in the whole downstairs foyer, and they both held studios in that building for years. And now look where they are. We supported them as a city, and then they support us back when they make it to the big time. Also, people like Nick Keller, 75 prices. But in saying that, I am paying $350 a week to rent a flat, and then the 85 on top. So life just gets very expensive when you're supporting yourself as a full-time artist. And before I came to Tōtōpū, I looked at a dozen places, all $350, $360 a week for a single room. Shared access, shared everything. So just to give you a comparison, if you don't have a side hustle earning money, or you don't have an architect husband, you literally are struggling to survive.
Thank you very much.
Well, we've got a question from Councillor Pannett for you.
Thank you. That was really compelling. So 2 issues about, what kind of space is ideal, because Tōtōpū is still a converted building. And the second thing is how to avoid gentrification. So the Deputy Mayor and I fought the bypass to keep that space for artists. So I'd just be interested in your views on that.
To fight gentrification, introduce capital gains taxes. Can the city do that? Mm-hmm. And the building, I think the building's fantastic.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
it's got radiator heating. It's proper old school. So we don't
earthquake
have to
strong.
Worry about heaters setting things on
Beautiful
fire.
Light. I love it there.
I love it. Central location. They've just a supermarket's just opened up next door. I mean, it's a win for everybody around.
And it's retro.
And believe it or not, I know it's not popular, but it has car parks. That's not popular at the moment in Wellington City, but car parks are very good for people working in town.
And for accessibility.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you both. It was great to see you, and we loved seeing the jewellery. Yeah.
I have some cards.
It's all still there, right?
I'm just going to go my camera.
Thank you both. All right. No, remember what's. Okay, all right. So we are Amber and friends from the E2 Musicians Union. It's a very sort of fun atmosphere we've got going on here now. Yes, yeah. No Mai, and you have 10 minutes, and that includes time for questions if you'd like to have questions. Thank you.
You can also sit at the table if that's more comfortable.
There's only me. There's 4 of us going to speak.
Oh yeah.
So, okay, we'll stand here. We'll stand up for you. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Amber Klausner toku ingoa. I'm an organiser for E2, and for the last few months I've been working with musicians in Pōnaki to form the E2 Musicians Union. We're really grateful to have a chance to feed back to you in person on the Wellington City Council long-term plan. At the heart of our kaupapa is wanting to see better pay, conditions and opportunities for musicians across Aotearoa. And in our feedback to Wellington City Council, we outlined how we believe that's possible to happen here in Pōnaki, the creative and cultural capital of Aotearoa, as Wellington City Council often refers to it. We hope that today will be the first step in a meaningful dialogue between musicians here in the city and Wellington City Council to work together to realise the potential of musicians to have secure, sustainable, creative careers at home. You're now going to hear from 3 local musicians who are going to talk about their experience making music in the city, and then if we have time, I'll conclude with the main points of our ask. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou e hoa mana mihi kia koutou I haere mai ki te whakarono ki au tēnei rā. Ko ariti ko tāhai tapiri paraki Olsen ki roa tōku ingoa. So I'm going to try and briefly explain my experience with music, and hopefully you can see why I've been disappointed in this cultural capital label. So how I understand music, how I've perceived and engaged with music is through my father. My dad's a performer, a multi-instrumentalist, a vocalist. He's been playing reggae bands since the 90s, all around Bay of Plenty, where I'm from. And like all good reggae musicians, he's also an evangelical Christian. So he's always playing at church events every week, sometimes multiple times a week. Whenever there's one of those daytime family-friendly festivals run by one of the churches, you can trust my dad's going to be on stage singing his ass off, missing notes on the fretboard, or tattooing around backstage with all of the boards and all of the live sound stuff. Like, what's my point? What am I getting to? How I engaged with performance as a performer, how my siblings engaged with it, was as a backing vocalist for my dad. At dry, family-friendly events run by churches, accessible events where disabled people are safe, where you can bring all the kids. So when I come down here, bro, I was shocked. Yous almost literally don't do dry events. I've performed twice here. Both times were at unpaid events in a drug-soaked environment. So I can get paid more paid shows back home, hanging out with Dad in nicer environments if I move back to the cultural wasteland that is Tauranga Moana. So we don't get paid down here, and even when we do get paid down here, it's in a drug and alcohol-laden environment with a bunch of wasted Pākehā kids screaming at us. That's the environment yous are cultivating. That's the environment musicians have inadvertently been cultivating. And that stuff is fun, and I think that there should still be spaces and opportunities for people to get blitzed. But should it be implicit in Wellington that in social situations everyone's getting super lit? Additionally, we have no voice as performers, no interface with the council or venues or stage managers or companies or whatever. There's no standards. Shouldn't we be the example of how things are supposed to be run in the music industry in Wellington? Shouldn't we be like the standard by which the rest of the country looks up to? A cultural capital that is contingent on pervasive raging alcoholism is not a cultural capital. Do better. As a musician, I'm trying to do better and create spaces that are nicer for people to listen to music in, and you need to do better too. Please give us a voice, and please give us a better environment. Ngā mihi.
Kia ora, I'm Hector. I'm 25 years old. I've been playing the piano since I was 5, and at the end of high school, I had the terrible feeling of realizing the only thing I was good at was music. So I did a Bachelor of Music, and I'm a certified jazz musician now. I've been working as a musician for 5 years, and I'd like to talk a little bit about my experiences. For the first of those 4 years, I was stuck in a rut that's quite familiar for a lot of musicians in Wellington. I was working part-time, not enough work to make enough money to save because I wanted to have more time to do music, but still not enough time to really focus on music. So I was really stuck in a bit of a malaise. It was only last year that I was able to live off of music for the first time, touring with an Australian act around the world. Going overseas, I gained more confirmation of the understanding I already had of the incredible talent that exists in Wellington in live and recorded music, also in stagecraft and basically all the arts. What I'm talking about is the real barrier that exists in creating a career in music, which is the ceiling which exists in the middle of your career. It's very easy to start a band in Wellington. It's very easy to play a little gig to a couple hundred people, maybe even sell out a gig to a few hundred people. But turning that into a career is incredibly difficult. And because of that, the city is constantly hemorrhaging. It's the best of its talent, just constantly. Dozens of people leaving the country to get better work overseas. The council, of course, can't do everything to solve this, but there are a few things, and we've outlined them in our submission. An example of this is the rates we get at council events. I was paid $50 to play in a 4-piece at Newtown Festival for an hour. I was paid under $100 to play to around 500 people at Newtown Festival. I was paid under $200 to perform to 2,000 people at Kubadupa Festival. These rates are kind of scandalous internationally. And so, yeah, this is an example of the ceiling that exists that is stopping us from pursuing a life in music. This year, I am studying, doing my honours because for the first time I get student allowance. I don't want to go back to that rut I was in. Thank you.
Kia ora, my name is Vera Allen. I am 28 years old and have been a working musician for over 10 years. From a really young age, I observed in myself a particular sensitivity to everything around me. At first, this quality made me feel like an outsider. It cradled me in fear and the type of shy that would see me playing Mancala alone at lunchtimes in school. But the same quality, the sensitivity, would lead me to songwriting, to music, to all the musicians that would become my friends, and showgoers that would become my community. Music took my weakness and turned it into a strength. It gave me big dreams, determination, and laser focus. By the time I was in high school, I was in a couple of bands and had started performing around Wellington. Being a Hutt Valley kid, this was all very exciting. I performed at Mojo Cafe, Mighty Mighty, Meow, Bodega, Puppies, Farsettis. I don't remember much in the way of pay, but at the time I was just eager to get out there and play. By the time I was in my early 20s, many of the venues I got my start in had shut down, and suddenly opportunities for a budding musician like myself were pretty bleak. In an attempt to keep doing the thing I loved, I saw no other choice but to move away. I packed my bags at 21 years old and moved to Los Angeles. In my time over there, I was able to play venues all over town, sometimes multiple times a week, then up and down the West Coast and around America. Over those years, I got a great education in live performance and the music industry. I learned that the talent I grew up around was world class, and I saw what was possible, imagined with enough investment how much potential a place like Wellington had to be a bustling epicenter of music culture. I returned to New Zealand after the COVID lockdowns, and over the couple of years took every opportunity to perform in Wellington. I've been so lucky with many of these opportunities, but for most of us, life as a musician here is looking more and more dire. The reality is even more venues have been shut down, opportunities are far and few between, and there has been no increase in pay for shows despite the cost of living skyrocketing. It is extremely expensive to run a band, from gas to gear to renting rehearsal spaces to recording to venue hire, and at a certain point, if the money isn't coming in, being an artist is no longer viable. I now find myself in a very unfortunate situation of being so in love with this country, my band, the music community here, but feeling like if I want to keep doing what I love, I'll have to leave again, and as I've seen many of my peers do. We have a mental health crisis in this country, and we saw during COVID the devastating impact it had when artists couldn't perform and the public couldn't see live music. There's nothing trivial about the risk of continuing on this trajectory without taking action. We have an incredible opportunity here to invest in the talent we so clearly already have and build a culture that values the importance of music and musicians. So let's do something like our lives depend on it, because they do. Thank you.
So to conclude, what we're asking for from Wellington City Council is the start of a new relationship to make sure that musicians in the city can have secure, sustainable creative careers here. And firstly, that's asking for Wellington City Council with Etu Musicians Union to look at the current minimum fees for musicians at council-run events, to meet regularly with the Musicians Advisory Group, and lastly, to support new and existing opportunities for musicians in Poneke. Thank you so much for your time.
I'm so sorry that we don't have time for questions, but as a fellow E2 member, I just want to thank you all for your submission and for coming along to speak with us tonight. We really appreciate it. Ngā mihi.
Thank you.
Daniel? Kia ora, Daniel. Welcome. You have 5 minutes, and if you want to leave any time for questions as part of that 5 minutes, thank you.
I've got a glass of water, please. And I've also got some printed material to circulate. Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Daniel McGoffrin, and I'm a Johnsonville resident that I've been living there since 2019 when I bought my first home. So one of the things that I've been more concerned about recently is the cost of living, and I do keep an eye on with the rates bills that come in every year. So tonight, basically, I'm giving feedback about the long-term plan which has been proposed for this year, leading up to 2033. So one thing that I like to compare is how my rates have been doing since when I first moved in. So that was like 2,500 just over in 2019. And like over the years, I've seen steady increases. The 2021 long-term plan was talking about having a quite hard to palate 12% increase. Over the next 3 years, including that year, they've been increasing over 10% per year. And so I'm feeling the financial pinch. I work in IT, which is an above average salary. And looking at the 2024 long-term plan, we can see, as I've done a graph here, thought it would be good to visualize it because you can see when we talk about an 18% increase for this next year, which includes the new sludge minimisation levy, it's quite a jump, but then that carries forth exponentially for the subsequent years. So we've even got like a 15% increase in a few years later. So as you can see, the net result from the 2019 rates, currently they're sitting at 1.5 times the 2019 rate. By 2033, they're going to be 4 times, just over 4 times the rate that I paid in 2019, which if I'm struggling now, we've got this huge gap between the red and the blue. The blue is the inflation, CPI, and I've assumed currently it's been decreasing a bit. It's now 4%. And if I extrapolate that, assuming that we stay at 4% inflation every year, we've got this huge widening gap between what rates are being charged, leading up for, in my case, 10,400, which, and that's just for the Wellington City Council. The regional council, God knows how much they're going to be charging. So for this long-term plan, I'm looking at the best ways that we can even reduce these rates further. So looking at the proposals, we've got a couple of factors like water. I noticed there's a proposal to add smart meters rolling out residentially, which is going to add $100 million, 10% of the capital expenditure. So that's something that if we can get rid of, then that would just make it easier for all of us. Like, as I see it, the bigger problem is the leaks that are happening, not the whether who's using a little bit more water than another person. And I understand that we'd be charged more for water usage on top of our high rates anyway. Rubbish. I noticed that there's proposals for adding bins, which will be attract an extra charge onto our rates. And I tend to try and save, avoid putting out so much rubbish. So I like to make them last several weeks. I save money having to pick up the rubbish bags from the supermarket. But if we've got a bin that's been collected every week and we're only filling at 10%, I'm not getting my money's worth for it. Likewise for organic waste collection, I have my own compost, so that's another thing that I'm not going to be using. I don't see why I should be paying for something that I'm not using. There could be a way that we can incorporate a new system, say putting on RFID cards or chips onto rubbish bins that can be scanned by a mobile phone. It's the same technology as what Snapper uses. And we could potentially do a way to count how many weeks someone puts their bin out and then charge based on that. One of the other proposals, and this is a little bit outside of the financial side of it, but it's just ease of getting around and living in the city, is that the proposal to charge for parking in suburban centres. So I live in Johnsonville. Often we've got a few short errands that I like to do on Johnsonville Strip. We've got a 10-hour parking limit. The proposal to charge $5 an hour means that each time we do stop for an errand, even if it's only 2 minutes, we're paying $1.25, which becomes too much of a hassle. Other savings, I'm a regular bus user, so the Golden Mile revamp project is not something that I agree with. That should be just canned. I don't see any roadworks that have actually started on that, whereas for Thorndon Quay, we do have works in progress, but that's where it should stop. I do not want Hutt Road doing it. That's not where the bottleneck is. The bottleneck is on the traffic along Thorndon Quay and then trying to get down Featherston Street. Kandala Pool I don't use, but an option to put forward to save money would be to allow resident groups to be able to band together and buy the pool off the council, and it saves, I guess, redevelopment and landscaping costs. Fireworks display, I'm okay to see that go, but yeah, I see I'm out of time, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. We really appreciate you coming in and sharing your thoughts with us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Kedron, you're back. Kedron 2 for Urban Dream Brokerage Television.
Yes, and I brought Dr. Mike Haynes with me, and we're going to tell you about a really fun adventure we've had over the last year.
We haven't got your video. We've got the technology. Would you like us to play the video?
But I'll just first say that we want to be really clear that we support the Zero Waste Network and Waste-Free Welly submission that the council has received, and you'll be hearing from Sue Coots tomorrow about that. And so you'll see a video that we've done with many of these community groups, and then we'll tell you a little bit about our wonderful experience getting to know them.
Kia ora, we're Waste-Free Welly, and we're a collective of individuals, organisations and businesses who have a shared dream for Wellington City without waste.
Zero waste is climate action that brings communities together. It's good for people and it's good for planet.
We're working in networks and neighbourhoods to prevent the need for more and more stuff, to stop new landfills, to squash our carbon emissions, to keep our beaches and waterways clean, and to regenerate nature into whanganui a tara.
So what could a more kai-secure future in Pōneke look like?
Well, firstly, good kai needs to be affordable. Accessible food growing spaces are so important.
Have you heard of Kai-Cycle Urban Farm? It's so cool.
Yeah, definitely. How awesome would it be if everybody could access fresh food within 5 minutes of their homes? I'd love to be able to pop out and pick some greens for dinner at the local park.
Yeah, and also spaces where you can exchange gardening things, like at Crop Swap.
And fine? What are you up to?
Hi, Tōtōpū. Just checking out this new plant. Looks like things of Kōrau stream are going to do a new planting.
You were ill. I was real. You were ill. I was real. You were ill.
So just a little background on this project. I'm a video artist and I've been making some DIY animation and doing some kind of VJ projects for about the last 20 years. I worked 10 years at Massey University in the School of Art as a video technician, and during that time I became interested in the problems of obsolescence and the issues of e-waste, and eventually was awarded a PhD scholarship to research in this area. And so through this, I kind of created this manifesto, which involved this idea of refusing to upgrade technology, celebrating the use of standard definition, using equipment till it actually wears out rather than just throwing it away and buying the latest thing. And so with support from the Urban Dream Brokerage, we put this proposal together to support sustainability groups in promoting the kinds of initiatives they're working on. And so for me, I saw a lot of crossover and connection between the arts in New Zealand and sustainability organisations. It's that sort of doing everything on a smell of an oily rag. Nothing happens unless people work together. Working with a lot of these groups, I actually became a little bit confused about who was in which group, because all of these people have to help each other out to make anything happen. And so yeah, I'm just here to advocate for the work that Waste Free Valley, all these groups, Rubbish Trip, all of them are doing. The eels were made by Friends of the Furrow Stream, so it was a really great community initiative to be able to bring all these different groups together, give them some creative agency, and for us, we weren't able to do that without having the opportunity to have this amazing residency through Urban Dream Brokerage, through Ash Holwell's offer of using the space in Taranaki Street. So you just have to acknowledge all the support we've had in making this, and this is why we feel it's important to advocate for these groups and the work that they're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been doing community arts for a long time, and the synergy between all of these different groups that you saw listed really knocked my socks off. And I was quite surprised that they had actually never worked together to try to communicate anything collectively. They don't have a website. They don't have that kind of PR stuff going on. And so it was a real pleasure to work with them to try to help them express what they're doing with our analog blue screen 1980s equipment. And what was really beautiful about that is as they made the different segments, we got to learn a lot about what it is they do and why they do it. And we became pretty hard, fast converts.
Made some good friendships for this kind of project.
And we were really lucky to show a rough cut of this film. We have a 30-minute version at the new waste-free center in Rongotai. And boy, did that knock my socks off. And I just couldn't believe the momentum that this sector has in Wellington. I think somebody came from Auckland and remarked that in Auckland, the council has to really kind of get behind and push the groups to do this kind of work, but we've managed to create so much, to have so much success here in Wellington, largely because of the motivation and initiative of these groups. So I lift my hat to them and wanted to share what we learned along the way with you.
Thank you. We do have a question from Councillor Pannett.
Thank you very much. Look, had lots of conversations about this topic, but we did have a submitter with an investment background saying just spend $50 for a compost bin from Bunnings and give it to every Wellingtonian. And then obviously supporting the organics. So just wondering what you thought about that.
On the submission that we've made today, we stayed neutral on that because we are not here as experts in that field, but we're here rather as artists who want to tell you that what is happening in that field is really worth watching and listening to. All of the people that we spoke to know their stuff, and what he didn't mention is that he has a PhD in this in terms of the waste and the photographic and video industry in Wellington specifically, as that is a really big industry in this town. And so we come to it at different levels, and I could tell you everybody we worked with really knew their stuff. That's why we support their submission tomorrow. and would like you to, visit some of these places, go take a look at that Rongotai Waste Hub. When you see Nonstop Solutions doing dishes at festivals, walk up to them and ask them how they've managed to reduce tons of waste going to landfill. These are low-tech solutions. They are, things that we have available to us now, and all we need is a little bit more support, and we can do a lot to reduce landfill waste.
And I personally think some encouragement to support this field in the way that the City Council for a long time has traded on that creative capital brand. We could get behind sustainability and encourage Wellingtonians to get involved in these kinds of initiatives, help clearing out the Awhiro stream and all of those kind of things. Those people, sometimes they need feet on the ground, they need support in lots of different ways. Maybe we can just help that by advocating for them to get other people excited about their work.
Thank you both. Amazing. I've never felt more ashamed to have a can of Coke in front of me. And in my defense, I've been cheering most of the day. Thank you so much. Really wonderful to see your work, and it was so much fun. Thank you. Councillors, we have 2 more submitters, but neither of them are here yet. So, but they are not due to submit until 5:02, 1:45 and 5:02. So we'll have to wait, essentially. So you could.
Just like to say, if anyone was
nighttime session has got a whole different vibe, doesn't it? So we would like to welcome Adriana and Ethan. Are you coming up, Ethan, as well, from the Social Change Collective? You can either sit at the table or stand at the podium, whatever you prefer. You can both sit at the table if that's what, as long as you turn the mics on, because we've got some people online. And you have 10 minutes, and if you want to leave any time in that 10 minutes for questions.
Kia ora.
No mai.
Yeah, kia ora everyone. Thank you very much. No doubt you've had a massive day / evening, so we won't keep you long. Just to introduce ourselves. Ko Adriana Bird Taku Ingoa and
Ko Ethan Real Taku Ingoa.
And yeah, we are board members on the Social Change Collective, and I'll leave Ethan to give a bit of a spiel about that.
Yeah, kia ora councillors. So as mentioned, Ethan, I'm very honoured to be here as the chair of the Social Change Collective. A couple of you have already done some mahi with you of the social change, but for those of you and those elected members that don't know much about us, essentially we are a bridge between societal, environmental issues and the change that we want to see in our communities to young people and those people in our communities. So we deliver a program to help inspire young people and various members of our community to engage with social and environmental change. And give them actionable outcomes to be able to take into their daily lives and support the community effort. But I'll allow Adriana to share with you some of the operational level of the mahi that we do.
Yeah, so at an operational level, essentially, we host a variety of events. And recently we hosted a very last-minute kind of pull together of a submissions party for this long-term plan. And yeah, just want to say thank you to all the councillors that kind of helped us pull together resources and make that happen. Yeah, we thought it'd be a great opportunity just to provide a platform for people to come and learn more about the proposals at place and get some help writing a submission, because it can be quite daunting. And so yeah, no, we're really, really grateful for everyone that was involved in that. Yeah, so kick into the submission. Essentially, this is on behalf of our collective. We aren't necessarily a politically leaning collective in general. We tend to try and just provide the foundation for others to kind of, house various kaupapa. And so while this doesn't necessarily fall on particular lines, we have general things to say that we think would be really beneficial. In relation to the key proposals outlined in the long-term plan, with the Three Waters Network, we are in support of the option C. We think that the Three Waters Network is essentially the most vital priority we could possibly be looking at in Wellington, given the kind of situations unfolding as more research and data have come to the front. While there really is no right answer when it comes to how we deal with our water infrastructure, in our view, a well-functioning water network is an intergenerational issue and something that requires that kind of lens as well. And so essentially we think that with something like that, we encourage councillors to make the hard decisions now that are going to benefit that intergenerational outlook when it comes to rights to water and our environmental outcomes as well. When it comes to waste, we take a very similar approach in respect to that. We're very supportive of the proposal to introduce an organics collection. In general, we support the diversion of organic material from landfill and would like to see further development on those proposals, particularly around how the processing facilities will work before a decision is made on how the collection will be rolled out. In general, we support the need for flexibility in the entire collection service in order to accommodate Wellington's unique streetscape and incentivise lower household waste production as well. And we also support options in the collection service that best allow for the use, for the circular use of waste products. Finally, in terms of the major proposals, the Perpetual Investment Fund, we're very supportive of the creation of this fund and are also supportive in general of the diversification of the council's investment portfolio, just on a risk basis in general. While we see the benefits in the options to sell the council's airport shares, we don't support the options as they stand, as we consider there needs to be significantly more consultation on this, particularly around its potential risks and indirect consequences. And also to kind of just speak relatively frankly about the consultation communications as well. We found it quite difficult for people that came to our event or that talked to us about this. They tended to find it quite difficult to feel like they could express support for the fund, which everyone was overwhelmingly supportive of, without feeling that they needed to land on a specific option for the airport and airport sales. So I think if we were able to maybe make that a bit more accessible in terms of how people express their opinions, then that might provide less controversy in the future. And I will pass on to Ethan for further updates and opinions.
Yeah, I think speaking broadly from, on behalf of members of our collective and the community, we do recognise that local authorities across the motu are hitting their net debt levels, also recognising that the City Council has their own debt settings. So we do need to be intentional of our spending, and we do support that, but we also want to make it clear that we can't let that get in the way of progress. The reality is that a lot of the rating system as a whole isn't sustainable, and a wider conversation does need to be had about how local government collects and uses their revenue streams. Obviously, that isn't a conversation for right now, and the answers aren't solely in this room, but we do encourage elected members to be engaging in those conversations and to be talking to their constituents about that. So I do want to take the opportunity to highlight the recent Infrastructure Commission's report that looks into sort of other alternative revenue streams that aren't solely focused on rates and collection of that. We do want to highlight that we are lucky to hold the services that we do have. None of us can be complacent about continuing to hold those. And so just to highlight a few services and initiatives that weren't particularly in this plan, but we do just want to make it clear that these are initiatives that we need to be retaining in the city. That looks at our Climate Emergency Response Fund, both our Cycleways program and the Climate Change Response, as well as our Active Transport Fund. Alongside this, whilst the government has scrapped the Let's Get Wellington Moving, we also urge councillors to continue to push ahead with work on the Golden Mile, Thornton Quay and Aotea Quay projects. We want to see continued support for Te Taiohinga, the youth hub, as well as supporting Te Toi Mahana and our community housing incentives and allowing them self-determination in deciding what housing solutions are best fitted for our community and those most in need. And as well as that, the Te Kainga affordable rental apartments to ensure that everyone does have a warm, safe and livable environment to call home. And again, whilst there hasn't been any proposals or proposed plans to decommission many of those initiatives, we do want to make the point that it is a political choice to retain them. And we strongly encourage councillors to focus on the proposals that are in this plan and act solely on what the public has voted on. Aware we've jumped a bit ahead of time, but we wanted to make a concise submission. Aware you guys have had a really long day and a long few days ahead to speak to our community, but didn't want to focus on criticising any of the proposed plans, but rather just giving you a bit of a positive perspective today and support the overall kaupapa that you guys are doing. And thank you for your continued work.
Yep, kia ora.
Kia ora. We do have some questions. The first from Councillor Young.
Thank you both very much. So I'm just interested thinking about the airport share sale or possible sale, which I have not yet decided how I'm going to vote. But I'm just interested in your comment that there will be indirect consequences. And I wonder if you could tell me what some of those might be.
Well, that was essentially what my comment was, is that I don't know, but I think if I was going to, wanting to provide my opinion on definitively whether or not we should sell those, I would like to be informed of potential indirect consequences. And I think that's where I saw the plan potentially lacking, is that I didn't really get that from the information that I was provided. And I saw the great benefits that selling those airport shares would have, particularly for the fund, and I think the fund's fantastic. But there are consequences that come with selling public assets, and I think those need to perhaps be more publicised or at least just talked about before anyone is able to engage on it fully. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora, and thank you for coming in. Just something with, that intergenerational legacy around water. So as a proportion of rates in the first 3 years of the LTP, we're spending about 13% on water replacement renewals. Porirua are doing 53%, Hara doing 44% in comparison. So do you think there's a need for us to have a look at that a bit more seriously and see whether we can lift that 13%?
I think broadly speaking, from a more personal and a young rangatahi perspective, I would feel comfortable paying more to be able to ensure that my future and my children and grandchildren have the water infrastructure they need to get by and to live safely by. I think across from what we've heard, ratepayers are willing to pay a price to ensure that they get the services and the infrastructure that they need. We don't want to continue seeing our city's reputation be diminished by other cities on the media, and we need to ensure that as a community we're responding to that and we're being responsible. So I think council should take the opportunity, and I'm sure you'd agree, Adriana, to investigate further into what options there are around revenue streams and spending more on water infrastructure.
I think we're pretty much out of time. Thank you both. We really appreciate the work that went into bringing this submission to us, and it's a nice way to finish our very long day of hearings.
Thank you.
Thank you both. So I now need to move a motion. Oh, and Councillor Young is seconding. Is the motion on the screen to adjourn to tomorrow morning? So when you look at the run sheet, you'll see submitters from 11:50, but to note to be here at 10:30 for the Safe Kandala Pool petition. So we will start at 10:30 tomorrow morning. We go late tomorrow. We go till 8 p.m. So it is going to be a long day, and there are some big chunks. There is one quite big chunk, so just let's all look after each other.
I'll make a note that I miss my children.
And make a note that if you don't show up, it's unfair on your colleagues. So, yeah.
We only get to do one LTP this term, so probably papers.
Yeah.
Submission. No, I probably wouldn't leave your computer. To receive the petition. All right. Oh, Councillor, you have to vote. Councillor John, vote.
Please.
Thank you, everybody. Oh, look at that full house. See you tomorrow. Have a good sleep.